the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
8 minutes past the hour. It is the kickoff hour, and we're live. Good time, gang, settling in, and we're here for another edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us in an hour from now. If you're a part of the Golden Ticket seats today, drive safely. We look forward to seeing you in a couple of hours, and with them here today, that means the wheel of meat is on the table. We will be spinning that today. We'll have to sound the alarm on the Beth Mowens college football game of the weekend. We've got it, and there's a couple of fan bases that aren't going to be pleased, but we'll let you know about that. There's a ton of other things that are happening today, and we look forward to going through that with you. Well, let's bring everybody in. You've heard me mention them. Greg Burgess to my left and Helmsy to my right. What's up, boys?
Yo, gentlemen.
What's happening?
What's
happening?
How are y'all?
How y'all doing?
How was the tin roof last night?
It was good.
Tin roof rusted.
It was good. It was good. It's been a while since I've been out.
Been a while since you've been out and had your drink?
No.
I'm kidding.
Good night.
I'm kidding.
But they've got like a little outdoor concert stage venue set up or whatever. And
how was the music?
It was great. It was great. It was.
Did you sing a little?
It was good meeting Dalton Dover. I had never met him before, but got to meet him. Very nice guy.
Did you perform Wagon Wheel?
I did. I got up and I actually said, "Hey, how's everybody doing? Are y'all going through a rough patch right now? Everybody going through a rough patch right now."
Sing it.
And they
Was Robbie McCurdy there?
They all started singing it. They lit the lighters and we're going back and forth. Rough patch right.
You got a headache this morning?
No. I was thinking, well, a little bit. But no, for those of you who have no idea what we're talking about, our flagship station, WZZK, have New Country. They have New Country nights and all this kind of stuff. And so it was fun. They hosted Dalton Dover at a place called Tin Roof in Birmingham. And so the WZZK on-air staff, most day parts were there, and I represented the show last night, and it was just a, hey, how's everybody doing? But a lot of the sales team and people that I've never met. I think I met about 6 people that
works with the organization
and
you've
I've
met?
never even seen. And they're like, oh, yeah, we've been here for about 2 years. Do what? Really? And I'm like, yeah, okay, well. But got to meet them. So it was a lot of fun. It really was. And I will tell y'all this. You will all be amazed at the way I vapored last night. I did. I haven't walked backwards to the door.
Hard to vapor with that shirt on.
You hear me? I haven't. Oh, it didn't fit.
Oh, you didn't.
It didn't
get
fit.
to wear your shirt.
They threw me a staff shirt with WZZK. It was a polo, like kind of a golf shirt type look. And I guess they missized them because when I put them on, Terry said, "I think that looks like a medium," but it said extra large on it, but it was not. If I was to hold it up, you'd go, "Yeah, that's no extra large." So anyway, I just wore a Rick and Bubba shirt. Is that okay with you?
That's okay.
I saw the picture out there floating around last night on social media.
Of the staff?
Yeah, of your staff shirt.
Yeah,
you wearing the staff shirt. And I wondered the same thing. What happened to the shirt?
But you know how sometimes you talk about Greg sneaking into places?
It was wrinkled.
What?
I'm sorry. We were having our own conversation.
Oh, no, I tried it on before I ironed it. I was going to iron it.
Somebody put it in the dryer and shrunk it.
I guess so. I don't know. But
he's going through it.
And you know how you talk about sneaking in places and how you do that? I walked out backwards to the front door.
See?
Are you supposed to talk out loud about vaporing?
I don't know.
Like, I don't think you are.
I had fulfilled my obligation, and it was past the time
that
they said, hey.
from the featured artist?
No. Okay. No, I did not.
They usually start late.
Yeah, they were a little bit later, but there was a meet and greet, so we got to meet him, and there was some opening acts. Matter of fact, do you remember Justice, who called yesterday and said he had a band? Met him last night.
Did you? Were they any good?
Yeah, they were. They were setting up.
What was the name of the band? It was interesting.
Something Rhonda or something.
Rhonda
like
Railways,
Rhonda?
Running Rhonda.
Oh,
Runaway Rhonda.
Yeah,
something like
and
that.
and
I
he
don't know.
said, "Do me a favor and tell Greg." The name of the band is because my dog ran away. I couldn't find it. I came home from work and it ran away, and that's how the band got its name.
I like when you have a little unique name.
I said, well,
and the band names are hard to come up with.
They are.
I'm like, well, we love band names though.
Yeah,
and I said,
I like ones like that that have a little.
I said, so when you hit it big and y'all are doing behind the music, now you got your story about how you got your band's name. But he, big fan of the show, met a lot of them. You know, you're old when people there that are younger say, hey, my parents want me to take a picture with you and send it to them. I'm like, okay. So I did some of that with some of the guys that were there that were my boys' age, you know, and it was just a lot of fun. Good to just be out with the staff for our flagship station and spend some time with them. But it was a fun time, and thank all of y'all that came out and met some of you last night. What if I would have, and they wouldn't know what to do with me, and I wouldn't come off the stage or anything.
You've been known.
Last night, now I will tell you this, one thing about the place is you were not out of the loop when it came to sports, because they had about 20 TVs and they were all on different sports. You had the U.S. Open on, you had NFL on with the Chiefs hosting the Lions, and then you had McNeese State and Florida on last night. Louisville, excuse me. Louisville beat them 56-0, I think.
Out of curiosity, where did you get McNeese State? Like, why was that in your head?
McNeese State, that's, if I just wanted to come out with it, that's Beth's game.
Okay.
And
that's why I was going. I wanted to know where your mind was.
It was Murray State and Louisville.
Yeah.
And I'm looking down at what I'm getting prepared, and McNeese State and
I just
Florida is
how,
Beth's game.
Yeah. Because that school doesn't come up much. That's why I was wondering where you were.
But
going.
Murray State and Florida. I mean, oh my God, there it goes again. Murray State and Louisville played last night, and that was on. And I was interested in the Lions game just because they were opening up at
you love
Arrowhead.
Your Chiefs. Yeah.
But then I start seeing text messages from you on the U.S. Open being delayed 45 minutes because of fossil fuel climate change protesters. And someone in that group gluing his feet
some
to the
dumbass. Well, I'm just going to say it.
To
put their feet on the cement, glued them, and protest. And in a big moment, it was so frustrating.
I'm so sick of them and the people dumping milk out.
And
I'm tired of all of them.
Here's what drove me nuts was the way we handled it. We coddled this guy with just like a baby.
They should have took a belt and wore his.
They should have. What should have happened was they should have marched him down from the top row all the way to the court and got out a cane and whipped him right in front of everybody on national TV while Coco and Mukova warmed back up, and then nobody else will glue their feet to the cement.
Yeah.
So frustrating. And in a big moment.
In
a big moment. Well, they wouldn't shut up. For one, they were screaming some fossil fuel.
Well,
BS.
you know what they said? And I got the headline for you, Helmsy, because I wanted to read this to you just so I could see your face. They say, no tennis on a dead planet.
Unbelievable.
That's what they said.
Okay. It was over 50-minute delay, and Coco was playing awesome, won the first set, was up 1-0, and then they stopped, and they don't play another point for nearly an hour.
That's crazy.
Because they should have just jerked him up, threw him out of there.
Yeah, but Coco ended up winning.
She did.
All right, so she
finally
moved on
finished
to the
watching
finals.
it. It impacted my night because I was up an extra hour.
Right. Hey, thanks, protesters. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Are you driving an out-of-warranty car? Why would you do that? It's only a matter of time before your vehicle is in the shop costing thousands. Auto repair costs are up nearly 20% from last year. That's 4 times the rate of inflation. And when you enroll in a protection plan through carshield.com/Bubba, you'll be locking in your price as it will never go up. We appreciate their administrators handling all the paperwork, and we get to choose the mechanic we want. They even offer 24/7 roadside assistance, complimentary towing, and rental car options. Save 20% at carshield.com/Bubba. Our friends at Field of Greens just got one of the best testimonials. Listen to this. I've been taking Field of Greens, and this is my second time my doctor has danced into the room praising my blood results. Credit where credit's due. Thank you, Field of Greens. Field of Greens can't promise your doc will dance into the room, but they can promise your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Let's get you started with 15% off. Go to fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code BUBBA for 15% off. Or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Helix Sleep does it again with an innovative kids mattress made to flip. Why? Well, the firmer side is great for younger kids when they need more spinal support to aid proper development of their growing bodies. You simply flip it over when they're a little older, around 8 to 12 years old, when they want the softer side for sleep. Handcrafted and assembled right here in the USA, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders, including the kids mattress. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba. Looking for an easy way to banish the end of summer blues? Get HelloFresh. You won't need to stress about how you'll handle all this fall because HelloFresh has dinner taken care of. They do the meal planning and deliver pre-portioned ingredients and tasty recipes right to your home, so whipping up a homemade meal is a cinch. Try America's #1 meal kit today and take 50% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at ReliefFactor.com or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Are you driving an out-of-warranty car? Why would you do that? It's only a matter of time before your vehicle is in the shop costing thousands. Auto repair costs are up nearly 20% from last year. That's 4 times the rate of inflation. And when you enroll into Protection Plan through carshield.com/Bubba, you'll be locking in your price as it will never go up. We appreciate their administrators handling all the paperwork, and we get to choose the mechanic we want. They even offer 24/7 roadside assistance, complimentary towing, and rental car options. Save 20% at carshield.com/Bubba.
This fall, as you settle back into a busier routine, your home may be sitting empty and defenseless. Simply Safe's revolutionary home monitoring innovation, 24/7 live guard protection, helps stop crime in real time. If an intruder breaks in, monitoring agents can see, speak, and deter them. Get 20% off your new system when you sign up for Fast Protect Monitoring at simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com, or you can visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
The folks at MyPillow have launched MyPillow 2.0. This new innovative MyPillow has a brand new temperature regulating technology to keep you comfortable throughout the night. Now, core body temperature plays a big role in how you sleep, and this new fabric technology helps regulate your body temp by creating a lower surface temperature for a more restful sleep. Available in 4 loft levels with a 10-year warranty and a 60-day money-back guarantee. Head to MyPillow.com/Bubba to buy one, get one free on the new MyPillow 2.0.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
All right, 22 minutes past the hour, or actually almost. We thank you so much for tuning into the Rick and Bubba Show. So we we've discussed a few things leading into this segment here. One that I did not touch, but it won't take long. But let me just tell you, it has to do with Gary. Gary the bulldozer man.
Gary.
He texted me as I was still at the WZZK night. I was about to vapor, make everybody proud. And I don't know what it is. Y'all weren't even there, but I was trying to make you proud. But the time had passed that they wanted me there, so I was just going to – and I'd leave, and be on out. He says, hey, give me your dad's cell phone number. That's all he said.
That's it?
And I'm like –
Your dad.
What?
You going to do that to your dad?
And I said I replied back, and I'm like, okay. And he said, yeah, I need your dad's cell phone number. I'm like, oh, my goodness.
What for?
He said, well, he's told me in the past because, Gary's big on Facebook.
Oh.
And he said that he got a friend request from my dad at a weird time of the night. And he's like, I think your dad's Facebook page has been hacked.
Oh, okay.
I've got this from other people too.
Yeah.
And I'm like, why are you friending me at this particular time?
Yeah.
And I thought we were friends to begin with.
Yeah.
That is that thing too.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And it just threw him off. And so that was a couple of months ago. But when he said that last night, I thought, well, this has to do with it again. And I said, hey, my sister kind of runs his Facebook page because, of course, he can't. And I was like, so let her know too. But here's his number. And so I texted my dad and I said, hey, Dad, I said, Gary, the bulldozer man, might please picture this conversation.
Oh, boy.
Okay, if you could. Yawning, huh?
Wow.
Well,
Good gracious.
Got me,
that was a big one. I didn't know your mouth open like that.
Yeah, it does.
So Joey Chestnut would be proud with that one. So about 20 minutes goes by. My sister had already responded. She said, I will take care of this. Thank you, blah, blah, blah. Well, my dad responded to my text 20 minutes later.
Oh, good.
Hey, son, just got off the phone with Gary. Now, please, again, it's like 8-something at night.
Hey, Mr. Wilburn, picture it.
Right.
Is that your Gary
He
boy?
said we talked.
Kinda.
He said we just had a great conversation. Talked about hunting.
Okay.
Let's see, rabbits.
Rabbits.
Digging stumps out of the ground,
Okay.
and everything you can think of. He's a great guy. I knew my dad would say that.
How did they get
He's
off
a
on
great
all
guy,
those
and he did say he thought my Facebook page or whatever had been hacked. He said, Lynn's taking care of it because I don't know anything about that. I really enjoyed talking to Gary and meeting him for the first time, on the phone.
So they got to talk about stump removal.
Yeah. Here's how he ended it. He did say Rick's about to work him to death.
Oh, okay.
He had to throw that in there.
Sure.
And so this morning, he's already texted me, hey, good morning. I hope you had a great time last night. Hey, again, Gary's hilarious. I had no idea what he was talking about at first, but we had a great time talking about everything under the sun is what he said. Everything under the sun. So I'm picturing.
Wouldn't you have loved to have heard that?
Yes. And that's what I wanted to say. Is that I would love to have heard that whole conversation.
I want to know the exchange when they just, hey, this is Gary, and when the initial contact.
Hey, Mr. Wilburn.
I think you've been hacked.
My sister had. I guess that's the thing, and that's to your point, Helmsy. It throws up a red flag if you start getting weird requests from people. You're like, okay, that's not them.
Yeah, Lisa's has been hacked. A few times.
Yeah. Well, my sister said she has said, hey, I'm on it. I'm handling it now. So she took care of it, but Gary still had to call Dad. And
he won't check in. Make sure.
Yeah, I cannot wait. These are all text messages from my dad. I cannot wait to talk to him today about this.
Oh, I bet it.
Can't wait.
I can't. When he ran that list of subjects, I mean, how did it go to
removing stumps,
hunting?
Yeah. Well, your dad. Your dad is really good at and he's genuine. He wants to know what's going on in your life, and so when he probably asked Gary, "What you been doing today?" then he's going to tell him removing stumps and doing this, that, and the other. And that's probably now I don't know how rabbits came up.
Yeah. Do y'all know that I see a lot of rabbits? That's part of my life. Did y'all know
I've
that?
seen more this year than I have in a while. I got in my yard.
Well, you know what they say about rabbits?
Well, and they do multiply.
Yeah.
Because
I almost hit a little bitty one this morning, but he made it.
Yeah.
I used to see one right out here.
You ain't seen.
We used to. Not like right before you cross or turn in.
Yeah.
Do you ever wonder what happened to that little kitten?
I do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got bad news, guys.
But there's an area that was was cleared that we walk. We walk. There's some property, and it was cleared. Well, it's been a year or two, so now it's grown up, so it's perfect for rabbits. And so whenever we're walking, sometimes we'll count 10, 12. Terry's like, oh, there's another one. Oh, it's Peter. Mm-hmm.
And then them coyotes show up, and they're gonna thin them out.
Thank you, Greg. Saw a horrifying video last night talking about I don't know if it was Instagram or TikTok or I don't think it was Facebook, but I've told y'all for some reason the algorithm thinks that I love watching animals being attacked.
Oh.
And it was this poor dog laying on the front porch asleep, and this leopard came up. I don't know what part of the world it was, but it got up I mean, it snuck up, and it was like a 4-minute time frame, and it got up, and it got closer and closer and closer. Finally, it showed the whole thing. It was brutal.
Who wants to watch that?
I know, Greg. It was awful.
My dad said
put me in a weird place before bed.
My dad also said
this
that
was why that DA had his feet glued to the cement at the U.S. Open.
You know, my dad has different ringtones for like me and my sister, whatever. So when he knows,
okay,
hey, if it's a dog, it's my son. You know, I don't know if that's what he has, but he said with Gary, it was just an unknown caller. So when he calls, but Dad doesn't know that it's Gary. So picture him trying to figure it out that it is Gary. Yeah.
Larry.
Also
Gary.
yesterday, JC, for those of you who don't know him, is my middle son, and he's at UAH right now. He had to do a marketing class presentation, PowerPoint, on marketing strategy and stuff like this, and so he did one on the show. And him telling me afterwards about how it went is pretty funny.
I hope he got an A.
He went back to the show, talked about how we called ourselves the Rick and Bubba network when we had one affiliate. He talked about how we would do things with very little budget on advertising, that they made me be a human billboard one time and run down the interstate with Rick and Bubba on my back. There were so many things he talked about, and he said that his professor was just looking at him because his professor, I think, is he said maybe from China. I don't know, and him trying to reason it all out. But by the time it was over, he really enjoyed it and said that, you know, in the presentation, he said, you know, you can hear it on the river here in Huntsville, but trying to explain how we do self-marketing and promotion and the success of the show, he said, was pretty interesting.
Well, we're huge with the Chinese anyway.
Yeah, we are. We'll be right back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We'd all love more time, right? More time to enjoy the last days of summer and more time to spare during the busy coming days of fall. HelloFresh gets it. That's why they give you back some free time by delivering fresh, pre-portioned ingredients and flavorful recipes right to your doorstep. They take care of the grocery shopping planning and prep so you never have to wonder, what's for dinner? Simply take your pick from 40 delicious chef-crafted options each week and sit back knowing that dinner has been taken care of. And don't worry, they have meals for many lifestyles, from family-friendly to fit and wholesome and even veggie. And if you're in a hurry, you can even choose 15-minute meals or more, quick and easy recipe options for a tasty homemade dinner without the hassles. Now's the right time to try America's #1 meal kit too, because right now you can get 50% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com, HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA. This fall, take premium audio with you wherever you go. Raycon's everyday earbuds. They look, they feel, and sound better than ever with 3 sound profiles to match whatever I'm listening to. They feature noise isolation, awareness mode, so I can choose to be immersed in sound or I can tune out my surroundings when I need to. With optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit, these earbuds are comfortable enough for all-day wear, and they do not budge. 8 hours of playtime, 32 hours of total battery life, and I love this. Raycon's everyday earbuds, here we go, start at half the price of the other premium audio brands. Over 78,000 5-star reviews and a 30-day happiness guarantee. There's no reason not to check them out. And now that back to school is in session, Raycon is having their annual back to school sale. For a limited time, get 20% off site-wide plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Buyraycon.com/Bubba for 20% off, or rickandbubba.com. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about MyPillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the mystore.com website. Go to mystore.com, enter the code BUBBA to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com.
It's official. Fall is here. With the kids at school and spare time filled with seasonal activities, your home may be sitting empty and defenseless. That's why we recommend Simply Safe Home Security and their revolutionary home monitoring innovation. 24/7 live guard protection. It's designed to help stop a crime in real time. Now, if an intruder breaks into your home, Simply Safe professional monitoring agents can actually see, speak to, and deter them through Simply Safe's new Smart Alarm wireless indoor camera. 24/7 live guard protection is made possible by the new Smart Alarm wireless indoor camera, available with a Fast Protect monitoring plan. You can install it yourself in about 30 minutes or have a Simply Safe expert set it up for you. And for a limited time, get 20% off your new system when you sign up for Fast Protect monitoring. Visit simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com, or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors for a link. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who order the 3-week quick start pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends. So when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week quick start pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to relieffactor.com. That's relieffactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to rickandbubba.com, look under the sponsors button for a link.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba.
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Kickoff Hour on the Rick and Bubba Show. As always, we thank you for starting your day with us if you're listening live. If not, we'll take you however we can get you. Hello to the tubers. Already getting emails from y'all. You're up and enjoying the show today.
Tubers.
Hello, tubers. We
Special
appreciate
shout out to Cooper Socks.
Okay.
Golden ticket seats scheduled today in a couple of hours from now, which means that the Wheel of Meat will spin today. A lot to discuss, a lot to break down, and Bubba's come in with a story that we'll have to discuss that's going to be right out of the gate. Cannot wait for that. We'll break it all down. We'll sound the alarm on the Beth Mowens weekend game. It's 2 fan bases that will not be pleased, but we'll discuss that too today on the Rick and Bubba Show. All right, so as we are continuing to roll, I didn't know this, but apparently the U.S. Open didn't have the only protest last night. Apparently it looks to me like there was some type of fashion show or something where all the runway models, walk down the plank and all that kind of stuff.
You like
a skinned PETA supporter crashed the runway show to protest luxury brands' leather use.
Oh.
And we had like Jennifer Lopez there and others on the front row. But it looks like it's kind of like a skinned, a live suit, like one of these suits that.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah,
like her skin's peeled off of them.
Yes, and it talks about leather kills and all this. So I guess yesterday was just a day of protest on events. But the U.S. Open one, I've watched that video ridiculous. A few times, Helmsy, and cannot believe how they coddled that dude.
Listen, it's. Y'all have heard what I had to say earlier about it.
Yeah.
I'm Very frustrated.
Yeah, and
I don't
can see
like,
that.
and it can take the tennis out of it. It doesn't matter what we're doing. The fact that we sat up there for 45 minutes and didn't jerk him up. I don't care if it ripped half his skin off his feet.
Yeah, that's the point.
That's his problem.
Right.
He's the one that made the decision to glue his feet to the cement in front of everybody.
Right.
I would have jerked him up. They probably got down there and rubbed his feet and put some solution on it to remove it from the thing, and he walked out of there okay. He should have walked out there with a bunch of blisters on his feet.
That's right.
Yeah, the police are in a really bad spot because we want that, and they probably want that. But in today's society, my goodness,
I would have tased him right out the gate, but because he wouldn't stop.
Took my flashlight out and hit him over the head.
Probably, and then once he come to, I would have taken him down to the center court, and we would have just had a caning.
Yeah.
While the girls warmed up, and then nobody else, and Cliff Drysdale and Chris Everett, who covered the match. They could have talked about it. They could give them something. You could tell Cliff they call him Cliffy. He was frustrated, and he could only say so much. But you could tell I don't want to put words in his mouth, but he was very frustrated at the fact that they were not doing more.
Yeah.
And it was taking so much time.
You've got to cater to these
At first,
idiots.
you didn't know what was going on. To Bubba's point, when I texted y'all this last night, he was like, I thought it was rain.
Yeah.
And the reason he probably thought that was because sometimes they'll close the roof. And that takes a few minutes. And so they'll say, well, it's going to be 5 or 6 minutes. Just hang out. You can serve. You can sit down. You can talk to your coaches, whatever. And then it got to a point where you kind of thought, somebody may have had a medical accident or some kind of episode, heart attack or whatever. So you're thinking, well, then you realize it's a protest, and they were screaming and hollering. And so they wouldn't shut up because they're trying to get them to be quiet so they can continue to play. And so then they finally just tried. Two of them went by themselves, removed themselves, but this other one super glued their feet. Yeah, it was a foot fault for sure. But it's just we're going to continue to have things like this if we don't take it.
I know it's
quickly.
I guarantee you somebody gets lit up, somebody gets roughed up a little bit, that'll get there.
I'm sorry. I hate to I hate to break this. When we hurt people, our country was a little better. Yeah. It was. I hate to break it, everybody. Yeah. I know
waterboarding.
I know I'm not the sensitive guy. Okay,
you got to waterboard.
But when people have consequences that hurt a little bit for their actions, these things don't happen. This is the first time I've ever heard of anybody gluing their feet at a sporting event.
Think about that.
So if we take this guy down to the court and embarrass him in front of everybody and rough him up a little bit, this is not going to happen again.
Yeah.
But now we've said, you know what, for 45 minutes to an hour, we're going to coddle you and let you continue to do what you're doing. We're going to have more of it.
Yeah.
I don't know why we don't learn from these things. I really don't. We're a bunch of idiots. We are.
Yeah.
We've turned into a bunch of candy A idiots.
Mm-hmm.
Cleaned it up.
Really
that time.
cleaning that up.
Really
buddy.
didn't want to.
I know.
For effect, I wanted to say it, but I thought, you know what? You've already said one today. Don't say another.
Yeah.
It's like the footage
It's a long day
of them blocking the roads, people trying to get to work.
Yeah.
See, that's
hey, did you?
Well, some people did get tired of it.
If you chain your arm to a trailer and somebody hits it and rips your arm off, that's on you.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. There's a video going out right now in Germany of some climate protesters sitting in the middle of the road, and this one dude.
Oh yeah.
Hey, he's
tired of it.
He punches him in the side of the face, jerks him.
Yeah.
I mean, starts beating him up.
Yeah.
And you know what they did? They kind of moved a little bit.
They give their spot up.
Yeah. So it's just a weird woke world we live in, and until we figure out how to deal with it in a way that lets them know, hey, you can't do this, it's just going to continue.
Yeah,
but you got all these. Everybody's scared to death now of lawyers and lawsuits and being canceled. And they tried to handle it gently, but it's just going to keep happening.
Used to, we didn't put up with it. And last night, what I saw was us putting up with it.
Yeah.
And it's sad.
Yeah. Speaking of sports, Tom Brady, he's quite the
talking about the GOAT,
the entrepreneur post-retirement. And he's always had his hands in a few things, but when it comes to business, I see where he's now, I think, bought into Delta, and so you're going to see him be in some Delta commercials. And the story today is that he's now a minority owner of the Las Vegas Raiders. and so you might see him on the sideline of some of their games.
Interesting.
They said he will probably be on the sideline in Denver as the Broncos host the Las Vegas Raiders, but I thought that was kind of interesting.
And he said he agreed to get the same haircut as Mark Davis, the owner of the Raiders. Says he's a partial to that.
Yeah.
You talking about clueless?
Yeah.
What if that was a requirement?
You had to have the bowl haircut?
Yeah.
I really.
Do you forget the Raiders have Jimmy Garoppolo?
They do.
He'll
be
your
hurt.
mic off so you can
You
talk?
hear
Yeah.
me? Hey, he'll be hurt.
Yeah.
He can't
Yeah.
make it through a season.
Right. It's tough. He's good when he's healthy.
Yeah, you can get him out there. I mean, it's not his fault.
Yeah.
I mean, but he's just there's some people break easily, and he seems to be one of them.
Yeah.
And speaking of quarterbacks, are we going to mention Burrow?
Boy, Joe got him a contract, didn't he?
No. Let's talk about what we were talking about at the break.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah, let's do that.
Let's do
he
that.
is
About the
agreed.
guaranteed money.
Yeah.
He's agreed to
Guaranteed.
a $275 million
Unreal.
extension. This is according to sources with ESPN. They've reached a 5-year, $275 million extension with the team that includes $219 million guaranteed. That's the big number.
That's the one.
Making him the highest paid player in NFL history. The contract averages $55 million per year. The deal ends months after negotiations and rewards him with this huge
That's
contract.
a big one. That's a biggie. That's the old big one.
Greg,
there.
you made a great point in the when we were talking about in the commercial break about his college day.
Oh, yeah.
Recap that for everybody that don't know. That was pretty good.
You know, he was at Ohio State.
Yeah.
Didn't crack the starting lineup, so he transfers. Did he ever imagine?
Think about that for a minute.
was
What
a-
you just said.
Yeah, he had to go find somewhere to play.
Yeah.
Did he ever imagine he would be the highest paid player in the history of football? At that, when I'm getting out of Ohio State, this ain't working out.
Yeah.
Just
Well,
looking for
timing is
somewhere to
everything.
land. And to be honest, his first year at LSU was average.
Went
Yeah.
to the hardest division in college football there is.
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
lit it up.
Boy.
And I'll say this about him too. He's a cool cat.
Yeah,
He does
There,
seem that
there
way.
are some people that try to be like even Mahomes. Look, he's a heck of a ball player, but he can be a little goofy sometimes to me. And his his voice, something about his voice.
That's got a lot to
Anything,
do with
anything Burrow does is just cool.
He's cool.
He's cooler
Even when
than
he dresses
everybody else.
weird.
Yeah,
With his
he'll-
little round
he'll
glasses.
do that. You're right. He's just a cool
Now,
guy.
even though he'll be now the highest paid player in NFL history, he still doesn't hold the record of guaranteed money. Deshaun Watson still does.
I don't understand.
That's amazing to me.
$230 million guaranteed.
guys.
Burrow's now in second with $219 million.
I want everybody. I want the Browns sitting here, and I want Watson's agent.
Yeah.
And I want y'all to tell me how you came up with it. This was a guy who was under investigation at the time.
Yes.
For taking massages
Yeah.
the wrong way.
That's right. Now he's got
A bunch of them.
And he's
A bunch of
suspended for
massages.
so many games.
Thought y'all done a good job of cleaning things up
And you're
today.
going to give – I don't – and by the way, take all that set aside. He ain't been that great on
No,
the
he
field.
hasn't. He hasn't.
What has he done? I don't get – I have no idea how that happened.
Mm.
No idea.
I don't either, but that's the
I
story
mean, he's
out.
average at best.
He is. I don't get it.
That doesn't make any sense. His agent of the century. My
Yeah,
goodness.
that's a good agent right there, my friend. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come right back. The Lions did beat the Chiefs last
Shocking.
night, 21-20. Anytime you hear those two franchises and you hear Lions beat Chiefs, that is shocking. But and at Arrowhead too. But they're now 1-0, and the Chiefs are 0-1.
Yeah, well,
No Kelsey
I
last
guess-
night. No Chris Jones last
I
night.
guess Chiefs might as well shut it down.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey y'all, my name is Tiara, and a little thing that I love about the Chick-fil-A Spicy Chicken Biscuit is that it has the perfect amount of spice to jumpstart my day. Whoever thought of it, thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Robert, and a little thing I love about Chick-fil-A Spicy Chicken Biscuit is the biscuit. It reminds me of my grandma's homemade biscuit. It's always buttery and savory. Then you add the spices, instant classic.
Order the Spicy Chicken Biscuit on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real Chick-fil-A guests paid for their testimonials. Wake up, people. You are optimizing every waking hour of your life. From carpooling kids, to work, to friends, and everything in between. You have to get sleep. And a bed that can perform as well as you do. Meet the next generation Sleep Number Smart Bed. It effortlessly adjusts to your shape, position, and movements. Learning how you sleep, so you learn to sleep better. Night after night. Sleep next level. Only from Sleep Number.
Don't miss our Labor Day special. Save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed, plus free delivery when you add a base. Ends Labor Day.
We're going abroad for the first time in years. To Spain.
But we don't speak Spanish.
So we started using Babbel.
And started learning Spanish fast.
With Babbel, you can start having conversations in another language in just 3 weeks. Babbel's conversational method teaches you real-life words and phrases. And with Babbel's interactive bite-sized lessons, you'll remember what you learned.
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿De dónde eres?
¿De dónde eres?
When you learn a language, you want to actually use it. Babbel is designed with that goal in mind.
In just 3 weeks, we're starting to have conversations in Spanish.
Estoy muy emocionado para ir a España contigo.
Aw, he just said, I'm very excited to go to Spain with you. Nos vamos a divertir mucho.
And that means we're going to have a lot of fun.
Sí. Gracias, Babbel.
Babbel, language for life. Celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. Just go to Babbel.com and start learning a new language today. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
The U.S. dollar is under attack, and it's becoming less and less valuable by the day. Hyperinflation and speculation is killing your retirement. Don't leave your money sitting in cash. It's time you diversified and protected your future with physical precious metals. Call Advantage Gold at 800-900-8000 and get your free digital dollar survival kit and learn how you could get up to $1,000 in free silver today. Call Advantage Gold now at 800-900-8000 to get your free digital dollar survival kit, and you may qualify for $1,000 in free silver. Advantage Gold is the #1 rated gold and silver company in America. Your future is precious. Protect it today when you call Advantage Gold. Call 800-900-8000 now.
Advantage Gold is not an investment advisor or a tax advisor. Check with your financial advisor before investing.
That's 800-900-8000.
We'd all love more time, right? More time to enjoy the last days of summer and more time to spare during the busy coming days of fall. HelloFresh gets it. That's why they give you back some free time by delivering fresh, pre-portioned ingredients and flavorful recipes right to your doorstep. They take care of the grocery shopping planning and prep, so you never have to wonder, what's for dinner? Simply take your pick from 40 delicious chef-crafted options each week and sit back knowing that dinner has been taken care of. And don't worry, they have meals for many lifestyles, from family-friendly to fit and wholesome and even veggie. And if you're in a hurry, you can even choose 15-minute meals or more, quick and easy recipe options for a tasty homemade dinner without the hassles. Now's the right time to try America's #1 meal kit too, because right now you can get 50% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com, HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA. This fall, take premium audio with you wherever you go. Raycon's everyday earbuds. They look, they feel, and sound better than ever with 3 sound profiles to match whatever I'm listening to. They feature noise isolation, awareness mode, so I can choose to be immersed in sound, or I can tune out my surroundings when I need to. With optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit, these earbuds are comfortable enough for all-day wear, and they do not budge. 8 hours of playtime, 32 hours of total battery life. And I love this. Raycon's everyday earbuds, here we go, start at half the price of the other premium audio brands. Over 78,000 5-star reviews and a 30-day happiness guarantee. There's no reason not to check them out. And now that back to school is in session, Raycon is having their annual back to school sale. For a limited time, get 20% off site-wide plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Buyraycon.com/Bubba for 20% off, or rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio!
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba.
All right, right, welcome in. It is the kickoff hour, and this portion of the show brought to you by fieldofgreens.com. Had my field of greens earlier before I headed on to work. And you can find out more at fieldofgreens.com. You have heard us talk a lot about this as we're all trying to do a little bit better. And you can find out more at fieldofgreens.com.
Fieldofgreens.com.
Look, you know what I do? I'll just go. Got a little shaker.
I had mine already this morning.
Yep. Go to the refrigerator. Just use some cold water in a shaker. Pour my scoop in there, shake it up, and drink it. It's easy.
Amanda,
I know you're a sipper, so you probably don't do
I've
that.
already knocked it out,
Did you
but yes,
sip
I
on
am a
it, or
sipper. Sipper.
Sip. I'm going to sip, because I'm a little bullet head.
I like to enjoy it. I want to finish that.
Okay.
And I got a story real quick.
Well, check it out right now. If you use promo code BUBBA at fieldofgreens.com, you get 15% off. We all like to save a little bit of money. Save 15%, promo code BUBBA, fieldofgreens.com. And I just use, tell me if this makes any sense. It doesn't taste green. I don't know how to explain that.
The taste is better than it looks.
The original, it's in a green little canister, whatever. That's what I have. But they offer some other flavors, but that's just what I use, and that's how I use it. It's pretty easy. Fieldofgreens.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. You should use promo code BUBBA to unlock those savings.
Amanda, I could tell she was intrigued this past weekend with my Field of Greens. And she picked up the little canister, and she was trying to read, hey, what all's in this? And she was trying to read it, and she couldn't read it.
Oh,
and
can't read.
And because it's so small, the print was so small.
Okay.
So she put her glasses on, and she started looking. I did something. You talk about us getting in habits. This does not shed a good light on me, okay? But do you know what I did? I grabbed it like I would my phone, and I tried to enlarge the text on the canister. It was the strangest thing.
Wow.
You see what I'm saying?
With you? Yeah.
I know.
I do
because I do
saying.
it with my phone all the time. I picked up the canister and went,
That's
and I'm like, what in the world did
so
you
just
do?
thought you could do anything that way.
Because that's what I'm used to doing with this. It was a weird
What
moment.
if it would have worked?
Amanda goes, you realize you just tried to enlarge the canister print like you do on your phone, and I'm like, goodness gracious, I guess I'm in such a habit of that. But she's a little envious of my Field of Greens.
Yeah, okay.
I told her she could get her own canister.
That's right.
To stay out of mine.
Leave it alone.
Y'all want a question or two?
Sure.
I find this
Greg
one
doesn't, but
very
go ahead.
intriguing, and I know Greg. I know the answer. One of your answers to this, but have you ever fallen victim to you break it, you fix it, or buy it?
No.
Have you ever broke something in a store or whatever, and you had to go buy it right then immediately?
You ever broke something, put it back on the shelf like you didn't?
Yeah, probably.
Speedy, you said that so quick. I feel like you have.
No, I just know he has.
You break it, you buy it.
I was with you one time you did that.
Yeah, I know. I don't think. Seems like there's something I'm not thinking of.
Well, I immediately thought about the couch you broke, so you had to buy it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Remember, it came flying out of your truck.
Yeah,
well, I
that's
technically already bought it.
Yeah.
You had to buy it again.
Then I had to buy another. The guy gave me a really good deal on the second one because he
Right.
felt bad for me.
Sure.
I don't think I've ever been in a store or anything and broke something and had to fix it.
Yeah, because normally in that situation, you broke something you really didn't even want. Now you got to buy it.
Yeah, that's a bad deal. What is the best time of day, perfect for y'all, for a football game to start? You like the early morning, midday, or night?
2:30.
Okay. So you're talking about college football
Yes.
Saturday.
2:30. I'm 2:30 guy.
Well, just any football game in general. Just any, yeah.
I like mid-afternoon.
I do too.
Yeah.
I'm a 2:30
I
guy.
think 2:30 is premier.
My least favorite's night.
Mine too.
Now, early, though, sometimes they'll have a 6 o'clock kick. That's not bad.
Sometimes I like the 11 o'clocker because I'm getting the day started if it's a good one. And I go, dang, this is a good one at 11 o'clock.
I was talking. It's funny you said that. I bumped into some Auburn Tiger fans last night at this event I was at, and we just started talking about football. And the guy was like,
they got a late one.
They're like, man, they play at California. I think it's like a 9:30 start or something like that.
It's a late one this year.
You have to stay awake
this week.
because the Pac-12 West Coast games, we've all fallen asleep on Saturday night.
I've never
trying to
watched
stay
all
awake.
4 quarters.
Never.
No.
I can't make it.
No.
Yeah, I like the 2:30 because I feel like I can get whatever I need to accomplish done that morning, still watch the game in its entirety, and still get into bed at a decent hour.
Yeah.
I think that's the perfect one.
I like it.
I like it a lot.
And I like college games during the day better.
Yeah, I do too.
I just think it's better.
Did y'all ever have a chicken pox party as a kid, or have your kids do this?
Chicken pox party? Get everybody together and let them go ahead? No, absolutely not.
Yeah, I didn't either.
I'm not doing that.
Greg, I just wanted to
Shit,
question.
Nope, I'm not doing it.
First of all, you don't have to get mad about
Question from the audience. Okay.
Yeah. That sounds like they have.
I don't know that. What?
That's stupid.
What is the biggest waste of money that you've spent and regret? Be careful. Be careful with this answer.
Waste of money.
Yep. What is?
I'm sure I got a lot of that.
I do too. I got so many I can't even count.
I'm just trying.
Waste of money.
Waste of money.
If nothing, that's fine. I just
wow.
I'm sure I got some. My brain's just dead.
Well, it wasn't like a ton of money there, so that's you're talking about a big buy, like a purchase of some kind that you go, oh boy,
and you thought it was good at the time and you enjoyed it, and then you look back now and go,
an
wow,
impulse buy.
Yeah, wow, that was a waste.
Yeah.
What about
I
this?
don't really know.
As a kid,
We're getting too deep with these questions.
Well, then I'm afraid this next one may not land too well. As a kid, what did you think you'd definitely get as an adult that you never did? For example, I always thought as a kid that I would have, as an adult, I would have a waterbed. I'm getting a waterbed.
I like that.
I had waterbed.
And then when I got, then when I got older, I realized I'm not getting a waterbed. Like, that's stupid.
Yeah, that's a good one, though.
It is.
That was the example they gave.
Oh.
I had a waterbed in college for a little bit.
I bet you did.
That's got to be a hassle.
You can't get up hardly.
I know.
It's tough. You got to grab
Well,
the
that's
side.
the thing about it now. Like, you can't.
You have a waterbed and dogs.
Like you're trying to get in a boat.
And a fish tank.
I don't know.
Those
if I
last
go
two
here.
questions aren't very good.
Yeah.
No, they're too deep
There's
for
nothing
y'all.
wrong with the questions. It's just my brain just doesn't work.
Yeah.
Did y'all ever play hacky sack growing up?
Did not, because I was heterosexual.
And let's end right there.
That's due.
That was such a natural response.
Oh, man.
You didn't get over circle around, Greg?
No, I did not.
And why is that?
Because I'm heterosexual.
Okay, that's good.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Has made news today. The vice president really, and I don't know how to say the name of the person that he slams. Anybody want to go? Is it Maduro? Looks like
that's
Maduro.
that's the guy that's hanging on to power in Venezuela.
Venezuela.
And he's going to slam the Venezuelan ambassador.
So the ambassador for Venezuela shows up at the United Nations, and you know what? It's almost like how we always talk. You ever been in a situation and you're in a room and everybody's there that should be there, and you look over and there's some person in there like, what are you doing here? And why are you even
invite
here?
you to the party, dude?
And so you were going to just play the point that Mike Pence looks over at their ambassador, and he gives him this shut up juice at the United Nations. The ambassador for Venezuela. Here it is.
This body should revoke the credentials of Venezuela's representative to the United Nations, recognize interim President Juan Guaido, and seat the representative of the Free Venezuelan government in this body without delay. With all due respect, Mr. Ambassador, you shouldn't be here. You should return to Venezuela and tell Nicolas Maduro that his time is up. It's time for him to go.
Well, I wish Hams knew Spanish right now.
Yeah.
I'd like to call it what he was mouthing.
Yeah.
I think I know what it was, but I'd like to know for sure.
Sure.
It started with an F, I think.
Well, when you look up and you've got some evil, tyrannical dictator sending some ambassador to the United Nations, Pence is like, you need to have a Coke and a smile.
That wasn't a foxtrot to Yankee, was it? Huh?
You need to roll on back to Maduro and tell him his time is up, and we're going to do everything we can to get the legitimate government in place and free the people of Venezuela.
Yeah.
Don't let the United Nations door hit you in the rear end on the way back to Venezuela.
It's like a coach out in the parking lot talking to the parents during practice. I mean, shouldn't you be at practice handling things while you out here talking to us.
You know, too,
go back and handle things.
Wow, that was real.
If you know anybody from
that came
Venezuela,
right out of somebody's life right there.
If you know anybody from Venezuela too, you should talk to them about the things that have gone on in their country over the past decade or so, because Venezuela was a booming economy. I mean, they'd found oil there. They were going to be the new Saudi Arabia. They had international investments. And there was a couple of socialists went in there and sold everybody that they were getting a raw deal, and they ran out everything, went totally socialist, and for a while it looks like it's going to be great until the money runs out that they were generating by the free enterprise system. And you remember then we had the stories. It usually starts sadly with they're out of toilet paper. That's where you usually see the first.
And then they're eating their own pets.
Yeah, but you remember the guy
and the animals at the zoo.
At the zoo.
What was the guy's name? You remember he went to the UN. He used to make a speech about George Bush, and you remember he got up there and said he could smell. Yeah, Hugo said he could smell the sulfur from where Bush had spoke before him. He was the devil and all that stuff. And of course now it's just a big mess. And the problem is after you try socialism and it destroys the economy, it's very hard to get it started again because you got a mess. Then it just turns into gangs and street warfare, and there's no, it's just a very, very sad setup for those.
How
people.
can anybody?
And they did it to themselves with the magical keys of socialism.
You're right. Yep. So, and on that note, as we once again look at yet another example.
Yeah, this is not an isolated deal.
Who in the world who has the ability to take one step after another and chew a piece of gum? Who in the world would even give a second of your time to any loon that would suggest that this country should go to socialism?
It's incredible. It's incredible the fact that we keep falling for this masquerade. It's happened all over Europe. It's happened in Russia. It's happened in Cuba. It's happened in Nicaragua. It's happened in Venezuela. It's just time and time and time again. People are sold a bill of goods, and it ends up being an empty bag.
Can I tell you something? And I want everybody to listen, because sometimes you have to have somebody, you just say something, everybody goes, you know what, that resonated. If you would like to end up with no toilet paper and your visit to the zoo turns in from let's go see some animals to let's get something to eat, okay, that's got to be a wake-up call. Are we going to the zoo today, Daddy? Yes, to see if we can kill something to eat. That's not usually what the zoo experience is supposed to be about. No. We're supposed to be learning about animals, looking at animals. Somebody get me a balloon. Okay, we're not supposed to be here to find something to eat.
Miniature train.
Right. The only time I should go to the zoo to eat is if I'm over at the snack bar, not I'm in one of the enclosures seeing if I can stab something. I mean, that is not how we hope the zoo experience would go.
That should not be the future and the reality, I guess, of a country that has the oil reserves that Venezuela has.
Well, and again,
and now you know who's trying to come in there and be the white knight for them. That's China, and they're only going to enslave you in a whole nother way.
Correct.
So that's what happens. It's just I guess people don't learn the lesson, and it's a failure of our education system as a whole. I guess that we don't teach people how maniacal and evil this stuff is, and we let goofballs like notorious AOC get up there and Bernie Sanders, who.
Zest.com or call 1-800-LINZBSS.
It is 6 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. How about it? A brand new hour on a brand new day as we are kicking off a Friday edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. We'll start with the national anthem. 7.5 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. We're glad that you're here from the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Helmsy have completed another week of kickoff hours. Catch that on all the Rick and Bubba platforms if you missed that today. Eddie Van Adler settles in for the YouTube experience. You can watch the show live or archived every day. You can watch a best of hour every day on our YouTube channel or Blaze TV. Other options, America's boldest radio stations carry the show live. There's a best of Rick and Bubba on almost all those affiliates over the weekend. But also, we have our TuneIn app. If you don't have an affiliate, that's a live stream for you, and then it gets you some show archives as well. And then you have the daily audio archives on our podcast channel. Those are available to you for the big show, and also a best of hour there. And there's also a unique podcast which comes out most every week. It is back this week, called Rick and Bubba University. That will air this weekend. I think you'll really enjoy our conversation. I think it'll be helpful to you. We interview Jordy Henson, who's a friend of the show, who has been diagnosed with ALS. Now, we had him on the big show a few weeks back, but we jump into what's going on with some of the research he's involved in. But we also get a little deeper, talking about what is it like to receive traumatic news. And, of course, the three of us, Bubba, Jordy, and me, have all been through that, unfortunately. But we talk about what was the process that helped us and is helping us through that, and I think that will be beneficial to you this weekend. So especially if you're going through something difficult, which unfortunately a lot of you likely are. So anyway, so catch that. It should be a beneficial version of Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, wherever you get podcasts this weekend. We're missing one, the silver tongue one. The man with the golden voice, Professional Lunch Eaters Man of the Year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess?
To a rough patch right now. Hey!
Our whole world.
I'm going through a rough patch right now.
Going through a rough patch.
Hey, Bubba.
Well, good morning. Hope everybody's doing well. Good
buddy.
evening, good afternoon, whatever the case may be, wherever you're at and however you're getting the show.
Hello there, Regular.
Welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Well, I've already... when I started the day, I went in and I'll always check old Team Rick and Bubba text. You got to check it.
Yep.
And I'll even there's a couple things that I do every single day when I start the day. I creep toward my phone
because you never know.
And I'm looking
kind of
at anything that happened that did not wake me up during the night. And I'm looking, A, is there a text from my mother? That's number one.
Number one.
B, are there any texts from my adult children all over the world? Okay? All right.
That's
And then C, what does the Team Rick and Bubba text have in it? And I look, and there was a new one. And I thought, there's something in Team Rick and Bubba. Well, when I first looked at it, I thought, okay, it's got something to do with power outages. Oh, Speedy has said no problem at the studio. And I didn't even connect right then, Bubba, that you were part of the people with power trouble. It didn't look like that. I thought you were just saying, hey, I hear there's a power outage. Does it affect the studio? And then when Speedy said no, I moved on.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't pick up that you were part of the group that has had some sort of power outage. Now, the weather where we are is absolutely beautiful. So I don't know what it's tied to, a wreck or something, or
there's all kinds
somebody,
of stuff.
like you, Greg, somebody hit a pole somewhere or something.
Something broke.
Yeah, something broke. So I kind of left it at that.
Yeah.
And then as I'm coming in, doing what all Rick and Bubba fans should do, listening to the kickoff hour, I hear just a passing reference that Bubba has a story today. And I thought, okay, now I'm starting to put all this together. Is something going on? And then when I walk through, I hear from Bubba's office, the rough patch continues, which led to now the song you just heard, and now we're updated. So,
all right.
That's and Bubba, I mean, and then the quote that you never want to hear, hey, I'm gonna need some help. And then when I heard that, I thought, okay, well, this is not a minor setback.
Yep.
What a day already, Rick. What a day.
What a day.
You want to unpack that next segment? Because I mean, we're going to
break it down.
And it's.
I'm gonna need some expertise on some things. To get through the day today, because I had a pretty busy day booked.
Always
a lot of equipment, probably stuff I've got to move from A to B and all that.
You want to be productive, today, didn't you, buddy?
Yeah, and I thought I had a good attitude about it till about 2:45 this morning.
Yep.
And then it went south.
Yeah, one of them, we're trying to get to the bottom of, and I'm really hoping it's one scenario, not the other.
When I asked Bubba that, he kind of looked at me like, "That's a possibility."
I know. Well, you first of all, you had a power outage that had his mind all over the road.
Yeah, and
then it's just the time of day.
Yeah.
If I can brush my teeth with hair gel, I can do what.
It's look. That's why I'm not.
Right.
I'm not standing on the soapbox going, "There's no way."
Right. Yeah.
I would say normally there was no way.
Right.
And I've never done that I'm aware of.
Right.
But given the time of day, I will say this: I'm looking for the positives. The backup generator worked fine this morning.
Okay, there you go.
At your house? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Good.
That's good.
Now,
will it help a truck?
Yeah.
Well,
or a cough.
The backup generator doesn't cover everything in the house, so we still have some refrigeration issues there that'll have to be addressed. And what's funny? I don't think my family's up yet, and it's real pleasant right now. It was like 66 degrees.
Beautiful, yeah.
And so they don't know they're about to be hot.
Right.
But
because right now they're okay.
Because the air conditioning units are not on the generator.
You're talking about one of the things that Greg versed us all on way back when people are so paranoid about cutting their light bulbs on and off, and they don't realize that your power bill's coming from that heating and air system. That's where your power. That's where your power bill's coming.
That's where the old kilowatts are. Yeah, and them light bulbs ain't doing a whole lot unless you look at extreme numbers of them.
Right.
And
of course now the old LED.
Yeah, you save money on them with that. So. But anyway, we got a couple of hills to climb.
Boy, we do, and one's.
I want to tell you too. I've got a busy day. I've got
not really.
The construction at the tornado house is going on, and it's in full swing, and I need to get there. And we have some. You're going to the farm today, and so was I. This is the time.
We're about to hunt.
You got
work. Today's work day today.
Now.
We got work day.
And all that kind of stuff. So I am packed with equipment, and it's a big busy day today. And I'm gonna have to have some expertise that I do not have to get through this day.
And see if someone offers assistance.
Yeah. Oh yeah. This will be a shout out for hey, somebody help Daddy out.
Yeah.
Yep.
And Rick, did you catch any of the first segment of the kickoff hour that had to do with Gary Vines and my dad?
No.
Strange combo.
All right.
I never thought I would hear that.
I'll give you an update.
I never thought I'd hear that.
Rick and Bubba.
Frankly, when I was growing up, would have both been put in a straitjacket and hauled off. I don't know why we make them superstars now.
We would come after them, put them in jail for coming against the constitutional republic.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
I know. It's scary. It really is scary.
Well, and you go back to this really, and you've hit on it. Is we have to look at these situations, and you said China will come in and say we'll enslave you in a different way.
Oh yeah,
it's very similar.
We'll bail you out, but it's got a sign on the dotted line.
China will do to Venezuela like what the Democratic Party has done to all minorities.
Yeah,
and they'll just enslave you in a different way. All right, we'll come back 15 minutes past the hour. A very disturbing story. Not a good commentary on the signs of the times. Athens, Alabama. It's what has happened there at that high school is very, very troubling. And we've got video and a story to go with it when we come back.
Rick and Bubba.
along with us today. Bubba, I hate to play this, but I have to.
These are the days.
Punishment was unreasonable, ever. And then they would add their own punishment to that in order to get me back in line. I do not recall my parents ever, not one time ever in my entire life, thinking I had been wronged by any teacher, by any principal, by any coach, when I didn't do what they asked me to do, and then I was punished for it. Now, undoubtedly, we're in a time that everybody appeals or disagrees with any punishment that parents deem to be too harsh. I cannot imagine my parents even uttering the phrase, "this punishment is too harsh." I can't even imagine that ever being able to come out of their mouth audibly. And then to the point, and you're not going to believe what I'm about to say next, to the point not only that some of us appeal, one parent decided not to appeal, but to come to the school and encourage the students to riot because of her son being punished. So three students were punished for misbehaving in the classroom. They have a system, which I think is sad in of itself, of parents who can appeal the punishment that was handed down to their child to decide whether I guess there's a third party that decides whether that was more punishment than maybe the crime called for. And when I say crime, I mean misbehaving.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't mean
they have some appellate process.
Or set up a meeting or something.
So two of the parents did that, and that is pretty much America today. Nobody's kid ever did anything.
Mm-hmm.
As my parents who left public education said the day the first time a parent showed up and didn't say, what did my child do? It switched, she said, about 88, 89, and to what did y'all do to my child?
Yeah.
And once that attitude of parents changed, she said, we lost control and you get your retirement papers together. So anyway, two of the parents, and they had the right to appeal it, and I don't know the situation, so they did. But a third parent did not appeal it, but showed up at the school, trespassed, and was up and down the halls calling for high school students to riot against the authority. This led to police being called, and then the students attacked the policeman. We have the parent who started has been arrested.
Yeah. It looked like he was trying to maybe apprehend the parent because they were called and the students weren't letting the police officer do his job, and they're all around him. You'll hear the chaos. It's just it sounds like a riot, and he's trying to get everything in order and apprehend the woman, and they won't let him.
Mm-hmm.
And so 3 students ended up being arrested, plus the mom that came to the school, and we pick it up.
Now here's an officer. Now he's having to get people off of him because students are attacking a policeman. I'll say that again, a policeman.
I want to go back to something, if you don't mind. I want to stop it.
Sure.
Okay.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. So a brand new Rick and Bubba University, the podcast coming out this weekend, headed to Lawrenceburg, Kentucky. This weekend, Lord willing, I'll be there tomorrow night for Man Church at Sand Spring Baptist Church. So men, if you're in the area there in Lawrenceburg, Kentucky, join us. Sunday, I'll be there speaking at both services, 8:45 and 11 o'clock local time, and anyone's welcome to come for that too, for Sunday services there at Sand Spring. And then Sunday night, the 10th of September, that's this Sunday night, Ozark Baptist Church in Ozark, Alabama, they're kicking off the men's discipleship strategy from themanchurch.com. Brian Gunn will be there to kick that off. The gun will be ready. So, Bubba, let's start, buddy.
So, Rick,
Mr. Rough Patch,
my day started about, and I'm gonna say round figures, 2:30 this morning. I can't tell you exactly what time it was because my clock was not on.
No.
And when your power goes off, and you're wearing a CPAP machine, you're very aware of it.
So you know.
You're very aware.
You
It's
know.
like somebody has a garbage bag over your head and has tied it, and holding it at your neck.
So you don't
you
wake
wake
up.
up.
Oh,
You-
yeah.
I come out of that thing like a catcher looking for a pop-up.
Yeah.
Where is it?
Come on.
Because you got to get it off. It's
Is it
a
a-
starface. It's a starfish that is sucking your face.
Is it
You-
immediate, or are you?
Oh, yeah.
Are you dreaming and then you?
No,
wake?
it's
Okay.
immediate.
Okay.
It's immediate.
Well,
Hey,
anytime you're-
air's gone.
Anytime you're suffocating, you wake up.
Yeah, thank goodness. That's a great response our body has, don't you think?
Yeah.
So I'm thinking power's off, and it's, love the power company. They do a great job. This is not a power company bash, but it's 66 degrees. There's not a breeze stirring in these crystal clear skies. I'm like, what in the heck is going on?
Yeah, something's gone bad.
Luckily, we do have a backup generator, and it kicks in about 20, 30 seconds, but it doesn't run everything in the house.
Right.
So, you immediately start worrying about refrigerators and.
So what
those
does
kind
it
of things.
run? Just lights?
It runs lights, plugs. Some refrigerators are good, depending on where they
What about
are.
hot water?
I don't. We have gas hot water, but I think
Oh,
it
you probably have
requires the electricity to start it. Maybe I'm not sure, but I think it may be wired on the generator. I'm not sure. So but the some things don't work. Different lights and different places.
Well, the biggie is air conditioner, if it's summer.
Oh yeah, real big.
How about
And,
mine runs the air conditioner at my house?
Oh, good.
Yeah. It
So-
runs everything.
Well, the generators.
Can't believe I got
now-
a better generator than Bubba.
Well,
Or small air conditioner.
I inherited it.
Right.
Probably that.
Right,
It's
yeah.
probably the smaller air conditioner.
Well, the generators are better now. This one was put in 20 years ago.
Well, mine was
and
too. Yeah.
Okay.
They can put a whole lot more capacity in a smaller area now. So they've really come a long way with that, and it's really cool. So Rick, I'm like, you deal with that. I stumble through the house, like to kill myself going through a dog gate, because the night light that's usually on was not.
Picture it.
And
What
you
about
don't-
the dog?
You don't realize it's not on till you hit
Are
something.
you humming going through a rough patch as you're walking?
Well, I thought, well, this is a minor inconvenience.
At this
and-
point, you're
and
not
we'll
that
work through it.
concerned. We can work through this because this
Right.
won't affect
And-
work
and,
days.
I look and I get a text from Alabama Power, which I love the fact that they update you with a text. And there's an outage in your area if you'd like to see the map. And I look, and there's about 800 people, 700 something odd round figures.
Of course, you're in there.
Yeah, and I'm right in the middle of it. And I'm wondering, I text the group to say, hey, is the studio okay? Because I live fairly close. I want to make sure it was all right. And then I get to get out and go, and I thought, well, we'll need to make sure the power's back on and everything's fine, because sometimes when it comes and goes, it will trip breakers or knock something out. You just got to kind of be careful with that process. So I'm coming and I'm stopping. I fill up with fuel. I'm in the big diesel truck today, the Ram 3500.
Now, is the
And,
diesel ready to go?
And
Is
it is loaded, Rick. It's got equipment. It's got parts. It's
Oh,
got
yeah.
tools. It's just cram packed.
Almost needs to pull over to waste station.
Yeah, if you needed a ride, I couldn't give you one.
No.
You know
why?
there's
Because
just
you're ready
no
to get
room.
something done today.
That's right. I mean business, because I got diesel ready to go.
Got a beautiful day, so you can get a lot done.
So
no
I-
weather issues.
I
Yeah.
fill up and get the trash out like I normally do. Same place, same pump I usually stop at, and I go about 3 or 4 blocks, and I notice the truck is running kind of odd.
A little rough.
It started
Almost like a patch.
A little strange noise, a little clicking. I don't normally hear.
click?
It's a little rough.
Oh,
just a
no.
little rough.
Almost like that patch.
And I think, well, can I make it to work here? And I'm going. I'm not going like I normally would. And it certainly doesn't sound good.
Got the hiccups?
So I pull in here to work, and I think, man, what in the world? Have I got some bad fuel or something? And so I cut it off and cut it back on. It won't crank.
Oh.
I thought, well, that's not good. So immediately I think, well, I probably got some bad diesel fuel. It happens. I mean, we don't, you don't like for that to happen, but it happens.
Or some
you get
gas.
water in it or something.
No, I hope it's not that.
Or some 87.
And then when I got here, I don't remember who asked first.
I know I did.
Well, you asked. Speedy may have asked when I came in too. Did you put gas in it by accident? And I said, I've never done that. I don't think so. I
Did
was
you grab
using
the green handle?
I was using the same pump that I normally use.
Old Greeny.
But
Power outage.
and
You're all out of what sorts?
Yeah,
Sleepy.
In the early morning hours when we get up, you're capable of doing anything wrong. We've all done that.
Of
I've
course.
come out of the house without a shirt on.
Sure.
We've all tried to brush our teeth with hair gel.
Yeah.
All that kind of stuff.
I pump gas with no pants on.
Right.
Oh, wow.
And, I began to be concerned. I did call the place I got it from to begin with to tell them that I thought I got some bad fuel. And then I called back after y'all planted this seed in my head that I put the wrong fuel in it. And I asked the young lady if she could look at the security camera, and it was unavailable to her at that point.
That was smart, though.
And
that was smart.
Good
and so we're gonna have to check numbers and amounts and all that. We can probably tell a little later when a manager gets there to see if I put the wrong thing in.
Well, and if I remember
which
right,
would be just perfect, by the way, if I did.
Wouldn't that be great? And hopefully not.
Yeah.
Now, if I remember right, because I've been through this on diesel into gas, they can take that, clean the engine out, and save the car. But gas into diesel, I understand
that's a different ballgame.
That's a different ballgame.
Kill a man.
It's not good. It's not good.
It's not good.
Either way.
Red touching yellow, kill a fella.
Yeah.
That's all I know.
She's sitting out there and won't crank, and got to be places today. Busy schedule, a lot of stuff.
So
power's off at the house. Don't know. Won't be sure that comes back on, stabilizes.
Right. Probably least of your worries now.
Yeah.
Yes, I would say secondary. Right now.
Yeah. Power's probably gonna come back on pretty quick. But,
and you won't have to do anything with that. It'll just come back on, and somebody will notify you.
But the power company can't get your truck running. I promise you that.
No, they can't.
Now they might can bring you a spare old truck they got. I mean, I don't know about that.
I really don't know what to how to proceed here.
And it's loaded down too, isn't it?
Oh,
Stuff that you gotta,
I probably need 2 trucks.
We got to come back and we have to answer the question: what now? And we have to throw out. What are you going to do?
Right. And one of the options is take a bass boat to the middle of Hurricane Lee.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I want you to, and I apologize for those on radio. Well, this will be in show notes. The woman here that's in the corner, she quickly, we've been talking about phones, grabs her phone and hits video so she can try to say the officer was doing something wrong. I want you to watch.
I mean, this is at a high school. I want y'all to know that. In Alabama, too. I don't know if there's language in the middle of all this. Looks like some. So you see that people now, he's trying to get people under control.
Right.
And now we've got somebody cuffed on the ground. So that seems to be causing the others to go, I'm not sure I want to be cuffed and be on the ground.
Got a cuff and stuff coming there.
Still fighting against the policeman. Still not doing what he's saying to do. Once again, the thing we keep saying, people get in trouble more because of their behavior, not because of unreasonable policemen. It's usually their behavior.
I want you to hear in the background, too, you have people screaming, we got him, we got him, we got it on camera, acting as if the officer did something incorrect. That's the mindset. Don't forget
No,
that.
you're right. Well, let me tell you this. When you attack an officer, he will try to get it under control.
Yes.
He's not just going to let you beat him up.
Yeah, especially if you're in and around his waist.
And there's a mob coming out.
Yeah. But again, go back here. This is, you got to understand something. So he's in the corner of what looks to be.
Look how they've got him up in a corner.
Okay, and so he's got somebody up under his armpit here on his left side, and he doesn't like him getting close to his belt and getting behind him, so he tries to get him off. And the lady in the corner, I'm telling you, watch the phone. She could just walk away, but she acts like he's hitting her, and he's not. But guys, see the girl right here, right?
Yeah, I know you're talking about.
Yeah. But see, look, ooh.
But I tell you what I think is important to notice. The person that he slaps away from him is around his belt where his gun is.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, guys, have we just lost all sense of?
Yes. I mean, good.
Yes.
No.
Keep in mind, this is not somewhere in some inner city or California. This is in Alabama, North Alabama, Athens High School. And this is the scene. This is where we have devolved to. So first of all, it all starts with what parents cannot handle, that when their kids don't know how to act, somebody punishes them.
Yeah.
Okay, trust me, we've all been in some leadership roles. Those days, boy, I tell you, it's such a breath of fresh air when a parent says, I understand my kid didn't do what you asked him to do, and I appreciate you taking care of that, and we'll come alongside you and be sure that doesn't happen again. That's becoming abnormal. What you did to my kid isn't fair is normal. And this is what it leads to. I mean, we've got a parent going to the school, calling for the school to riot. Now, see, that's that mob mentality we keep talking about. And everybody, and then the policeman shows up by himself, thinking he's just going to ask a parent to leave. You can't be up here screaming, riot. There's a way to go through. They even have a system that is civilized, like a human being, that you can appeal the punishment that was handed down to your kid.
Mm-hmm.
Sad we have to have that, but it's fine. We have that. And you can do that in a civil way, like a human being. But then I'm going to come up there and not follow that system, just scream for the school to riot because I thought my kid was punished too harshly for misbehaving in class. Is this really where we are? Y'all do hear, when I hear this in my headphones, it sounds like this was a pretty simple thing that could have been avoided.
Yeah.
I mean, the school is actually allowing you to appeal if you want to, which...
we never got to appeal. We got to paddle. That was judge and jury.
I felt like the skin on my rear end had been peeled.
Yeah. My plea to the office was just don't call my parents, please.
Please.
I'll take double what you're doing.
And you know
if
what?
You won't call.
And they rarely did. But you know why? Because they handled it in a swift, severe way at school, and you went back to class and you sat there and kept your mouth shut.
Yeah, you got your little spirit broke, and you learned to deal with it.
I remember thinking that the paddle had like magically shut my mouth.
Yeah. Oh, I know. I know. And it was so strange how pain on one end can cause the other end to act different.
My mouth is so far from where they hit me, but it shut it.
Yeah.
What's happened to us, guys? And now what we'll hear is a bunch of people filing complaints against a policeman. And you know what? We should be thankful that he had enough clear-headed ability not to really, really hurt somebody or get his gun out and shoot somebody.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't back.
Well, I tell you, the way he was backed in that corner with that mob, that's a bad situation right there. I don't care who you are.
$35 minutes past the hour, Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. Cook's Pest Control is the sponsor, and we've been teaming up with Cook's Pest Control for a long time. Cookspest.com for you to have them come out and evaluate your property. Hey, contractors, new home construction, they'll look at that too. You're not obligated to use them, but they can tell you exactly what they would do, and let's go ahead and save you some trouble. Go ahead and use them. They're the best in the business, and they can handle a termite protection. They have a Centricon system. It's incredible. But they also help you with all those pests that we all hate, ants and spiders and fleas and ticks and rodents and nesting wasps and roaches and any bugs or critters. So call the best in the business and sing with us. Looky, looky, looky. Here comes Cookie. Cook's Pest Control. So, Bubba, do we play it? I know you guys have gone out to the tank. We did have an emailer that says if you smell in the tank, you probably not only will get high, but you probably will be able to detect whether there's gasoline in the diesel tank.
Right.
And I know that Speedy, you guys and Bubba have been out there.
It was a tough walk because he was concerned, but we start as he's putting his nose close to the tank.
Here we go.
Look, I smell gas. That's probably what I smell back here. You got gas up back there too.
What'd you smell, Bubba?
That's funny.
Here, I want to smell. What are you smelling? You smelling gas?
That's gas.
Oh,
that's exactly what that is.
Bubba, I'm so sorry, Bubba.
Bubba, you see that green spout you got there?
Yeah.
You match that to the...
How about that? I bet that gas one fit in there easy, though, because it's not as big.
Yeah. You know...
Red touching yellow
I still... I want to... I need to see the video of me getting the wrong handle. Because I can't. I've done that so many times, and I'm not saying it's not.
No.
We
don't pass me
but
doing
diesel isn't new to you, is what you're saying.
Right.
You've
No,
had,
he didn't just buy this truck.
No.
But I'm telling you, we all do weird things.
To me, I can't say
the
nothing,
power
seriously.
outage.
I know.
We're
To-
all clearly in the early stages. There's a lot of things been happening lately that normally would not have happened.
Sure, Rick.
To me, this is more likely to happen in your situation where you have multiple cars that need different things.
Makes them more complicated.
It does. And so, I mean, listen, there was nearly a moment this past season, tennis season, we had these Mercedes vans that you drive, and I nearly put gas in one of those.
Yeah.
And it's clearly diesel. And that was my first time. But if I'm having to go back and forth every single day,
I think the power.
That's I don't want that minefield.
We all do weird things that early in the day. We're all getting a little older.
Yeah, man.
We're in a bit of a rough patch.
Right now.
We had the power outage that throws off your routine.
Does
you get a little, what's the word? I can't say it when you get
rut in a rut.
Combobulated. What is it? You're just all out of sorts. I'm just gonna say
constipated.
Out of sync.
Out of sync.
That too.
Yeah. You're distracted. You're probably thinking about all the things you thought you were going to get done today. Of course, you're not now.
Right.
Because it's hard to do that without a truck.
But I don't know who put gas in your car, but that is clearly gas in your tank.
So, Bubba,
I need to see it to know officially that I made.
Oh no. Do you think they're going to actually pull the tape and watch it? Do you think they will? Or are they going? I ain't doing that.
Well, I'm going to.
Can I ask you?
Kind of like people ask me what song we play coming out of break.
Here's the
I just got to ask a question.
I need to see it so it will punish me personally.
So you
if I can
declined.
see myself
Did
doing
you
it.
decline the receipt?
Yeah, I never get the receipt.
Okay, but I know the cashier can't look at the video, but can they not look at the purchases and see?
Yes, they can.
To some degree.
Do you want me to go there right now and see if we can find it?
No, because we're the complexity of this thing is a little more than that because we don't know exactly. The card I put it on has not cleared it yet. It just put like $100.
Let me say this: in this vast audience right now, there is somebody who has the expertise to come and either dip that tank or put something in that tank and say it's gasoline.
Guys, I put my nose in it. That's gas. And here's the thing: if
I will say this, I don't think it's looking good.
No, you saw his face the minute he
I'm
sniffed
buying
at
a
it.
new truck right now.
My engine is going downtown. Hello, person. Hello. Welcome to the show. Can you help Bubba at all? It looks like Orlando, Florida. Go ahead.
Yeah, come on up.
Yeah, guys, it's David down here. Now, I can't, say for sure, but Bubba, did you get a receipt?
No. Okay, all right. So let's don't go down that road because we've already talked about that. Yeah.
I've got a.
Yeah.
Bubba's anti-receipt.
Who gets the receipt?
I don't.
Nobody.
I don't.
Enterprise, Alabama. Can you help with this?
Hey, Bubba.
Hey,
I did this about 3 years ago, and I was on the way home. I have a diesel truck for years. I ended up putting non-ethanol gas. I pulled up to the diesel pump, didn't even recognize it. I was in a hurry. It was non-ethanol gas. I filled the tank completely up. Drove it 10 miles home. It was knocking real bad. Took it to the shop. They said there's gas in there. I said there's no way there's gas in there. So it ended up costing me $7,000. But after the fact, instead of having all that stuff changed out, somebody told me, a mechanic said, if you drain the gas, put 2 gallons of oil in your tank, fill it up with diesel, do that 2 times in a row, it'll flush everything out, save you $7,000 in the long run.
That's not going to be a hassle at all. Just do
Okay.
that. Yeah.
Okay. All right. That's
I'd wait.
cheaper-
Maybe. I wouldn't
that's a
go by
cheaper
this.
version.
I don't think I'd go by that.
Toby in Alabama. Toby, what do you think?
Well, I've done it myself. BP used to have green nozzles, and I stuck one in there one day, and it was when it clicked off full, and I smelled gas. I was in Matheson, Mississippi, and a mechanic up there. He said it happened so much that he had a system. He had a pump. He pumped it out into a 55-gallon drum, changed all the filters, and put diesel fuel in it, and it was fine.
Okay. Well, maybe it won't be the end of it, but now you're in for a hassle. There's not one person that said that there's no hassle today.
It's not going to be a quick fix, no matter how we do it.
Tommy, go ahead.
Hey, take a sample out of Bubba's tank, put it in a styrofoam cup. Gasoline will melt styrofoam. Yeah. Diesel will not.
Well, how are we going to get it?
We're going to do that.
You can't get
well,
it
one
out.
of us going
Go
to
out there and start siphoning.
Listen, there is a distinct
I wish we could
smell
start
difference,
siphoning
right?
it out right
Yes.
now.
Yeah.
Guys,
I mean, the sooner we get it out, the better.
Right.
Whatever
Guys,
it is.
there's a distinct smell difference, and that's gas in his tank.
Yeah.
Ryan in Tennessee, what do you think?
Oh, there's no, you can't get them mixed up.
I think if he's a rewards member of that gas station, it should send him an email and tell him exactly what he's got.
Yeah, but
I'm not a rewards man.
Not a receipt guy or a rewards guy.
No.
Me neither.
If you're not
I'm
a receipt
tracking right
guy,
away.
you're certainly not a rewards guy.
No. Yeah, and they act like they're disappointed I'm not a rewards. When I'm getting a cup of coffee. It's
But
not a big
it
deal.
definitely smelled like kerosene, not paint thinner, is what you're saying, right? Because like gasoline's got that kind of paint thinner smell, and then diesel's got that like kerosene smell.
Yeah, we all know the difference in the smell of diesel and
I'm
gasoline.
just painting a picture for the audience.
Let's get to Anonymous in Montgomery. Anonymous, go ahead.
Hey, listen, I've been a mechanic for over 30 years. I've seen this happen at least 15, 20 times.
Oh, yeah.
Drain the tank, put diesel fuel back in it, it'll crank up, it'll run. You have no problems out of it.
All right,
I've done it at least 15 times.
So are these people just idiots that when it happened to us that told us that if it's from diesel into gasoline, you can get it back running, but if you put gasoline in diesel, a lot of times it'll destroy it? That's just not true?
If you put diesel in a gas burner, it's a lot harder. If you put gas in a diesel burner, there's nothing to it.
I heard completely the opposite.
I did too.
Yeah, I've heard completely the opposite. But you're a mechanic.
I'm telling you,
Yeah.
Years.
I've done it for 30 years. I'm telling you now, is nothing to it.
Good. That's the best news we've
good
heard so
news.
far. Thank you,
news.
mechanic.
Well,
for 30 years.
I just need a pump and something to put about 30 gallons of dirty gas in.
Well, the bottom line is, Bubba, we have to get your truck to a place where they can do what everybody's saying.
Oh, Rick, I don't want
That's called a tow.
You can't just sit in the parking lot.
And a big one for Dutton's truck.
Let's pump
filled
the
that
fuel
baby
out.
up.
Let's pump the fuel out where it is right now and just get that out of there. Step one, even if we have to tow it.
Well, who's going to do that?
Well, who's
I gotta
got the
find
equipment
somebody
to do
can
that?
Right.
I don't know. I have one that'll fit in, gas cans and stuff like that. I don't have one that'll go down there.
Where you gonna pump it into?
Scott, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
I mean,
What's up, guys?
Hey, buddy.
never mind.
So, yeah, that thing's got two fuel filters on it. And one of the fuel filters actually sits up in the back right above the rear axle. You can spin that. It's just a spin on. It's actually got your water and fuel sensor in it. You can take that, unscrew that bottom of that, either the entire filter or the water and fuel sensor, and just, and whatever comes out of it, smell it. And then there's another filter up in the engine bay seat kind of off to the left-hand side of the block. Got a big black cap on it. You can take it off. But regardless, you're going to have to pump it, get all the fuel out of it, replace both fuel filters.
Can anybody do that in a parking lot? Is there any scenario that truck doesn't have to be taken somewhere?
Where's the mobile mechanic?
Yeah. Is there a good mobile mechanic service out there up and moving this
Does
morning?
anybody know that? Baker may have the solution right here.
Bugsy.
Baker in Kentucky, he's got the solution. Go ahead.
I got it, boys. Here we go. You need to come up on I-65 North, Bowling Green, and just stop at the Corvette factory and give them $70,000 just for a simple base model package. And they're not. Pick the color car you want.
He's going to sell you a car. All right, so, Bubba, unless there's a mobile mechanic that can come into a building's parking lot and drain your truck, where
See,
it sits.
I've got what I would need to drain like a jet ski or something like that. I've just never had to drain a diesel truck. I don't have a tube long enough to do it, or the pump here, as a matter of fact.
And do you have a container that can hold that much fuel?
No, Rick.
Yeah.
Heck no.
Are you kidding me?
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
To be sure about the black hole. Now, Rick, here's the thing. We've never had a picture of a black hole. It's only been theoretically surmised that they existed. We've seen some things that look like it's being caused by black holes, but they have used a new virtual telescope technology. They have now photographed a black hole at the center of the Milky Way galaxy. It is also known as M86.
Now, you know what? Now
87, I'm sorry.
Now, I do want us to discover the black hole that the government keeps throwing on my tax dollars.
Right. Now, that one has been visible for years.
Right.
It's called Congress.
Right, yeah, that's it.
Now, Rick, we've never had a picture because we've never had a telescope that is big enough to look 50 million light years into the middle of the galaxy, but we used a new technology called a virtual telescope where they use an array. They use like 8 different telescopes on planet Earth that are spread out, so it mimics a bigger telescope, and it's really great technology. They've been using this for a while on some other things. It's basically a phased array approach, and
that's what I was thinking.
A black hole has a gravity so strong
here we go.
that light cannot even escape from it. So immediately you think, how to get a picture of something like this? Well, they see the hot gases that are swirling around it about to go into it. That's what they took the picture of, because by definition, a black hole would be a very dark picture.
Yes, it would.
Yeah.
By the way, I think at one point you were fine, but when you went into all this about the gravity pulling it in and how they captured a picture, you've wasted that Kiva Dune shirt now.
Do you think so?
But, go ahead and button up one button up.
Of course.
You go ahead and cover up the snow-covered forest.
Yeah. Of course, though, they could be making it up. And
Here he goes.
You couldn't prove it. How am I going to prove it?
Greg. Well,
let me go 157 million light years and check on it.
This is interesting because it does help to prove some of Einstein's theory of relativity and the way the universe is put together. But we're still staring at a major problem, Rick, and we've talked about it. The universe appears to be expanding and accelerating while it's expanding.
Here he goes.
And
Here it comes.
Science has come up with this crazy theory about dark energy.
Here he comes.
And I don't have enough faith to believe that. I got to have a little bit more.
Right.
But you can't have an explosion that is accelerating further, that it gets away from the point of origin. So our physics are in trouble, Rick. So this was a major find to hope to get things back in. But it also opens up the questions of where do you go when you go in a black hole, and do you time travel? Are there wormholes and all that kind of good stuff?
Well, can I ask you this?
That gives the scientists something to look at instead of just playing with theory now.
I'm going to speak now for all the people that when you were in science class paying attention, we were looking outside at trees and squirrels.
Right, got you.
I was
playing with the Bunsen burner.
I'm going to. Yes, you did. Let me ask you this. All right, it seems to be throughout scientific research and the scientific method, that when we would have something that looked like that a theory had died, we would say, that was a theory. We now know that that's not right.
Right.
When did that stop? Because it seems like now, no matter how many times you refute something, people just cling to it like it hasn't been refuted. When did that?
Well, they've got a problem. They don't know how to answer the problem, so they're leaving the old theories in place to then come up with it. And like I say, they've come up with this idea of dark energy that is pulling the universe out and making it accelerate. Well, Rick, that. As I told the great astronomer that we had on here, Neil deGrasse, that's like how I balance my wife's checkbook. I just draw a line and start over.
Right.
Science requires a little better answer than that.
Mm-hmm.
And they just don't have an answer. So it puts in jeopardy the whole idea of a Big Bang.
That's what I'm talking
begin
about.
with. Now, and we can get into these arguments about it. And my theory on this. Einstein thinks that light is a constant.
I knew we were going to get to speed of light.
The only thing that can make a lot of our math work out on our universe is if the speed of light is not a constant and it has changed over time. Nobody's been here long enough to test it to know, so we just don't know. But anyway.
So you made my point. It seems like to me we'd go, now Big Bang, that hung around for a while. I think now that we know more, I don't think the Big Bang's possible because it shouldn't be doing what it's doing.
Well, if we, when we thought the universe came from one point and it spread out and it was slowing down, the Big Bang theory had some credence. But now that we know it's speeding up, it doesn't really wash with what we know in physics, so we've got a problem, and that's where they've come up with this dark energy theory, which is they've just created something to answer the question that they can't figure out, and it's not good science.
30 seconds on the clock. Do you have time for it? Nine minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Our old buddy Bubba, the old rough patch. now. Everybody. And we were a pair. Let's now get down to where we are, okay? I appreciate everybody's analogies and things in this. I think we understand that it is likely that Bubba in confusion has put
Rick,
gasoline in his diesel.
I'm not sold on that yet.
Right.
But I will say this: we got to get whatever's
Right.
in there out.
So we know
it ain't good.
The tanks.
Good morning, Dana.
The tank's got to be drained no matter what.
Right.
But the problem is it sits here in the No Name Studio parking lot.
Mm-hmm.
You know what would really be awesome if one of the golden ticket seats that are coming up later,
was a road mechanic.
Was a road mechanic
and had a fuel pump and a giant tank in the
right,
truck.
and had some ability to dispose of fuel after they've drained it into a 50-gallon drum.
Sure.
Now that's not likely. Okay,
It'll probably run great in somebody else's car.
Right,
Designed for that.
right. So
especially flex fuel.
Right,
Really.
yeah. And I started thinking about the stuff that I have down at the farm that runs on gasoline. May I have it? But so of course it's going to be mixed with diesel just a little bit,
Well,
about a quarter
not
of a tank of diesel.
Not a lot. There may have been less than that in there. Now to think about it.
So we know whatever the problem is, the fuel's bad.
Right.
The fuel's got to go either way.
So we need somebody to come here and drain your vehicle, correct? And then we got to put some diesel back in it.
I think that would be, that would be shooting a half-court shot.
I think we're getting bombarded with emails on truck stops, Love's, Flying J, whatever. They have.
They'll do it.
They have mobile service mechanics that can actually pump the fuel and replace the filter on site. They said that's where you start. Now
that's who we got to have.
That's who we've also gotten some emails of contacts of mobile mechanics that you can reach out to as well.
Do we? Do we have some of those?
Yeah, I'm looking at one right now.
All right, how many gallons do you think's in there? We do have somebody who has. I have a pump extractor.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and it's somebody we know.
I
not Gary.
would say probably 30 gallons, maybe.
I'm going to say.
I really don't know how big that is.
I'm going to say 30 to 40 gallons.
That's not. The good thing is, how far did you drive it?
From the
So
gas
not far.
station here.
Not
3
far
miles.
is what I'm saying.
3
A
miles.
few blocks.
Is that a good thing?
3 miles max.
I don't know.
That was less than that, just a few blocks.
Can I tell everybody out there right now? I know y'all want this to be fantastic content on the show, and I understand. We're not getting Gary involved. Everybody's like, y'all just need to call Gary. You don't want to get
I'm
Gary
glad
involved.
you're addressing that because I was just about to ask you the same thing.
Hey, I mean, look, I can come up there and look at it and see, but, I mean, you can't even have a diesel truck.
I think what everybody wants from Gary is just to hear from him on this. They don't really want him to deal with it.
Gary said all you need is a 3-foot hose.
How about this?
Rick, who's that person with the pump?
He said stand by.
Guys,
he's looking into it right
Has
now.
he got barrels he can put all this in? Because that's a lot of fuel.
Yeah, what are we doing with the fuel?
Look, that's his issue. I mean, yeah.
Look at Bubba's
That's
face.
why we need to call a truck.
All right, Bubba,
stop.
is
not asking me
just get it towed.
what year is the truck and what type of truck? That's his next
brand
question.
spanking new
No,
Yellowstone Dutton.
Ram 3500 dually diesel.
All right, Ram 3500.
Yeah.
Dually diesel.
Yellowstone Dutton.
Year. God, Rick, I don't even know.
Well, it's a 20.
No, it ain't.
Look at your insurance.
Maybe
21?
2019, maybe. I don't know.
I'm going to say we think. All right, we do. He says he answers you, Hounds. He said he does have barrels.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Wow, we're really
equipped.
Yes, and dedicated.
We think around 2019.
This guy's going to be dreading his life by 10 a.m.
You know what? This guy's got a servant's heart, and he loves to come through.
Hey, you know what? He might get to spin the wheel of meat if he does this.
Mm-hmm.
I forgot about that. Wish we weren't doing
All right, now
send him a T-shirt.
Now
too.
I'm sending him the type of vehicle, and I'm sending him what we think is the year, around the year, and we will see what happens. Right now, he's saying, I have an extractor and I have barrels.
Oh, wow.
Does he have a filter?
Can you send this
I don't know
guy's
about all that.
number to me in case I ever need it?
I know.
Well, you may have it. Possible.
Really?
All right, he's told you to be quiet.
Me?
Speedy. Right. He says, please tell Speedy to shut his mouth.
Tell him.
Mm-hmm. Matter of fact, you're on this text, Sam.
Oh, I am?
Yeah. Yeah, so you know.
Oh,
okay.
I know who it is.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah.
Wow,
Yeah,
okay.
okay.
Hey, Helms, just look at your phone, buddy. It's
Right.
okay. It's right here in front of you.
You're
It's
right.
okay,
There it
buddy.
is. Yeah. So we'll see
Is
where
it-
this goes, Bubba. This may be our guy.
Wow, this guy's got a big evening ahead of him, too. I don't know that he wants to deal with this right now.
You know he loves this kind of stuff. I was about to say,
He does.
But today for him,
Today is
day.
not a good day
Not
for
a good
him.
day.
Oh.
But are all his done, or has he still got one more? There.
But he's fully involved. No, I think he may have one more.
Is it Rick? Is it?
Yes.
Okay.
You can't whisper, by the way.
Oh, no,
Heard it
heard
right here in the
that.
headphones.
Good to hear JT back on the show.
Hey, I whispered it.
Was JT the worst whisperer ever?
Yes.
In the history?
He couldn't whisper. That would to me
Most
was a
people
good
whisper, and he just was trying to talk low.
You're right about this though. He does love stuff like this. Like he
loves a project.
Does
he
he
is.
really?
He does have a servant's heart.
He's come through for me
Yeah.
many times.
But y'all calm down.
He texts me again. Tells, "Hey, Speedy still needs to shut up."
Tell him.
I'm just kidding.
Okay. Somebody suggested to
I'm
let the
try to stay up and watch Auburn. Yeah, I'm just gonna know if I can. It's 9:30 kick.
No way. Yep.
It would require a nap.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The,
But all right. So him versus Love's truck stop.
Well, let's see where this goes, right, Bubba? And then if
Yeah,
that
let's
doesn't
just
work,
see if there's an easy.
and he may throw up
the
he
quicker-
may throw up a white flag and say I have to surrender.
Yeah.
I looked into it based on the information y'all gave me. I don't think I can.
I've drained a fish tank before. You want me to help?
That won't help.
Whatever the case, we got to get what's in there out, and the quicker the better, in my opinion.
Well, yeah.
And then we'll go from there.
I wish you hadn't turned it off.
No, I'm glad I did.
No,
I
sir.
don't want to run
Hey,
any more.
do we
things.
need to? You want me to move my truck beside you so somebody doesn't park beside you if he needs access to that area?
Ooh, that's
Probably.
a good thought.
That's
Yeah,
a
if
wise
you'd
thought.
like to.
Yeah.
That's
If
a
you'd
wise
like to,
thought.
that would
Say
be
that
very-
again, Rick. What'd you just say?
That's a wise thought.
Okay.
That'd be very generous of you, Speedy.
Yeah, it
Thank
would.
He just texts back. He said, "Wise thought, but still shut up."
I'm going through a.
Okay. All right. And by
Somebody's got
the
a-
way, Helms, I agree with you. I have the same problem.
Yeah.
We
I
both-
told this person I need to be more like him.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, that's
There you
got a
go.
boy.
Or we could put a cone out there.
Good
Attaboy,
job,
attaboy.
Adler.
Hey, that's even better.
Hey,
That way we
Adler.
don't have to move Speedy's car again.
I saw a bad A
think
van out there. Who
I
did
think
that?
the more concerning thing is why do you have a highway
You never
cone in
know.
your office?
You never know when you'll need it.
Why do I feel like there's one missing off I-65?
That's right. You never know when you don't ever know when you don't need a cone.
Well, I was coming into work this morning, and there was this cone set up by a gas station pump, and I assumed that just meant nothing. So I got it.
All right. So, Bubba, I think we're working a plan.
Yeah,
Okay. Because that's what we got to get done. I mean, that's
We
step
got to
one.
get that out no matter what, and then we'll go from there.
And if this guy can't do it, then we'll go to these other. Some of you that have some of these mobile.
Yeah. Send an email.
Yeah. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Israelis.
The Israelis are landing or are going to attempt to land a probe on the moon today. They'll be only the fourth country to do that if they're successful, and we'll see how that goes. I think they start live streaming this afternoon. So if you want to watch that, it's really a cool deal. They're landing.
All right. Some guy's telling you that the photo's not in the Milky Way that we're talking about.
Well, you know, there is there was two different stories on that about where it was, and I went with Milky Way, but there's another galaxy they're looking at. It could be. I may be wrong on that.
Eric says he doesn't think it's in the Milky Way.
It may not be.
Yeah, because you're saying one story says it is, one story says it isn't. So.
Right. Well, that was back to some of the journalism.
There we go. Our great journalism today.
But it is a black hole.
But it
they're
is a
looking
black
at.
hole.
And there is one at the middle of the Milky Way, too. So
Thanks for doing that for Speedy.
thank you.
And you really put a lot into it. Are you satisfied, Speedy?
Yeah, I'd like for him to button up one though.
Yeah, because he
I
did.
did.
I got over.
Yeah, no, you got one there. You go right there.
Right here?
Yeah. You have to button that up.
Hot.
Yeah, you're going back to being the
Hot.
There you go.
top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
In Virginia, again, an exotic cat native to Africa, Virginia, Africa. Is Virginia a country in Africa? No, it's not. It's a state in the United States of America. Virginia's not in Africa. It is not. So we brought a cat native to Africa. And you know what? Now, picture if you've moved. Picture yourself. I think I'm going to move to the beautiful coast of Virginia. Can you picture it in your mind? It's probably a great place. Peaceful.
Like
Look
it.
at me on the coast of Virginia. I'm loving my coastal city. And you're thinking to yourself, I've got to worry about a raccoon, maybe. Possum. Might have a pesky dog next door. Maybe Lad barks a little bit. Beagle barks a lot. You know, somebody's got a cat here or there, and somebody said, hey, I don't know if you know this or not, but there's like an African wild predator roaming the coastal city of Virginia. You're like, how did that happen? I'm in Virginia.
Right.
I'm not in Africa. Well, I'll tell you how it happened. Some Igbo brought this thing to Virginia because it's not satisfied with having a little tabby. That's why this has happened. And they're describing it as a wildcat. It has a yellow coat with black spots. It looks in the picture very much like a lynx kind of
a lynx or
cheetah.
giant bobcat.
Yeah, it kind of got a little cheetah look to it as well. It's an African wildcat, and because the cats are back.
Look at its tracking collars under that are not working.
Yeah. Yes, it has a tracking collar that apparently has just become stylish because we can't find the stupid thing.
It looks like a jaguar, Rick, that was running wide open and hit a tree.
That's a weird looking cat.
His face is.
I'm not scared of that one.
Greg, you'll be scared.
I don't think it could kill me.
He don't weigh about 25
really
pounds.
don't.
How much? How much you weigh?
25 pounds.
Yeah. I mean, he'd get me pretty good, scratch me up, but I think I could choke him out.
I don't want a house cat that's mad at me.
Well, no.
You know?
I put him in the bobcat area.
Yeah,
he's
I did
about
too.
like a bobcat.
But I don't want a bobcat.
But he's from Africa. It makes him more dangerous.
Yeah,
That's
but that
right.
bobcats usually don't chase you down.
You got a chance with this.
African bobcat.
When did you become an African wildcat specialist?
Well, I'm just
when
looking.
did this happen?
If I see that, I'm not scared.
We had the woman in Georgia attacked by a bobcat, got in her basement.
I
Right?
distanced myself.
Would you be
for
scared
sure.
of this if it was a true cheetah?
Yeah, but that's not. He's just got stripes.
What
That's
about a lynx? Would a lynx bother you?
Size matters in this, Rick.
Well,
It's just up there, bobcatish.
So if you rounded the corner to this little
that
stalky
would bother
hall,
you right there.
and
What if
one
he
was
jumps
anyway-
up and starts calling you face?
He
That's
was
what I'm
hungry?
saying.
Rick, that's Rocky. He's
What
a
if he
pet.
was hungry?
No, if he looked, you went.
Y'all, that's a scary animal.
You
Look at
got
his
a
face.
chance against that, though.
That's going to run.
Not
from
if it gets a hold
Go
of
back.
That's going to run.
No, you
from
got a
him.
chance against that.
Go
How are
back.
you, Rick? They're awful brave in here with it on the screen.
Well, bring one in here and let's see.
I'm telling you,
Bring
that,
one in here.
Meet it out
cat-
here in the alley behind the studio and see what you do with
That
it. If it was
cat,
hissing
Bring
at
it
you.
on.
That cat would
It's
run
Masters
from you.
Week. I can
It was
handle it.
raised as a baby in a
Greg,
cage.
Greg,
it would run from you.
Every
We know now how Greg's going to die.
every single exotic pet we are here. Now they're more afraid of us than we are of them.
I'm not talking about a lion.
And I'm thinking,
or a
oh, God,
tiger.
Billy Joe's become an
Again,
expert on
that's my
African
point.
animals now. Billy Joe has become an expert on African animals. No, I read about them on Wikipedia. So I thought I'd order one.
Rick, he,
All
let,
right,
he
so-
let somebody put a track collar
What
on
noise would you say to it to get it out of there? Go on now.
Listen,
What is it? Now?
Yeah.
put the picture back up, Bubba.
Get out here.
Bubba, this is right up your alley. Put the picture back up.
That's almost a regular cat head on a long neck, long leg.
When the
weird
picture
animal.
comes back up, I'm going to show you.
It looks just like us in the studio.
These are the animals.
Oh, wait a minute. That's
These are the animals that the Egyptians worshipped.
Yeah, it does have that look.
Okay, Greg.
Give me that.
All right, so
you wouldn't
now
run
bring
from
it
the
down.
Sphinx.
Bring it down. Look at his ears. I want to see his ears.
Can you bring it down?
I got it. Let's see.
Bring him down. What happened? A minute ago, you had a perfect
Well,
shot
I
of
did.
him.
I'm
Rick,
just,
give
we
me
just
tell you
Rick,
what,
it's a
There
cat.
it was.
It's a cat with no ears.
Rick, his bite.
That's really scary.
Right there. Look at that. I've seen those
Oh.
things as idols in Egypt.
His
Those
bite
things.
radius.
He's got bobcat marking on the back of his
His
ear.
bite radius isn't big enough to hurt you.
Greg,
Greg, they can
a
tear.
house cat
Greg,
can
now
hurt
I'm
you.
going to say this.
Yeah, it
they
wouldn't
can
kill you.
hurt you,
Wouldn't
but
kill
not
you.
kill you. That's my
Greg,
whole point.
try
I
to
could
give one a
overpower.
bath.
You got a
Try to
chance
give
with
one a
this one.
bath in a golf shirt and see how you come
I
out.
could overpower that cat.
Greg, jugular.
I get him.
His teeth are like razor
That little
sharp.
head, though, I get that little
And
head.
his claws can tear. Greg,
Rip
he's
his
from
head off.
Africa.
I could overpower him.
Greg,
I
the
could too.
things in Africa don't.
25 pounds, that's half
Animals
the size
from
of Mr.
Africa.
Buddy James.
How about this? Animals from Africa, they play at a whole different level.
Rick is a cat, but
You
he
know,
don't know
from
it.
Africa.
you know what you
Virginia.
live, Greg? You're saying, hey, I'm pretty good with pets at the high school level. Well, try to go to the NFL.
Yeah.
Africa's the NFL.
Hey,
Rick, he
this cat's
wasn't
not,
raised in
he's
Africa.
not raised in Africa. I'm with you on that, Greg.
No, but
he's
He's wearing a
Virginian.
collar for
It's
Pete's
people like
sake.
y'all that get us
Guys,
all killed.
He's got DNA though. He's got the
He's wearing
DNA.
a
of it.
collar.
I know.
Let me
Greg,
tell you
it's a
what.
tracking collar.
That's
That's not
Rocky
a pet
the
collar.
cat.
Rick,
I'm not going to have anything like that living in my Virginia coastal town. I'm sorry.
I'm just not scared of that.
Rick, Greg could not give a house cat a bath with a golf shirt on.
No.
He couldn't do
No,
it.
but could they bathe themselves? They don't need baths.
No, you got to make it mad by giving it a bath. And then
It is 6 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We thank you for being with us from the No Name Studio out here on the bleeding edge of technology. A new Rick and Bubba University, the podcast out this weekend. Look for it wherever you get podcasts. All right, so we're working a plan with Bubba's situation. Our golden ticket seat guest will be here coming up next hour. If any of those turns out to be, full-time mechanic, the odds that a golden ticket seat person has set out with a 50-gallon barrel and an extracting
fuel extractor,
and a truck that you can load all your stuff in to go ahead and get your work day done.
Yeah,
I know that's low. I mean, but you never know.
I probably need to think about truck rental at this point.
Yeah.
Because that must go on either way.
Yeah.
You know what is interesting though? What is interesting?
What's that?
Hey, that is a bad van sitting out there.
Oh yeah. Somebody looks that thing might belong to Billy.
I've got emails from people all over the spectrum. Some I know.
I know, it's weird.
Who are experts in this field.
Yeah.
And some of them are like, drain the tank, fill it up with diesel. You'll probably have to change your fuel filter. You know, that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have one, like I got one from this guy who said he's an auto claims adjuster, said he's seen this many times. He said the truck has 2 fuel pumps, which are lubricated by the diesel fuel, one on the tank, the other in the engine bay. Gas does not lubricate those pumps. The engine bay pump has probably exploded, and you have metal shards throughout your fuel system.
Mm-hmm.
Fuel system replacement is required. Call your insurance company, report the claim, have your vehicle towed. It's about a $12,000 to $14,000 repair.
Yeah, I'm getting the same type of stuff. On one end,
it's all over the road.
Hey, no big deal. On the other end, somebody says you're going up a creek that nobody wants to go.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I think getting whatever's in there out is step number one either way.
You said it was making a clicking noise too, right?
Well, yeah, it just
knocking around.
It wasn't running right because usually it runs like a cat purring. I mean, it is.
Well, it's designed to run on diesel. I can tell you why it's not running.
That's why. Right. There's no spark plugs in there.
Well, what happened is you're in a vehicle that meant business, and you didn't mean business.
No.
Right.
You know, you tried to fuel it like it didn't mean business.
I still just can't believe I did that. I'm not saying I didn't, but I want to see the video.
Right.
I want to see it.
Gosh, I hope we.
I need that from me. You know what I mean? I have to have closure to punish myself.
Well, Bubba and I had a very funny conversation in the break, and I think it was not last break, but the one before, where there's enough trouble out there that we don't cause ourselves. And we don't like when we look on over there because every day you get up and your enemies are out there.
Uh-huh.
And I look over and there I am. Why am I against myself?
Yeah.
Hey, Rick, don't go join the enemies. Yeah. Okay, don't be against me. Yeah. I've got enough trouble without me being against me. Right. I don't need me upending me.
I'm doing a pretty good job of kicking my own can, Rick.
Right. Kicking the can.
Bubba, were you just acting out the pump?
Yeah, I was trying to think again. I was in my mind, did I get that wrong pump?
Did it go in the hole easier? Because isn't the diesel pump, isn't it a bigger?
This is one of those gas tanks that just has the flap that opens and closes. So
but it's a certain size though, right?
It's real big.
Well, it's green.
It's real big.
Yeah. Well, I've noticed it's green because I remember this with Big Love because the opposite. Because I even said, did it not bother you that the diesel, pump was not fitting in your? He goes, yeah, I had to really work to get it in. And I was like, well, yeah, buddy, I know.
It may have been a sign.
But on the other end, though, when you're going gas into diesel, it'll fit in there no problem.
Just fall on in.
Yeah. So.
And people are bringing up the fact that I am colorblind to some degree and that I may have confused the colors of the pump, but I think all of them are green where I was.
Bubba, I'm just going to tell you this, speaking from experience. I have done things off the spine that it was amazing. I'm like I go find something and I go, how did I put it? What was I even thinking? Right. And the answer is, well, you weren't. Your mind didn't get involved at all.
Right. My mind not be what it ought to be.
Yeah.
This person says, I put 12 gallons of gas in my diesel. And my mechanic said to put 6 quarts of oil in the tank, then top it off with diesel, and I did that, and it's run fine.
Well, here's a good point, too, from one of the guys that I know said the fact that you made it to work means the pump is not exploded. So maybe that's a good. He said you'd have been dead in the water if the thing wasn't, if the pumps wasn't working. Okay. So we'll see.
How about that?
Well, you just need an assessment. Now, the assessment is what is going to take your day and turn it upside down.
Yeah. I mean,
we got like I said, we got things we got to do today. It's non-negotiable. So
well,
we don't have to,
unless you come up with a way to transfer
I need
everything.
a good truck rental place close by.
Yeah.
Anybody any ideas?
You're gonna have to come up with a way to transfer all that into some other truck that I don't know where it's gonna come from.
Right. We got to find a truck.
Hey, I will say this, and I'm not just the same guy that's going to call you in the break. He may actually have a truck
That's
you can
true.
borrow.
No, that is true. He's got a lot of trucks, so that's good.
He sure does. Now,
And
I
I can't wait to see you drive with the logo on it.
Yeah, and a weed eater in the back.
Right, that's just so good. That is so good. You know what? You may, based on who it is, you may actually be working at your farm and mine today.
Yeah, right. I may swing over there and weed eat a little bit.
You know, U-Haul rents trucks for $19.95.
Gary's getting involved. He's texting me.
Hey.
Hey. You know what he texts? What a mighty. I tell you what, you two, they shouldn't even let y'all have trucks. So
the timing of everything is just precious too, because I told you their power was out. Kind of started this whole avalanche this morning, and I get here at work. What do you think is one of the first emails I got? My power bill.
That is
how funny that is.
That is hilarious.
Good thing they're not charging when it's off.
Yes, that is correct.
The meter's not turning.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah,
Rick, look, funny. I just got another bill. Look, Rick, look right there. Look at that. No, right here.
What is that from? What is that?
That's the rebuild.
Okay, I thought that might be how much your truck's going to cost.
That's
all right.
That would about get a new
All
one.
right, listen to this.
I love him showing.
I do too. Just every once in a while, he pops above his truck up on the screen.
This is from Bones, who we all hate. He sold his towing company right now.
I really did.
He said he had to go help Span. His wife put diesel in her in the wrong deal one time too, and he had to go tow it for Span. He said so.
Well, let's pump and refill first, and then towing might be the next option on that.
Well, yeah, there it sits.
You know what that truck means? Business.
Well, it did.
There it sits right there.
Look
Backed
at
in, all pretty.
Now, how packed is it? Is there much in it?
Oh, yeah. You ought to get
Fill
you a
that
shot
baby
of
up.
Can you even get your body and gun over there?
How about that?
Hey, pal. Hey, talking on the phone.
Has no idea he's on.
No, he doesn't.
I've never seen a group that can't. I mean, undoubtedly, when a call comes in, they got to take it no matter what they're doing.
There's some important calls.
I've heard conversations in the stalls in there.
Oh,
and
yes.
I'm like, man. And we're really going to have to address flip-flop at some point.
Oh, man.
Yesterday, I with zero exaggeration, without me adding a minute, 20 minutes.
Well, no, after you talked about it, I went in there the next break. He was still there.
All right, that's 30.
Yeah.
Because we got 10-minute segments. That's 30. That's
He was
37.
wrapping up. I'll give him credit, but it had been 30 minutes.
Do you think he's all right? What is he doing in there?
I don't know. Makes no noise. I've never heard him.
I did hear some noises yesterday.
Did
That
you?
was because I heard you say that, and then when I went in there, he started making some noises.
You ever laid eyes?
Not very pleasant either on the noises at all.
No.
Good night.
Not the most bubbly personality either. So we'll be back. Yeah. All right, we'll move on to something else because I think, Bubba, I think we have a plan underway.
Yeah.
And you're
Do
about
we?
to get a call in this
Okay.
break, so watch
Okay,
your
good.
phone. Watch your phone. No, we guys, we know this. All right, we'll be back. 866 We Be Big. 15 minutes past the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
See how bad it is. That's your average house cat that sleeps around all
Tell
day.
him try to give it a pill.
I got attacked by a Siamese
No,
cat.
same
one time.
thing.
It's not good.
They ain't
Give
they
one
ain't
a
having
pill.
that.
Give one a pill and see what happens.
I was attacked by a Siamese cat. How big are they?
Well, they're tiny.
And he got me, but I mean, now he paid a horrible price for it, but he jumped on me.
That's my point.
Maybe 8 pounds tops, 10.
This thing is
Ours
like
is
a
30.
bird.
I tell you how you can
Like
stop
it's a
one.
bird. It'll get a bird and chipmunk, and that's about it.
That's what he eats.
Ain't gonna mess with a human.
Oh gosh, what?
He's scared of
You're
them.
saying this African wildcat goes after chipmunks and birds? Are you
Absolutely.
kidding me?
Yep.
All
It's too petite to mess
Rick,
with
he weighs
anything.
25 pounds.
What's
Rick,
wrong with y'all?
Have you ever watched National Geographic ever? Have you ever watched the animal documentary?
Well, hey, Speedy's got him on his phone.
Pull up African wildcats and let's see what they eat.
Don't just pull up African cats. Pull up that thing.
Yeah.
I said African wildcat.
What is that? What is
That's what it's
called?
called.
It's called something else.
It's called an
Is there a
African
story
wildcat.
out there where an African wildcat
called
has
something
killed
else.
humans?
It's called something else.
There's
This
about to be
one.
one from a Virginia coastal town.
Yeah.
Because that's how it's going to end. This is going to end with a bleeding granny out by the curb. I'm telling you, that's where it's going to end.
I don't know. All right, here we go. We got it likes rats, mice, gerbils, small to medium-sized birds,
grandmother,
and people, lizards, and
y'all ain't got nothing to worry about.
And jackays.
He's just a little predator.
Pleasant Valley. What it says.
You know what? So let me ask you this.
Now, will he bite you up?
Yeah.
Oh, we got lambs, domestic livestock.
Now we're getting up to lambs.
It attacks antelope fawns.
I'm gonna remind you this when you get a rabies shot.
Now, he could give you the rabies.
Yes.
Would you walk into a pen with one in there and me lock you in it?
Yes, I would.
I think I would.
All right.
Well, now wait, we're gonna put a little money on it.
Yeah, how much?
I'll do it for $500. Appearance fee.
African Wildcat, $500.
Yeah, how long I got to stay in there?
Yeah.
You got to stay in there for 5 minutes.
Oh, I'm in.
500.
Do it. Let's do it. Set it up.
Final phone calls of the hour. What if I said you had to sleep in there overnight?
Now you got to go 1,000.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Trevor Morgan, love that way. We have much to do going forward on the program, breaking down, and there's really some stories. Once again, you look, a lot has been going on lately with different states and making moves, and there's one that our state is taking on today. I think we'll be very happy. Bubba told me this when I arrived, and I was very pleased.
Yeah, a lot of states. This is that time of year. A lot of states are trying to put in new laws and get those passed, and we'll look at a couple of those. One in the state of Alabama, one in the state of Texas today. I thought was pretty interesting too.
Yeah, some good ones.
Also, I don't know if you saw. Weather is kind of going to be an issue for a large part of the country because of a major system over the Midwest that's causing havoc up north and going to be causing problems in the South over the weekend.
Now, is this the one that was tied to everything happened in Minnesota and all the snow and all that?
Yeah, it's pumping all that in. You know, we got out, of course, way ahead of it. My kids that were up there for the Final Four, they didn't get out till Tuesday late, and then Thursday it started snowing. And I don't know if you've seen, man, they are having a time with it up there. Yeah. You know, they never call off school in Minnesota for snow. It's just what they do. And they're canceling school, and a lot of folks are without power. They got power lines down. They've had snow and very high winds. So
I think the governor has called in the National Guard to
he has. Well, I was just looking at that story. So, you know, for the Final Four, it went very well. We got there, it was 60 degrees, and very lovely. It wasn't a lot of sunshine, but it was still, you know, very nice temperature-wise. But if it had been a week later, could you imagine the country trying to get into Minneapolis right now? I don't know. They'd have probably had to cancel the whole thing.
Really, the only thing I think about, if you were an Auburn fan, maybe the guy that didn't call the double dribble couldn't have got there.
That's right. That's it.
I mean, you got to look at the
been somebody else.
Look, I'm a silver lining guy.
Yeah, you got to look. You got to look that way.
Yeah, silver lining guy.
Anyway, it's
half glass full, Rick.
Yeah, that's me, baby. So we'll unpack that, but just be aware of that wherever you are. It'll affect you differently according to where you live. We're back 20 minutes past the hour, Rick and Bubba Show. Things that you need to know. The real Greg Burgess today, if you're coming to town for the golden ticket seats, and this is not where you normally live today, you're at Hendrick Automotive today?
That's right, Rick. Have you seen the new building coming up?
11 to 1 today locally. There in the land of ZZK.
We got any trucks over there?
Oh, Bubba, might want to look at a truck. You want gas burner or diesel?
Yeah. This weekend, I'll go to Lawrenceburg, Kentucky, represent the show there at Sand Spring Baptist Church. Be at Man Church tomorrow night. I'll speak Sunday morning. Brian Gunn Sunday night in Ozark for the Man Church kickoff, Ozark Baptist Church. Also looking ahead, as Greg informed me, we've got some other things that are going on. You can find it at rickandbubba.com under upcoming events, but we do need to let you know about October the 7th. Greg is going to run. He does this annually. He and his wife have been supporting Venetia's Foundation for a while in Piedmont, Alabama. They're having their run again coming up. You can run with Greg. Looks like Bubba's going to have to ask if he can ride with Greg. But running with Greg and benefiting this great organization that is so helpful to people that are with families that are going through, folks who are battling cancer, and that can be so difficult. And Venetia's Foundation tries to make that a little more comfortable for everybody involved with the things they provide. And Greg will be part of that coming up on October the 7th. And if you want to go ahead and sign up for that, we've got the link at rickandbubba.com under upcoming events. So,
in the middle of training for that, it's not going well.
I know, Greg.
I'm not progressing like I thought.
It's funny I thought about that. All right, so, Bubba, we have news. Someone has produced the receipt for you fueling up today, and it is not good news.
It doesn't appear to be, Rick.
Yeah.
Bubba.
It doesn't say what fuel I
No,
got.
it says regular right there on the receipt.
It sure does.
Well, and the price will tell you.
Yep.
Yeah, well, that's the price.
I'm sorry, buddy.
Diesel's not $3.35 a gallon.
No, it's not.
And it usually says diesel, not regular.
Yeah.
Yeah, normally it's D.
But I think regular on there stands for regular unleaded.
Not regular diesel.
It says DUMB at. Oh no.
Bubba,
So cue the music.
I hate to be. I hate to be the person.
How many? At least you didn't put much in it. What?
Yeah, but I feel. There's only 27.
Only $93.
Greg, there's only 27 gallons of gas. 27 gallons.
Hey, top it off.
Are you willing to embrace that you put gas in it?
It appears that is the case.
We're going through a rough patch right now.
Go ahead.
We're trying to carry on.
Oh, man.
Hey,
How funny.
This morning when he came in and was announcing to us, and it dawned on him in the middle of talking what probably happened.
I know it.
So, you can't believe this. So I'm getting, as I got in the lot, started running bad. And looking, the whole time he's telling it, we were all like.
Speedy asked the question, but he did it in such a delicate, kind way because we all were thinking it. But the way Speedy asked the question was, and when I watched Bubba's face as he was asking it, and it changed, and I thought, well, there it is.
How terrifying is you right now that happened without you even realizing it? That's what would terrify me.
Yeah, that's really the aggravating.
That's why you want to see the video, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know
So
me.
I punish myself properly.
You know me. All I can think about is you wasted $90.
Yeah. Speedy's like, how you going to get that?
He's going to come siphon out the gas.
Look, I'd like to have it.
Yeah,
I've
can you throw
I've
it
got
over in
some
my truck?
slightly used gas.
That right there is a perfect picture.
Hey,
Look behind you.
I'm mad at everybody in the room. Why are we not playing?
We're still needing.
Bubba, you're intelligent.
Oh,
why are we
by
not?
Ding
Bubba,
dong.
you're not.
Yes.
What
Followed
did you
by
just say?
Ding dong.
What? You don't just say
the
that.
snack cake.
Right, but don't just
He ain't
say
had one
that.
in a while.
You just don't go in there.
All right,
that's
so
the title of
we're
it.
being asked to verify the year and model. The model's verified. We know what the model is. We just don't know the year, right?
I think you
Yeah,
said
I got it.
2019.
I get
didn't
it.
You got the year. All right, come on back. There we go.
He wants to see it.
you? He does.
That's my way.
Yeah,
I really
seeing is
punished.
believing. You know?
But you, the receipt is telling you. You just,
Yeah.
you just
But
want
I-
to see how you did it.
Yeah,
Rick,
want
I saw it dawn on him while he was telling the story. He just didn't want to accept it.
No, it's the same thing.
But right in the middle of it, he was like, I think I know what I'm doing.
Then I became that bip, because he said, you think you put gas in it? You're just like, there's another jerk.
Adler, could you play with the video and make it look like he's dancing to Rough Patch right now while we play it? Here it goes. Bubba's going to dance to it.
Up on the hill where the flowers grow. Down to the rocks to the rocks to We're going through a rough patch right now. We don't know just what's going on. We're trying to carry on.
Going through a rough patch right now.
Our whole world is upside down.
Oh, that's so good.
Oh, it's good.
Going through
rough patch right now. My truck's loaded to the lake.
Speedy, I hate to say this, and we almost did this to protect Bubba. Go ahead and put this as the instant replay.
Okay.
You know,
it's official now.
I didn't think I was going to need it in instant replay, but I'm afraid I'm going to.
You want it to queued up to rough patch?
I'm going
to
just
it.
right there.
I'm going
it
to
gets
it.
there pretty quick, so you're
Okay.
good. Yeah.
You know what time it is, Bubba? I'm going through it.
Nice.
What's wrong?
Nothing. I was just
Rough
having fun with
patch.
Greg.
Just a rough patch.
Another rough patcher. This
I tell you,
No, this is a different one.
I tell you who was upset about it. Apparently, was Speedy. My goodness, his reaction. I had to remind him. I said, "Speedy, it's not your truck."
He said my dad's favorite word.
Hey, don't you have high eyebrows? I got it from you.
Don't you have eyebrows?
Don't
Don't
you?
you?
Hey, don't
the
you be looking over
reaction is he was so adamant about it, it like blew you towards the door. That was
Well, I was shocked.
it physically moved.
When we got official word that it was really gas, I was uncontrollable.
Well, you were really frustrated. You realize
It's like hitting the ball into the woods.
Do you realize what it takes to make me have that reaction?
I know.
As much as I'm. Yeah.
Y'all, this whole time,
I think that offended me.
Wait a minute.
Hey, I think we've lost. Bubba's truck's dead.
Oh, that's right. Oh, he's actually stranded here.
Right.
Well,
In case
hey,
somebody's wondering.
Bubba, based on the doggone emails and calls, people have got you on one end of the spectrum or the other. I don't know why. I don't know what to tell you. I mean,
You're right.
Some people say you're in a minor setback.
nothing
Other
to it.
people say
I
you're
know.
$14,000 in.
Yeah.
I mean,
I know.
good night.
We need some help.
Good gracious. Oh,
Sweating
patch.
over here.
Wish I could do that in the break for you, Rick.
I've dealt with this over 25 times. I like when they tell us how many times they've dealt with
By the
it.
way,
They're telling you.
Yeah, but they're all telling you two different things.
Right.
Well,
do you think everybody rounds off too? Because I notice for some reason, does 30 years just mean a long time?
I think
Because
so.
people say 30 years in a second.
It's like 26.
Right. I've been doing gardens for 30 years. I mean, is it
30?
Is it 25,
Yeah,
27?
it's in the 20s probably.
Could be 32.
Could be.
Yeah, I think everybody likes to hit that 30 because it does get you
30
attention.
years.
Yeah.
Hey, 30 years I've been at this.
Right, yeah.
3 decades. That's a long time.
Yeah, it gets you
Yeah, it
attention. All right.
Gary's
Listen.
need to know. Does he need a call? Do y'all need his help?
No, I think we're fine.
He'll have a bad signal.
I think in this particular case, I think Gary will only make the situation worse. You know, because Bubba's volatile right now.
Oh, this is awesome, Greg. People said they do want to run with you. They're signing up.
Okay,
That's
great.
great. Run with Greg in the crap.
Rick,
run.
this is a good
great.
idea. This is from Steven Spooner. He said take at least 5 of the diesel experts, put them on there at the same time, and let them argue about what to do.
Oh, yeah.
There he goes. Look at him.
Well, we have a friend of ours that means business. He's trying to make something happen. You know, and if we can get that step.
He's tapping his toes.
We'll be right
Sorry,
back.
Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It could be severe weather. So
Yeah, we may need to check in with James today just to get the overall look at things. It's going to this system that's causing all this problem up north is going to cause some weather outbreaks later over the weekend across the south. So we'll delve into that too.
got that. I finished up my last high school prom last night.
No.
Got
No
it.
wonder you look relieved this
Got
morning.
it all done. Got her packed up. I had made a life-changing move. There's just nothing that's better than being a veteran. You know, when you're a veteran, you know, I felt so bad for all the rookies and all the bad decisions they made.
Didn't know where to park.
When to get there.
Didn't have the camera
how
stuff
they had to go.
together.
Just so many mistakes. But boy, last night, I mean, it was a radical move, and it was life-changing. And I can't take credit for it. It did come off the crest, though. And I even told the family that figured it out first that lives on our street that we call the Crest. You know, Crest Lives Matter. And mess with the Crest, mess with us all, you know, and all that. Crest is best. And I told them, I said, you'll be recognized as the family of the week on the Crest for this move. And so they'll be celebrated up and down the Crest.
Yeah, we had finally kind of got it dialed in too. The only thing better than the last time we had to do it, Rick, was what we did last night, and that was nothing.
That was fantastic.
Yeah.
And so we finished that up. We put that to bed. I have a slight update there, but
I was catching up on my TV last night, and I was wondering what you were doing as I was
Thanks,
watching Whiskey Cavalier from the night before.
Right, and
that's a good show, though. You ever watch it?
I haven't. I've never seen it. And then we had, but today, and you ever, sometimes if I know something's going to be miserable, I'll just say I want to do miserable till miserable's over. I'll just stay in the misery till it ends, as opposed to miserable break back to misery.
Right.
And I'm going to try to resolve the passport issue. And I'm thinking, since I'll be in that misery, that I will go ahead and try to get my oldest son's car legal as well. Just dive in.
Yeah.
Just wallow in the inefficiency.
You better have a box of paperwork. Be ready to go. Let me ask you this: what was worse? Was it the ticket for the expired tag or getting the passport renewed? What has been the most difficult?
Bubba, that's like asking, do you want us to drill in there and fill a cavity or put a cap on?
Right.
I mean, they're equally bad. I'm gonna say passport probably,
because it's not done yet.
Yeah, right.
Rick and Bubba.
All right, so as we make our way back, it looks like the. And so the way that our school does the prom is they do it on a weeknight, and then they give the kids the next day off, so they're all out of school today. So they all get pictures at the same place, and wherever you live, if you're near any city of any size, everybody has their come see our botanical garden.
Oh yeah,
and Sherry loves our botanical garden. We have we have been to the botanical gardens. We have been there so many times, and have great memories and great pictures of the kids at all their ages as they've grown up. They all have been to the botanical gardens and run through every acre of it. So I'm very familiar with it. Well, in the past, the botanical gardens, this may shock you, they don't really have to take their parking lot and prepare for tons of people all coming at one time.
Normally there's not a rush.
Normally
it's kind of a low, just a low number of people kind of going through, and then all of a sudden you got mob.
Nobody tailgates at the botanical garden to say we're tailgating because the tulips are in bloom.
Right.
And so, but this time,
look at those pansies.
This time you take a high school, and then you take a junior and senior class, and all their parents and anybody else who wants to be part of these memories, and you dump them into one location that's not really set up for that.
Yeah.
And it's also in a part of town that's not set up for that. It's a little downtown area of a community.
So tight.
It's tight in there, and there's always some kind of construction going on for some reason.
Well, yeah, Rick.
And so we were talking, and I told Sherry, and look, we've all been there. If you're married to a female, and which used to be a given, but I know it's not anymore.
Now.
But if you're married to,
thanks for clarifying.
If you're married to a female, we all know it. I mean, no one's ever written a song that was more accurate than when Brad Paisley wrote "Waiting on a Woman."
Yeah.
And he just said at different stages of life, you're always waiting on a woman. Right. Okay. So I've been married long enough that I'm kind of done with the illusions of grandeur. You know what I mean? Where I don't even expect. See, I know when I say we need to leave at 4 that we're not.
No.
35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show. Thank you for being with us today. We'll get to some of your phone calls before we're done. We've spent quite a bit of time on the program with Bubba's latest rough patch. Hopefully, we have a plan underway, and we'll.
Do you know?
We'll move
what's
into
the
that.
Closest place to where we are to rent a truck? Do you know?
No idea.
Bubba, the problem I think you're going to have is renting a truck the size you need is very hard to do at the moment.
Well,
there's not a whole lot of inventory out there.
I got to transport some stuff, so
Did
I
you,
don't have to pull a trailer today.
Did you text Joel, see if they got anything?
I have not yet.
I'd try that. That may be a solution. What do you think? Bubba, it's interesting. The name of the product
come by the remote.
Hey, Bubba, the name of the product is Relief Factor. Should I give you about 4 packs right now?
Size of a
I
biscuit.
hate to tell you, well, I've got a comment I'm not going to say. Do
Okay.
not say that. Gosh.
Bubba, here's Jennifer out of Huntsville, Alabama today. She said, "I know you guys have been talking about this product Relief Factor for a long time. I have to admit it, and I don't feel good about it. I would not respond. I never responded. And finally, I said, you know what? I've been hearing about this for years. I'm going to give Relief Factor a try. I was suffering with arthritis, sore muscles, makes me feel a lot older than my 55 years. I'm a very active person, but it was getting where it hurt so much, just even getting out of the bed. Ordered the Quick Start Pack, felt relief within 48 hours. Jennifer, that's actually really something. I'm very grateful that I finally made the move to get Relief Factor, and I'm talking to my 80-year-old mother about getting her some as well. So if you'd like to get Relief Factor, the majority of the people that get the Quick Start Pack for $19.95 go on to order more because they see the results like Jennifer. I take it every day, and I've seen great results with it. And if you'd like, it's for botanicals, so it's all natural. You can take it every day. ReliefFactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So, Bubba, what's happened now? Okay, I know we're trying to let it sit a minute, but this could be the whole show today. How many golden ticket seat people you think get the picture made by your truck out there?
A few.
Yeah.
No, I was just laughing at all of it. It's pretty funny. It is comical, and I will tell you, some of the people in our audience are very funny.
They're funny people. They're very funny people. So yeah, I know that when we were what are you doing?
I'm gonna ask you a question, but you're going to have to cut the mics off.
Okay.
Right. Oh wow.
That's actually funny. I think you'd have been okay with it.
Yeah.
I think you'd have been okay with that. That's funny.
Come on, Bubs.
All right, so Bubba, I know that back when you thought you would have a normal day, you might have gandered over at the U.S. Open because I know you and
Yes,
Hendrick.
I actually watched most of this match last night, and when they had a slowdown, I flipped over to watch the Lions and Chiefs, which was a better game than I thought it would be.
So
Lions ended up winning.
Of course, at that time you thought your truck would run fine.
Sure.
But anyway, climate protesters disrupted the women's singles semifinal match.
Oh.
Now, Helmsley, you watched this whole thing unfold. And I'm sorry.
No,
you
good.
watched this whole thing unfold. I know we have some footage of it.
Check
So
them
we're
out,
big
Rick.
Coco Gauff fans in our house. By the way, our dog is named after Coco. That's where we got that name.
I did not know that. Who is Coco?
So
Who's Coco Gauff?
She's who's playing in this
Okay.
semifinal match.
She's young,
American,
too, right?
Yes, young American.
She's
and
young American.
So we
she
start
was a
watching
young
it.
American.
She plays the first set brilliantly. They get out of that. She goes up 1-0 in the second set, and then this takes place. And there was some fossil fuel climate protesters start yelling and screaming and just disrupting everything.
That guy's glad
And-
Bubba's truck's not running.
And so they, at this point, stop play, and two of the protesters go out on their own. They don't really fight. But some DA glued his feet
There he
to the
is.
cement. This guy
No, just
glued
left
his
him
feet.
there.
Which one?
There was
The guy
over
that
a
got-
50-minute delay.
Say that again.
Glued
50
his
minutes?
50 minutes. It was close to an hour before they. There was a moment where there were, I think, 55 minutes between the last shot they had hit.
What
In the
Coco
middle of
Puff
the
did.
match, by the way, which that had to be ridiculous. I've won the first set. I'm up 1-0. I'm really playing well, and now I got to take nearly an hour. So they have to start everything over. They have to go through a warm up and all this.
Listen to
and
the crowd.
So, you know that the Cliff Drysdale, who is one of the announcers, Chris Everett was there as well, and they
Everett.
kept, just imagine the tennis knowledge and things. They said they have never seen anything like this disrupt a match.
What's up with the glue?
I don't
Well,
know.
they've done this at the other majors this year. So, I saw the interview with Coco after the match. And
feet glued.
And she said she was kind of expecting something like this to happen at some point, but they had not had it so far, so they thought it was pretty good. And the thing is, it's disruptful. They always run late this time of year at the U.S. Open anyway. They're getting done at 1 o'clock in the morning, which, taking the subway back to Manhattan's always fun. That hour, we've done it, been there. But I guess that's my travel bill. So
there you go.
The thing, though, you don't think about is these girls, these ladies, they're world-class athletes. They have to stop. They have to cool down. it affects the tempo and the fun of the match and all of that. But what if one of them comes back and pulls a muscle or something, and then they're out? It's cost them, potentially millions of dollars. They're in the semifinals.
Yeah. These idiots are saying there's no tennis on a dead planet. That's how they're tying themselves to this idiot.
Yeah.
And then, so if you even went to these nimrods and said, all right, we'll all stop fossil fuel tomorrow. What we can't. That's not possible. And, we can get down the road of, can you prove that this is even causing the impact that y'all been led to believe it's having? Even if you decided, hey, thank y'all, did they think anybody says, we weren't really listening to y'all until y'all disrupted that tennis match?
Yeah, then I was aware that we're in trouble.
It could be the word. Let's just act as if this was real. Okay, this fossil fuel climate thing was really putting our country in a bad spot, so much that it would affect my children, their children, all that. Let's say that's actually accurate. You act like this, I'm going to go the other way. I don't really care.
This doesn't win people over.
No, it doesn't.
And we're too kind to the protesters.
We are. That's what bothered me the most last night.
Somebody needs to be made an example.
Absolutely.
And I don't know. I
should have been a public caning last night.
Yeah, or let's make him be a ball boy. Nope, get down and run all over the place.
Or here's an idea: let's glue their rump to the court and force them to sit there the rest of the night.
There you go.
Right in front of everybody.
Yeah. Right there in front of Cocoa Crisp.
If he had a beard, we'd force him to
with a shirt on that says "I'm a DA."
I can't.
The punishment for this is going to have to be more severe to encourage them to stop doing it.
They babied him so much last night.
They should have drug him out
let's
by
make
his
sure
hair.
we don't rip the skin off your feet that you glued onto the cement.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
They
and
had
I know the police have things they have to do, but all they could do is say, "We're going to turn our back, and the rest of y'all take care of it." Like we used to do in the good old days.
Well,
and we get our tennis rackets out and wear you out.
Yeah, at least get him out of there abruptly. And if it pulls the bottom of his feet off, that's on him, not
Thank you.
He's the one that glued his own feet to the floor. And if he wants to really be a martyr for the cause, let him be a martyr.
Yeah.
Let him lose the bottom of his feet.
Let him have the scars to show it.
Then you can say you gave the skin off the bottom of your feet for fossil fuel disruption. At least you did something.
Yeah. Y'all guess who's not polluting today? That'd be Bubba.
No, he's not.
No.
He's not
Carbon
polluting.
Footprint neutralized.
That's right.
I'd like to point out Coco went on to win the match, and she will be in the finals on Saturday.
I just feel sad that young people with their whole
Steffi Graf.
that young people with their future ahead of them, that they've got their youth, hopefully they have their health, and they're spending their time on this idiotic, meaningless stuff. There's so many more important things they could be doing with their lives, and the fact that they've been terrified into this garbage is, Rick, they may not be terrified. They may be getting $1,500 every time they go out.
Good point.
Because protesters do get paid in our country now and around the world. So that may be. But anyway,
I want that guy to have, and all of them really, to have some pain today for what they have pained everybody else.
And this isn't the only place. There was a fashion show in New York, I believe, where a PETA protester got on got up and in a some type of skin suit.
A suit that's supposed to look like their skin was ripped off of them.
Do y'all find it funny that the people who went to the U.S. Open to protest had to get there by riding in something that burned fossil fuels?
That is funny. Yeah, let them walk around a little while. It'll make glue in your feet like nothing.
Yeah, they were against.
There was somebody trying to get a sign out behind them, and they were holding her back.
Yeah.
See, for me, if I'm in the audience, I just think that's some weird clothes.
Yeah, I wouldn't know.
Right.
I'll
you
take
really
one of
can't tell
those.
the difference.
I like that one. We'll come back. Your phone calls are next on any topic you want to talk about. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Phone calls, comments, questions. And when the Rick and Bubba show continues, golden ticket seat guests arriving, Lord willing, after the top of next hour. And we'll keep you updated on Bubba's truck.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're not leaving before. And you'll watch them, and you'll sit there and go, see, they should be moving right now to get ready, and they're not.
And they're
you
not.
know,
And
so
you
you
still look like you did earlier.
You're right. Okay, you are still
started.
Hey, you're still in your little workout clothes, and we should be moving. Yeah, we should be moving right now. You should be like aggressively going to that bathroom to get yourself together. And so I just gave up, and I knew 4 meant 4:20, 4:15.
Yeah. Oh,
which
if
is
you're lucky.
Which is too late to be leaving.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we're leaving, and I got to the point where I was so down about it because I knew of my parking situation that I started that thing going, look, just get some good pictures because I'll never see this because I'm going to drop you at the front and then I'll disappear.
You'll circle
in a journey of trying to find somewhere to park, and of course in a brilliant move, my son commandeered his mother's car for the prom, which means we're in a giant Ram 1500 too, which those are easy to park.
Yeah.
In tight places.
They're great in situations like that.
Yeah. You know, you got to do a 3-point turn to park really anywhere in it.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
But I've got that down, but it's still going to be tight. And then you get this. Oh. Does everybody hate that?
Oh yeah.
That what I just did. Have you ever heard with that tone?
Uh-huh.
Oh. And that means something that you probably should have been told to get your day together has been forgotten, and it just was remembered. And I've never in my life heard that and it be followed with something tremendous.
Oh, what do you mean? Oh, you ain't gonna believe this.
You never say, "Oh, here's that gold brick I forgot to tell you."
I meant to tell you, Greg. Oh, I decided not to buy that.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
Yeah.
And so
it was real expensive, and I thought better.
Right. I took a pass on that. Oh, I've decided I like the house just like it is.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You
love these colors.
You
Had
never
them forever.
It's never that kind of well, you know that Brody, couldn't pick up because he was going with a girl from another school, so they weren't out for the prom. So by the time he gets her, he really needs to just pull his car up because she's going to be in heels and get out, and then you need to go park their car too.
Oh, good.
And at this point,
you got two cars. You got to figure out.
Now I've almost just gone full Charlie Brown mode now. When he keeps going out to when he keeps going out to the mailbox and nobody sends him a card.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
blockhead.
Yeah, And so I just like, So then it happened. It changed my whole dynamic, and I want to credit. The first time I met this family, I coached their kid in Little League, and I remember thinking this is one of the most unique last names I've ever seen, and a lot of pressure that comes with it. The God Be Here's. I mean,
What is it?
If your name
God Be Here?
If your name is God Be Here, you got a lot of pressure not to be a bunch of jerks.
You're right.
You know what
You
I
gotta
mean?
be on your best behavior
Do
at all
they
times.
say it that way, or is it
That's how it says.
God be here?
That's how it's spelled and how they say it.
The God be here's.
Right.
How about that?
That's a lot of pressure.
So it is. That's what the first time I ever met them. That's the first thing I said, and they've laughed about it for years.
Yeah.
So she said, "Oh," and I thought, "Well, here comes something else," and then it happened. It was a positive. Talk to Shelley. That's Mama God Be Here.
Mm-hmm.
She said they've redone the zoo entrance, and you can really park at the zoo and walk on a trail right into the botanical gardens.
You're kidding me. But does the zoo like that?
Rick.
I mean,
And I said, "Oh," and then I came with a no. Oh, that changes everything. And so we parked there with zero issue, and then I get on the phone, with, hey, come around to the zoo. Huh? Why are we going to the zoo? Just come to the zoo.
Zoo Light Safari.
What do you mean by come to the zoo? Well, I mean, come to the zoo. What other possibility does come to the zoo have in it? Yeah, what do you mean by come to the zoo? That sounds really straightforward to me.
Yeah.
That means come to the zoo. You'll see me standing out there and just give me the car. I'm going to park it across the street, and then y'all just walk right in. Mom will start the pictures, and then, of course, his date, her mom and dad were there. I said, so y'all can just start, and you'll just see me. But now your mom doesn't think she should walk in her heels from the zoo across the street. I mean, it's not that far now. And so I got to tell you something, guys. That changed everything because now we're coming in the way that nobody is.
All these years.
So we're also not in the mob, and we're hitting all the best flowers first from the backside in.
Oh.
And
God Be Here.
And we were done with pictures by the time we met the mob, went back out the no mob way, and we were gone up for the walkout and got it done.
Very nice.
About that. God Be Here's Family of the Week on the Crest.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, let's go to the phones. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number, and you can join us now. We get started. Let's go to Richard out of Sweet Home, Alabama. Richard, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you today, sir?
Doing great. Richard Nohatchee. I once challenged Bubba to a tennis match, but he wouldn't take me up. I'm 80 years old.
Wow.
But
Well,
that's beside the point.
Yes.
Love the U.S. Open, but I can't understand this. I haven't seen one flag, one decal, one red, white, and blue thing at the whole thing, and I've watched almost half of the matches. What's going on? Are they not part of the United States anymore? The ball girls should be with red, white, and blue clothes. Something that shows they're American.
It is the U.S. Open.
Yeah. Pop says he hadn't seen a flag, any kind
I
of
know
red,
the
white, and blue.
Americans have played well in
Yeah.
the U.S. Open.
Mhm.
Yeah, we've got more in the second week than we've had in a long time on both sides. So.
Janice in Birmingham. Janice, go ahead.
Hey, Janet from Vestavia. I just wanted to point out that glue is made from plastic polymers, which is a petroleum derivative.
Yeah, Bubba's tried to make this point. These idiots that protest fossil fuels, they have no clue how many products that are tied to fossil fuels. They really are including parts for electric cars, as Bubba's pointed out many times. It's a good point. We continue. Let's go to Adam, Birmingham, Alabama. Adam, go ahead.
Hey, boys. Monkey Grass and Green Acres.
Thank you for the call. Appreciate you taking time to be with us today. And go ahead.
Yeah, so I got an album suggestion. I know y'all wanted to go with Rough Patch.
Oh, we're going with Rough
So,
Patch, buddy. There's no turning back now.
Well, listen to this, though. Why don't you name it Rough Patch, spelled R-U-F-F, and tie the puppies in somehow that way?
Yeah, well, we actually talked about that, and I think that's the way we're going to go. That has been
about
suggested.
3,000 emailers.
Yeah. So that's probably
That is a good idea. I like it.
Yeah, but we did have that idea, and we probably will do that. So thank you for that. Let's go to Jonathan in Sweet Home, Alabama. Jonathan, go ahead.
Good morning, fellas.
Hey, buddy.
Just was curious if y'all get any information or they try to box y'all in on what y'all can and can't say with that Project Mockingbird.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
I don't know what that is. So
no, we have not been limited. on it.
Apparently, we're not boxed in because if I'm boxed in by it, I don't know it.
Gotcha.
What is that? I don't even know what it is.
Or it's where the news channels are all told to say the same news, report on the same news. I think it's called Project Mockingbird, something to do like that. And I just didn't know if y'all ever got any communication where people are trying to box y'all in, or some big, BlackRock or somebody trying to tell you what you can and can't say.
I understand.
It's a rough patch.
Yeah. Just, hey, look, you want me to move my chair next to you and put my arm around you the rest of the show? I will.
No, what is he talking about?
Let me tell you what this is likely. Okay. This is likely some conservative that has a YouTube channel, and they have noticed, which he's right about this, they've noticed that you can go to the mainstream media and everybody is all saying the same thing at the same time. We've all seen and it is true.
It is.
And you are true.
And scary.
But I think it's just liberal media all working together, and they hand out their talking points, and a phrase becomes popular, and they all go, this is how we're going to spin this story. Now, I think that goes on because you can see it actually happening.
Yes.
But there is we've never had anybody send us anything, and that's the question you're asking, saying, here's the things y'all need to say today. That has never.
Now we're really on any topic.
Now, we lean more conservative, so we probably wouldn't be included in that.
Correct.
And from what I can see is Project Mockingbird is a CIA wiretapping operation. Operation Mockingbird is the CIA trying to manipulate domestic American news media organizations.
And that's what he's talking about.
Operation Mockingbird.
Yeah.
No, we've never had any issue with that.
No. So, but again, think about the things we talk about. They probably would go, that's a waste of our time there. We're never going to get them off this diesel truck thing today. There's no way.
Look at Bubba, he's checked out.
Right. God love him. Do you want to just go? I mean, you can't.
I ain't got anywhere to go.
I would tell you to leave, but you can't.
No.
Good night.
We continue. Let's go to Ron out of Mississippi. Ron, go ahead.
Hey, this is going to fall under that category. Things that shouldn't happen and things that can't happen. But look here.
Yeah.
I got a friend in the logging business. He gets a call one morning.
Mm-hmm.
So it's from one of his crew. He's like, we got a piece of equipment down. I think it might have gas in it. He's like, shut everything down till I get there. So he gets on the scene. So turns out they have established the fact
that there's gas in all the equipment because that morning the crew stops to put diesel in the fuel cell in the back of the pickup, and Cletus has done put gas in it. Now, mind you, listen, they didn't fill all the machines up, but they topped those tanks off in a skidder, a cut machine, a loader.
The whole
that morning. Look, shut the whole operation down all day. They had to drain tanks, change filters, including the truck tank.
Oh my good night. He shut everything down.
When you do it in one tank, it's bad. When you do it in a tank that's going to fill up a bunch of expensive equipment out in the field, that's a whole other thing.
Richard, Birmingham. Richard, go ahead.
Happy Friday, guys.
Thank you, buddy.
Thank you too.
Except for you, Bubba. I know it ain't that happy.
Yeah, it is. Listen. We're breathing. Everything's good. What an honor it is to make that mistake.
I wanted to see if a tow truck got there before the end of the show, if we get Speedy out there with the mic to interview the tow truck driver.
Now, that's going to happen if it happens during the show for sure.
Hey, if y'all need me to come get it, I mean, I can. But we'll see what's going to happen. Bubba is still kind of clinging to a dream of it being drained in the parking lot.
No, I think we're.
Yeah, I think that dream may be over.
The problem is unpacking and moving to another vehicle.
But you got to. You don't have a choice.
Yeah, sure. And then get it towed.
Ben, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Yeah, good morning, Monkey Grass.
Thank you for the call. Go right ahead.
I just wanted to say, as a disabled vet, my heart goes out to the Medal of Honor recipient that our crazy president just walked off the stage before the ceremony was even over. What do y'all think about that?
Well, we did talk about it, and of course, Karine Jean-Pierre, everybody's favorite press secretary, wants you to know that he did that because his wife had COVID, and he didn't want to overexpose the Medal of Honor recipient to that. Now, unfortunately, we have him on tape telling the press, "Don't tell anybody I didn't wear a mask today," because they keep telling me to wear a mask. So that kind of hurt that comment a little bit.
Well, it is funny. Usually he has a problem getting off the stage.
Right.
This time he left early, and if the plan was to get off the stage to protect the people that could get COVID, the Secret Service didn't know about it because they certainly looked shocked when they were trying to trail him down the aisle.
Right. And now there is some concern after Whoopi Goldberg.
Celtic is loose. Celtic is loose.
After Whoopi Goldberg's interview, there is some concern that we could catch COVID through the TV and through Zoom.
That's that new variant.
Yeah,
Rick.
and it's a variant that has found its way into your home through a computer screen or a TV from a person you're watching on the screen. I couldn't believe I was watching that. Her sitting there with a mask on Zoom. I just couldn't believe in her own room. I couldn't believe what I was seeing.
Well, that was all stage showmanship.
That's like wearing a costume or
something.
And
then took it off so she could talk.
Right. I don't even.
What?
Just some of this has just become absurd. I mean, it
it's
truly,
beyond absurd.
It truly is.
It's like a bunch of mental patients.
Yeah.
No offense to mental patients.
Right. Yeah. I hate to associate you guys with these people. All right, we'll come back. Golden ticket seat folks are arriving from all over the country. They'll be sitting in and watching the next few hours. The wonderful wheel of canned meat will spin on the program today. And more of the Rick and Bubba show continues. If you leave us, have a good weekend.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Phone calls. Frank standing by in South Alabama, commenting on the space story. Go ahead, Frank.
Hey, guys. How are y'all this morning?
Good. Great. Good.
I just had a question for Bubba. Bubba, are you familiar with the phrase Mercury 13?
It rings a bell, but not right off the top of my head.
It's 13 women that were training to be astronauts in the early 60s. The first women's space program in the early 60s that was nixed by Congress. And the first woman in space in 1963 was a Russian lady astronaut. Just little history we were never taught. But just,
I think there's a Netflix documentary out on this.
Really?
Yeah.
And then, of course, the first American, the great Sally Ride.
That's it.
I mean, could you have a better name if you're going to be an astronaut?
Nah, boy, you didn't
I
get
think
that.
they scrapped it. They couldn't get him to show up on time.
Greg, we just
Well,
now
we were talking about that earlier.
We just now got out of that. Man.
Greg doesn't
Speedy's
believe.
statement shut that whole conversation down.
They
we
went
were
to
done
look,
with it.
Rick, they clearly should have already had their spacesuit on. They were sitting in there in a robe.
Rise,
hey, we're blasting off at 10.
Right, we're blasting off at 10.
You need your helmet on.
Of course, Greg picks apart that movie with the mathematicians,
hidden
figures.
hidden
Yeah, that
Thank
was a
you,
good
Rick.
movie.
Yeah, but
He picks apart that
Greg,
one too.
well, you know how true stories are.
Right. Well, that that did happen.
Yeah, but I don't think he ripped the sign off the bathroom and stuff like
No, you're right. All that's.
I'm not saying that the premise is right, and that's nothing against. That's every true story. It's
Right.
not just that true story.
Ruin it,
Right.
Greg.
I got you. Thanks, Greg.
You know what I'm saying? We
What's that
go
other one
too
he
far
loves?
with it.
What's the one?
Oh, Blindside.
Blindside.
Yeah,
Oh,
no,
my
get
gosh.
on.
We have to hear about that every day.
Remember the
somewhere
Titans?
here.
He'll rip them all.
Oh, my gosh.
Don't read about the stuff they changed
just-
and remember the Titans.
I know, Greg. I got it. You've made it clear.
Bertier bothers me
I know.
Greg.
to this day.
Greg.
The
Come
guy
on.
was in the hospital.
Yeah.
Didn't even play.
No, he didn't get
He didn't get
paralyzed
hurt
till after the season.
after the season was over.
So he did not miss the championship.
Well,
Yeah.
look,
But I didn't.
movie makers have to move emotion or the movies are no good, so they'll
Right.
rearrange the facts. You know that.
Do
It
you
always
think,
happens.
Do you think sometimes, though, that the
That's a
story is
complete
good
foul.
enough without that?
I think
Yes.
it is. I think we try to
Yeah,
get short.
it is.
I think I'd like Gary been in the game.
I would have too.
And if you want to tell me that happened after, fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you want to give me an update on him, that would have been fine.
That would have even been emotion, probably more emotion.
And I think they won the game like in a blowout.
No, they
Yeah,
did. Now
they
that I
did.
know for a fact. The
Wasn't even
game was
close.
not even close.
We've completely ruined it for a lot of people that didn't know this.
The blindside thing when he blocked the guy 100
Here we
yards
go.
and threw him over the fence.
I know. I know.
Come on.
What about everybody turning their jerseys in on Rudy?
That did not happen.
I know.
Not even kind of.
I know.
And there was no maintenance friend. The guy that was his buddy.
Okay, Lord, please don't let Danny Wood be listening.
That guy's not real.
But
Danny
everything,
Wood
Now, do you know that, or
Yeah,
you
no,
just
that's fact.
you just think?
No,
that
they made that character up. Well, then you got to for the movie because think about it. You got to fill 2 hours, and Rudy just trying to.
It's
play
like
football.
the Goldbergs, which I love their series. There was no sister.
So, yeah,
Right.
yeah.
They
But-
added the
Same time
sister.
but everything in the Titanic movie is accurate.
Well, yes, the ship went down.
By the way, should we just have a segment one day where you call it with your favorite based on a true story movie and give him certain facts?
I'll
and he'll
say-
say fact or embellish.
I will say
You
though,
don't read that
just-
website that ruins everything.
Just for
you'll,
me,
you'll be done with every movie you've ever seen.
Come on,
for
man.
me personally, I've heard Greg rip the blind side. I think more than anything.
Yeah.
Oh, it
When
really-
he's holding court, I'll see him in there in the kitchen, and he'll get his coffee and prop up, and I'll walk in, and he'll just start talking about the blind
know,
side, how
yeah.
something
You
was
talking
wrong.
about when,
but
when
let me-
they're recruiting him and you got some little kid interviewing him.
What about phoning the coach on the sideline? That's one I've heard.
Yeah,
you
that
talk
may be
about a
my
lot.
favorite one.
Can I tell you
And
what?
he answered. Don't forget he answered
Right.
during the game.
Listen, the coaches that we all played for, if they played in the era of the cell phone, number one, they would not answer it. But if they looked down and you were a parent and they could see missed call, they would have taken your cell phone and they would have put it somewhere that you'd have walked for the rest of your life.
Didn't she, when we had her on the show, she was here one day, very nice, by the way. And we asked her loosely about that, and she said she called her husband. He was on the sideline.
Okay.
I think that she
Miss Toohey?
actually, yeah, she said that did happen, but I called my
But
husband.
she was
her husband was down there too, and she called him. She obviously didn't call the head coach.
when she was here. I mean, she's a very outgoing, strong lady with a type A personality.
And I'll
so
say
you
this-
could see a lot of
Yes.
that coming out of that.
Just being around her, Sandra Bullock played her perfect. I mean, you could tell she studied her.
Now she was 15 minutes late on the interview. She was, let's
But
talk.
we knew that was going to happen.
But let's talk a minute now. Isn't one of the people Hugh Freeze? Wasn't he the high school?
He was the
coach?
coach, but they don't. That character's not.
It's not based on.
I don't think so.
Because
But he was
because if,
right.
But don't you?
Yes.
But,
No,
but-
you're
but-
right,
but
yes.
don't you think when you're sitting around and somebody says, "All right, we're doing this. We're doing the Michael Orr movie." Okay, the book that was written was fantastic. Okay,
Yeah.
it really was.
It is a great story. It
Yeah,
is.
it's a phenomenal.
I'm just talking
story.
about
Yeah.
what Hollywood does. The true stories. That's all I'm talking
But Greg,
about.
don't they usually bring in like people who have expertise in certain areas to say that's believable, that's not believable?
Evidently not.
Evidently not, because if anybody would have said, now in one scene we're going to have Miss Toohey call the coach on the sideline, and he's going to answer, and she's going to say why he won't play Michael or won't do something for Michael. And we would have said, no, hey, that would never happen. Don't put that in the movie.
But this is what the movie people will say.
Hey, don't put that in the movie because there's no coach worth anything that would ever answer the phone and listen to somebody's mama tell them what they need to do in the game. Never.
But they
now we're living in a time now where mama's calling would be believable.
Yeah.
You know, or even daddy, sadly. But I still don't think coaches have gotten so far gone they'd actually take the call.
Probably
Right?
what happened is, like you said, she called her husband who was on the sideline, whatever. But the director is wanting to build her character, and they probably didn't feel like they showed how.
It is 6 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Coming to you from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world on various platforms, live and archived. Whichever one you've selected, we're glad you're here. We also have a unique podcast that happens most every week. That's available to you tomorrow on Saturday. Rick and Bubba University is what it's called. Catch the latest edition coming up this weekend. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. Welcome back. Bill Bubba Buster.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us today and letting us do what we do.
Bubba, I have good news. This is the beauty of being a Hendrick driver. We celebrated our 12th anniversary driving the outstanding automobiles all under the Hendrick banner. One of those, is a Ram truck. We like driving the Rams so much so that you went and got you one as well on top of the ones that we've driven over the years. You're now driving also for them. What do you
Wagoneer.
The Wagoneer, which is great.
I think that's what you thought you had today.
Yeah,
apparently so.
You did. Yeah. You got confused. The Wagoneer actually does take gasoline.
It runs real well on it, by the way.
So Joel Smith, who was the one who put together the deal that is an honor for Greg, you and me, Bubba, driving Hendrick Automobiles. He has heard of your plight today, and he has called in. Joel from Hendrick, buddy, we got Bubba in a rough patch again, buddy.
Man, I heard. I've been texting him this morning. I told him this has happened before. Just it's never happened that a man did that.
No, as a woman.
Well, I mean, the ladies usually, borrow the husband's truck or whatever, and that can happen, or a kid, takes a car, but it's unusual for it to happen in this format.
An adult male.
We usually don't, but
how about a sleepy adult male?
Yeah.
I
Joel,
think that's it.
What are we gonna do? I mean, we got a big old Ram just sitting here dead as a wedge, packed to the gills, ready to go down to the hunting land. I mean, it's
gonna take an hour to get everything out of it.
Yeah. Like Bubba said, unpacking is probably gonna be the toughest part. The deal is the quicker the better, right? You got to get that out of the system. So we're going to get it in and drain it out, take the tank down, get the filters changed, get them all set back up. And I tell you what, Bubba, I'll give you a truck to drive while you're doing it.
That's what I told you that. Wow.
Joel, I feel bad you having to do
Let's
that.
go, Hendrick.
Joel, I really feel bad.
Of course you do, but he's coming through. Don't take his blessing away.
He ain't driving the Silverado, I'll tell you that.
It was.
Yeah, I was going to say it's going to be Greg's truck.
No, absolutely. Well, you're going to have to come to the house and get it.
Well, it was funny because all of us were sitting here going, somebody should help Bubba, but every time he would bring it up,
I just couldn't offer the Silverado.
It's like I couldn't quite make myself give him my truck. Helms he did. And
he didn't mean it, though.
I told Helms, we walked outside, and I looked at Helms, and I said, sometimes the Holy Spirit intervenes and says what you should have said. Because he couldn't have said that on his own.
I couldn't.
There's no way you could have said that on his own.
I walked out of the room and questioned myself. I was like, what just happened? You
didn't even sound like you. Your voice was different.
It was
like,
pale.
Bubba, you can have my truck.
It was truly the Holy Spirit.
It was the Holy Spirit, but Helmsy couldn't say that. All right, so let me.
He knew you weren't going to take him up on it, but
that's not true. That's not true.
Joel, let me be sure I have this right. We're going to come get Bubba's truck. We're going to unload his stuff into another truck, and then y'all going to take it off and hopefully save the day.
Yeah, I just need a location. I'll bring a new truck, drop that one off, and we'll tow that one to the dealership and get it handled.
Joel,
you're
you know what that is? Yeah. You know what that is? That's the power of Hendrick.
That is. So
Joel is an all-star.
Joel, would it inconvenience you too terribly much for you to bring maybe some guys to unload Bubba's truck as well?
Yeah. We'll bring some men over.
No, you don't, Joe. You don't understand with all the junk I got in there.
but
I wouldn't ask anybody.
But
to do that.
hey, look, we're gonna make it happen, and I'll help you right up to my lunch. And
what about this? What if we do this, Bubba? What if we I rent you a rollback? We'll put your truck on the back of the rollback, and you'll have access to your stuff. For the
there you go. Just drive it down there
Just
on the
drive
rollback.
it around.
Picture that.
Well, wait, we got to get it to you though to get it fixed. That's the thing. We got to get it going.
Yeah, you got to get that fuel
gotta
out
get it
there.
here.
We got to get that fuel.
Yeah.
All right. So, are you communicating with Bub on location and everything, Joe?
Yeah, I got Bubba. We'll get it handled and get it all figured out. It's easy.
All right. Well,
Joel, thanks.
Once
You're
again,
a hero.
You guys, can you believe it's been 12 years? When you said that the other day, that blew my
Man.
mind.
Yeah, she's and it's coming up on 13 pretty quick. And you know, I told Speedy on the phone, this construction is about done me in, but we're excited that thing's going to be done here in about 45 days. So
that's good.
We'll look forward to it.
And Greg's coming today. Greg will be there
That's
today.
right. Got some pizza.
Yeah. So
bring the pizza. Hey, the boys are all looking forward to pizza.
Oh, listen, they come running when we show up.
Greg, you're going to see Bubba's
It's
truck.
like a feeder going
Greg's
on.
going to see Bubba's truck getting drained.
Yep, that's right.
Okay,
While eating Papa
yeah,
Murphy's.
that's right. You can bring people. We'll show them how that process happens. And
Oh,
let
yeah,
them
that'd
see
be
how
awesome.
That goes down. And, you know, and I do appreciate Pizza Friday because it's hard to find salespeople sometimes. As soon as that pizza comes out,
there
we
they
find
are.
them.
There they are.
Suddenly we know where it's like a
There
green
they are.
field.
There they are. Oh, that's
There they
great.
are.
Well, Joel, thank you very,
Thank you,
very
buddy.
much.
This is a big win,
Yeah,
Bubba.
yeah, thank
This is
you.
a huge win for
Right.
you.
And Joel, you played an indirect role in me losing some weight and getting better shape because you started giving me lift kits.
Yeah.
And
Hey, I told somebody the other day, Rick, you brought that truck and you go, hey, can I get one a little lower this time? And I went and grabbed one, pulled it up there, and we're moving the stuff, and it's exactly the same height.
you know what though? Now I can get in and out of it no trouble. You forced me to do something about my physical situation. So thank you for that. Thank you, buddy.
You got it.
All right, man.
Thanks, Joel.
All right.
See you, buddy. All right, there he goes.
You got it. We'll get a handle. See you.
Bubba, I was saying that all
I tell
along.
you
Just
what.
reach out to Joel.
Well, it was early.
Bubba,
I know,
you're
but
not
they
going to
come
have to
through.
move. They're coming. This is great.
Boy,
This
So,
is
besides the fact you don't have your truck, this is good.
Right.
Yeah,
but you're gonna have a truck.
right.
Right.
Of course, we're gonna have to unload it. But I mean, that's all
Yeah,
right.
Look, hey, that's
That's
easy.
What you got in the back of that thing?
Can you once we get it all in the new truck, will you be able to go down to the farm today and put it behind you? And-
Well, it'll
It'll feel
always be
better.
a cloud out there.
yeah, but you're gonna get it back
Oh, yeah,
at some
yeah.
point.
Yeah,
you know?
if we just get through this
I
weekend.
mean,
and
what's
get everything
$14,000?
working.
Yeah.
What's that?
That's
Throw
right.
it
Yeah,
in there.
nothing to that. I know.
Rebuilt the house lately.
No, about to.
That ain't nothing.
Hey,
Yeah, that's-
oh, I know.
Mm.
But now all that's insurance, right? I mean,
Yeah.
are you having to stroke a few checks too, though?
Well, it's mostly insurance.
I know.
We got some upgrades.
Deductible.
Yeah.
But
Right.
go ahead.
Those
Deductible
upgrades.
hurts, doesn't it? Just
Oh, yeah.
a little
Sure.
stinger.
Especially
It
when you
feels
get a
good
high
when
one.
them premiums are low, doesn't
Mhm.
it? But
It does.
and you're thinking, look at me being sharp with a high deductible.
Yeah.
Until you have
Probably
to pay
walked
it.
you through it about Tornado too when you signed it.
Oh yeah.
You know you can get that low premium.
Yeah.
Tornado's not going to hit
It's another day at the office,
What-
gentlemen.
What's the odds of a tornado hitting like this?
Let me tell you what, it's better than laying in the hospital.
It
any
is.
day.
Yeah.
You know what I
Think
want you to
about
do?
that.
I
Gotta
want
go all
you
the way
to.
That's
back
kind
to
of well, you know,
Absolutely.
it's interesting, and
I don't
Bubba
blame you.
just parlayed into this weekend's podcast.
Yeah.
If there's one thing that you can take away from this weekend's podcast, difficulty, suffering, and all that, it gives you a perspective on. You don't look at things as being a big deal anymore.
That's right.
Because you go, well, now compared to that situation I was in, this really isn't no big deal.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, we take care of this.
Right. I mean, it's not. It's kind of low on no totem pole when you compare some of that stuff. So
And Joel's a green patch. He's not a rough patch. He's coming through.
yeah, he
for
is.
you.
I
He
know.
is coming
I
through.
know.
He is coming
Joel's
through.
the bomb.
He really is.
Joel's the bomb.
Do you still
He's the
want
man.
do you still want to see the footage of yourself just so
I
you
do.
can stare
Yes,
at it?
absolutely. I do.
Yeah. Okay.
He wants to punish himself, he said.
Right.
It's like when I fell in the pine straw. I had to watch it
I had to see
over and over.
I mean, you
kinda
knew
like to
you
see
fell,
that
but you
again,
still
Bob.
wanted to see it.
Because I knew what it felt like. I wanted to see what it looked
Yeah.
like.
Right.
You know?
And it was a good one.
Oh, it
It
was
was.
fantastic.
It's dandy.
All
Not
right.
as much fun as this one, though.
All right.
No.
Well, at least I know we still have a problem, but at least we have a solution.
We're getting there.
We have a solution.
We see light at the end of the tunnel.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That's my
Overbearing
point.
she
I
was.
think they had it covered.
And they added that scene to
Right.
make it, and so they adapted something that really happened to make her build her character. That's what the movie guys do.
Yeah, and now
they
Michael,
feel like that's justified.
Michael Orr is on record saying that he was not as bad as they portrayed.
Yeah,
when they
did.
first put him out there and portrayed, he's looking at airplanes and stuff.
Yeah,
he was not happy with it.
Looking at airplanes. Yeah, because it made him look like he didn't know anything.
Yeah, he said I wasn't that bad.
Right.
I mean, obviously the guy had enough talent to play in the NFL. I think day one he would probably be better.
You probably would have said we got us a player here.
Yeah. He's raw, but we got something.
Right. And do you think that she drove her car down into the inner city and took on the gang?
I was wondering if you were going to bring that up.
Right here.
That's one I hear a lot about too. But
he'll talk about that one. Really, Rudy. The only thing he rips in Rudy is the maintenance man and the turn in of the jerseys. He leaves Rudy alone except for those two facts.
The maintenance, the jersey thing didn't happen, obviously.
But he'll take things, Rick, that
do you think Rudy was offside?
That nobody thinks about.
Like, Rudy was offside.
Did he actually make a sack, or I can't remember?
I think so.
Or did they just put him in the game?
No, I think he did.
Really?
I think they show it.
Now they did say they did carry him off the field.
Now I think I'm trying to protect myself.
They did carry him off the field.
Yeah,
or did?
At the end it said, at the end when they actually put real stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But he's the only player ever taken off.
They
the field.
show the play though from actual film at the end. Yeah.
Did they?
Yes.
And during the credits or something?
Yes. But now I'm trying to remember if he actually sacked the guy.
See, I'm confusing it with the Goldbergs because they show the real home footage of what that particular show was based off of. It is hilarious.
I tell you what you can do, Speedy. Google Rudy's play in Notre Dame, and
the real Rudy. There shouldn't be a lot of them.
I'm gonna tell you nothing.
Because he only played one play, so there should only be one.
Rick, they also the dirt about Motley Crue. They completely ruined it.
No, Greg.
And I don't watch
I got
that.
a story for you on that.
Okay, but
you will not believe it.
If you're offended, don't. Well, you know what it is. If you're dealing with Motley Crue in the '80s, okay?
No, Greg.
Don't watch.
Matter of fact, I think I may come back on this because I've been meaning to tell you this, and I keep forgetting, and it's going to slay you.
Okay.
Concerning that. Horrifying, and I haven't seen it, but you told me that it.
One scene that's really
well, if you're going to do an update on Motley Crue and you're going to watch their life story, it's going to be crude, rude, and nasty. Yeah. So keep that in mind for what I'm going to tell you when we come back.
Okay.
All right. Have you found it? Speedy?
Yeah, it looks like 1975.
Let's see if he does the sack.
Yeah. Let's see here. There he is.
All right.
You got me.
Where's he at?
Right there.
He is
where?
Right.
He's clearly in the neutral zone.
Let's see
so
if
this defensive end for him.
But let's see if he makes the sack. Greg, just hang on. All right, here we go. Here he comes. Here he comes. Here he comes. Oh my gosh, you didn't make the sack.
No,
all he did was
hold on. He rushed the pass.
Wait a minute. No, I had the wrong play. Here it is.
Okay.
Hold on.
All right, okay.
Here it is.
So in the movie,
so
Greg, just wait.
How many plays did he play?
Just wait, Greg.
There it is.
Okay, he did sack him.
Right, he was in on the sack.
And it's exactly how they portrayed it.
Okay, and one more thing. No way that the guy.
How many plays did he play?
No way that Vince Vaughn, who's in Rudy, I didn't realize it was him.
It's the same play, Bo.
You hear me, Rick? No way. You remember in the movie they portrayed that they had to score so Rudy could get on the field. Well, that was completely made up.
Well, Greg.
It was 24 to 3.
But you're going to tell me that he ran a halfback pass on his own so Rudy could get in the game. Y'all remember that thing?
I do, Greg, but I think you've done.
No way.
That's the kind of stuff that bothers me. Yeah. He's done things with the movie Moneyball that really bothers me.
Right. We didn't even talk about Moneyball.
No.
Greg, wait till I tell you what happened when we come back on the other thing you talked about.
Okay.
They just going to slay you. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Texas will reintroduce, Rick, to their state curriculum cursive writing beginning in the 1920 school year. Second graders will learn to write cursive letters. Third graders will be expected to write complete words, thoughts, and answer legibly in cursive writing.
Did you say 1920 school year?
I'm sorry, 2019-2020 school year.
Okay, all right. Yeah.
What did I say, 1920?
1920.
I was looking
well, you know
what?
what? It's funny. It's funny I mentioned that because it was in their curriculum then, too.
Thank you.
And now we're bringing it back.
Yeah, cursive.
I knew I had said something funny because I see the movement start over here and the hissing and all that.
You meant 2019-2020. You just said 1920.
Yeah, that's it.
Or
I said 1920, which I meant.
Yeah.
You know,
2019.
It just it sounded funny.
Yeah, I get it.
I thought it was me, or I didn't know if I had time traveled. I didn't know.
But you know what? Seriously, we've talked about this. As long as you have to write checks, and I know you don't write near as many as you used to. I got that, but I tell you, when I have to write a check, it's like I have to sit there and think. You know, because
I just print.
You don't use it as much, but you know my.
we called it. 20 minutes past the hour. Thanks for being with us, Rick and Bubba's show. Rick and Bubba. We said Greg out and about in Birmingham today, so all of you in the golden ticket seats, if you're here in town, and most everybody, we got a couple of local people, but everybody else are from other markets. Go see Greg today. I love seeing all these Rick and Bubba shirts all in the seats today, watching the program from all over. Just love it. So welcome, guys, ladies and gentlemen and children. Coming up later, the wonderful wheel of canned meat will spin. So Greg today at Hendrick, we just talked to Joel. Thank him for coming through.
Get a piece of pizza. Papa Murphy.
And that's 11 to 1, so go see Greg there at Hendrick Hoover Auto Mall. I'll be in Lawrenceburg, Kentucky this weekend, tomorrow night, Man Church. That'll be at Sand Spring Baptist Church, and then I stay in town. And then Sunday morning, I get to have the honor of preaching the 2 morning services, 8:45 and 11. So look forward to seeing all of you in beautiful Lawrenceburg, Kentucky, Lord willing, this weekend. And then Ozark, Alabama, Sunday night, Brian Gunn will be kicking off the men's discipleship strategy from themanchurch.com at Ozark Baptist Church in Ozark, Alabama. All those details are either at rickandbubba.com under events or themanchurch.com under events. So in the kickoff hour, I heard Speedy discussing, all the kids of the Rick and Bubba show, they're all various ages, and a lot of them are growing up. Speedy's got one in college, and one of the college assignments was in marketing. Is that what it was? Yeah. And so he was asked by his professor to put a marketing presentation together?
Correct. Yeah, all the students were part of the grade was you had to go out, interview someone in that field, write a 3-page paper, turn that in, and then present a PowerPoint and get up in class and present the letter or the article or whatever, your paper, I should say, present it with PowerPoint. And
he did the history of the marketing here. He interviewed you.
He did.
That was convenient.
He did. I thought that was very convenient. He said about a week ago, "Hey, Dad, I need to interview you." And I'm like, "Really? What's up?"
Yeah.
He said just about the show and the marketing and how the show started. And how you got to where you are now, and the marketing and the promotions that were behind all that.
Oh yeah.
And I'm like, well, son, you're gonna have
ready.
It's gonna be more than 3 pages. You just get ready for that.
Well, yeah, and one of the things,
bring your notebook.
Yeah. One of the things his professor and your son didn't realize, you have to understand, when this show went on the air in 1994, and then Bubba and I had been doing it on kind of a part-time deal. I was hosting the show. Bubba was appearing a few days a week in 93. So it's hard to imagine, because the 90s doesn't seem that long ago.
But it is.
But it is. But at that time, and we've talked about this many times, the internet.
There was no internet.
There was no internet.
No.
There were social media did not exist. Not everybody even had a cell phone. I didn't have one for years. And we had to either market on terrestrial TV or in newspapers.
Correct.
And we didn't have any budget for any of that.
No.
And then so we would find ways to market ourselves without a marketing budget.
Yeah, we used many times a shoe polish, white shoe polish, just to write on the windows of whatever vehicle we had.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, what did your son think about when you told him that we wrote on you one time?
You talking about the human billboard?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, he presented that I just ran shirtless down the interstate, which I didn't know was illegal.
Right.
I want to say that I wasn't trying to put anybody.
Well,
in
you got to
danger.
get on the interstate. A little side country road ain't going to do much marketing.
But Highway Patrol quickly told me it was illegal, and I needed to get off.
And then we put on your
I see all kind of stuff on the interstate now, and apparently they don't care.
No, you're right.
Yeah, but y'all wrote on my back, Rick and Bubba, so. Because we didn't have a billboard, so I was a human billboard, and it did get a lot of attention.
It did.
That one, the shoe polish on the car windshields, the water tower in Nashville that said "More Rick and Bubba."
Right.
So we didn't do that.
No, we didn't. But I climbed it and got froze halfway up.
Well, I think one of the most brilliant ones, and you mentioned this, and he did it in the presentation, and it really intrigued the professor. Is we were going against stations that had a marketing budget.
They did.
We did not. Keep in mind,
everywhere.
nobody would have put us on the air if they were doing well.
Right.
Okay, so the fact that we were put on the air meant they were desperate.
Yeah.
They were trying anything.
Yeah. Right.
So they had no budget. So one of the stations we competed against had a tremendous marketing budget.
Boy, they did.
And so they had billboards everywhere. So what we decided to do, and I thought this may be one of our most brilliant ideas, is we told everybody what the station was called. We never believed in that act like the others don't exist. I thought that was one of the dumbest ideas any consultant ever came. Never mention the competition like y'all don't know. Like y'all haven't discovered there's other radio stations. What
Just
I
a
thought,
dial full of 'em.
I kind of had a weird concept. Why don't we just do a better job in the competition? Because everybody knows they exist.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
So what we would do is we would say we're aware that our competition has billboards everywhere.
Everywhere.
So we want you, when you see their call letters and their frequency, to think of us. Make that billboard us everywhere. Every time you see
your mind.
every time you see one, you think of us.
And then, did you remember people would start calling and saying, "Hey, I'm headed down so and so highway, and I see one of your billboards."
Right.
Yeah,
And they just
yeah.
start calling them our billboards.
That's right.
Billboards.
Yeah.
And so that worked great.
Yeah, I told them we would show up at local newscasts. Y'all would be part of maybe a sports segment or weather. Through endorsements, it was big to be in commercials because you were being seen on TV and it was promoting the show. And
We would walk into the live shot of other people that had money.
Yep, shirtless.
Yep, shirtless.
Right. That would
Everybody always
be
remembers
good.
that. You get on.
And all that cost us was a slight fisticuff.
It did. That ain't bad.
There was just
But
so
you know
much
what?
there.
We were ready to our credit.
Yeah, yeah, right.
we were
I also
much
I also told them, we only had one affiliate, but we called ourselves a network.
Yep.
And I'm like, because you have to sound big time, and it'll kind of give that that mindset to the listeners that hey, everybody's listening.
Yeah, we
and,
broke every rule. Now we were fortunate enough, that Mark the Hammer Bass, Mark the Hammer Bass believed in guerrilla marketing.
He did.
So he just released us like the Kraken.
Yeah.
So what we would do is every rule we would break. We would tell people about the other stations. We would tell you basically if you listen to the other stations that you were a loser.
We did.
Okay, so come over here to where you would be a winner. And then we would talk about the competition. We would go after the competition. We would try to hijack their marketing. We would paint members of the show. We would paint our own vehicles.
We got a lot of mileage out of shoe polish.
We would pretend that we were a network when we were only one station. We started calling ourselves the Rick and Bubba Radio Network.
That's right.
And everybody thought, wow, this thing is big. That we learned from Van Halen, of all people. Act big time even when you're not. Nobody knows the difference.
Yeah.
And they actually packed out like a local arena one time because they pretended to be a big deal, but they really were nothing, and everybody came to see them.
And you remember Kiss would put speakers that were not even hooked
Correct.
up on stage
And we
to
did
look
all
like
that.
it was a bigger volume.
You
than
thought
it
we
was.
were the biggest, baddest show there'd ever been.
Ever.
And we simply weren't. And we were just a couple of good ones and trying to put it all together.
Don't tell too much.
Well, nobody knew the difference. And so that seemed to work. And then we started, we were the only ones who did a campaign that we said we have no listeners. Not one.
Right.
And because that's what all the competition would say. Well, nobody listens to that show. So we would declare we have 0 listeners. And then people would call up and we would thank them for not listening. And so that was a marketing plan. Everybody kind of, and then before you knew it, we became the show and the listeners with us that were against all the successful people.
Right.
And we were rising from the ashes all together to defeat all who opposed us.
Yeah.
And it worked beautifully.
Yeah.
It did.
He was the last student to present in class, and you had a 5-minute time limit. And he said he blew through 5 minutes, and the professor just let him keep going.
Of course.
He was intrigued with
You
what
can't
was
talk
going
about
on.
us in 5 minutes.
No. There's so much, so many other things too. He asked how I got my name, and then he asked, the crazier things that we've done on the road, and there's just so much there. Much there. We talked about.
Did he talk about us taking an intern dressed as a pig and the other station let the pig in, and the pig took his head off and screamed Rick and Bubba on the microphone?
I don't think we did that.
You should be listening to Rick and Bubba right now. Turn the show off.
What about selling our own T-shirts at their event?
Yep.
Oh,
Yep.
I do remember that.
Yep.
I told y'all would get on the bullhorn at Christmas parades and scream for other radio stations to report, and there was nobody to
the
report
parade
to.
coordinator and to watch them run around looking for that person.
We had 12 T-shirts and acted like we had a full store.
Oh, yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Kids, they can't write in cursive.
Well, it goes back to this again. I brought up,
and you have to write on the check in cursive.
So cursive went away, and then cursive is coming back.
Well, it
For
went
some
away.
states,
It
yeah.
went away
I
too
think
far.
Alabama, was it last year they passed it? I think they're teaching it again. I may make that up.
Well, can I tell some of you out there that need documents from us? Of course, I'm very familiar with that and going to be familiar with that again today. You're going to have to learn to communicate a little clearer on this cursive print thing. I talked to somebody was asking me about all the stuff I was going through trying to pay this ticket and this passport and all this stuff in the car and blah, blah, blah. And they said that the woman that they were dealing with filling out their situation for their passport got really, really rude and mad. But this is what the woman said. She said, I want you to sign your name right here and print where I can read it. Mm-hmm. Well, she said, okay, well, I thought that means write it in cursive and then put it in print so you know what the cursive said. And the woman said, can you not follow instructions? And she was like, you said sign my name in cursive and then print where you can read it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I meant for you to write in cursive where I could read it.
That's not what you said.
You should have said print it then.
Because you do a lot of documents where you do sign it and print it.
Right, yeah.
Your signature is different. Right. Your signature does not have to be in perfect cursive. Really, the more unique it is, the better it is.
Mine doesn't even resemble my name.
And mine is never the same twice.
I
don't know what it is.
I'm jealous of people who have a really sharp, good-looking one.
No,
you ever get
think
locked
it's
up?
not. You think it's not, but if you wrote it 100 times, you would see a lot of similarities.
Yeah.
It's just the way your brain works.
You ever get locked up halfway through it? You're like,
yeah.
Now look, when you're trying to write a check out and you're trying to write 100 and 1,000 and all that kind of stuff, you go
screaming.
Yeah,
you can print
those
checks,
now.
but then you got to it's cursive your name though.
Yeah, but
that was my whole thing
for that
with
very
these-
reason. For what you're talking about, I just write when you have to spell out the amount. I just put it in print now.
How about we don't spell it out right either? Have you noticed that?
No, of course not. No. You ever get caught in the middle and realize what you've written, there's no way to say it in words? Start over.
And you know you're supposed to do the zeros at the end, and you ain't got room to put it in there.
But when we did away with cursive for this generation, or Skunk said he can't write it.
Skunk,
How do you
can't write
sign
cursive?
your name? What is your signature then?
What's your signature look like,
They
Skunk?
probably practice signature, and that's it.
I mean,
what about?
Know how to write a cursive J, and the rest of it is just connecting the letters together.
So you just scribble it.
Okay.
You do a J and scribble it.
You
That's
do
just
what
like
most
mine.
doctors do.
Yeah.
That's what I do. Mine's consistent, but it's not anything worth looking at.
No.
mine's terrible.
Also, another law, and this is one I'm very excited about in Alabama. They are going to make it illegal to sit in the passing lane.
I love it.
Over 1.5 miles.
Yes.
If you are not passing somebody.
Yes.
And, and it's actually being sold. It's actually being sold under an anti-road rage bill, and I think it was a former state trooper actually introduced it, and he said he's been guilty of it, and we all have. You get these people; they seem numb to it. You know, they'll get up there and they block traffic on the interstate, especially if you got big trucks in the other lane you can't get around. And then you finally get around them, and they're just like they're in their own world. They don't even know.
I don't understand it.
The left lane is for passing. Get around somebody, get back in the other lane as soon as you can.
Is it really called the Anti-Road Rage Act?
Yeah,
I think it is.
Let me ask you this:
It does cause it.
And I'm not being.
I think it causes wrecks because you start trying to get away.
It was based on a shooting that happened. I think where some kids got hurt or were in the car after someone was slow poking in the left lane.
Well, let me ask y'all this:
Bring it.
You know, the move over law that they passed years ago. Okay, I get that, but if I'm beside you and you see somebody, don't mean you have to move over. If you move over, if it's clear, I know they want you. You know, when you get someone's on the side of the road.
Yeah.
But people think the minute they see it, and I'm beside them, they just come over on me.
No, you have to come over when it's open.
Well, they don't. They think, oh, somebody's there. I'm coming over.
Well, Big Love got a ticket on that one time, and he said nobody even told me this law existed. I didn't think I could safely get over. So I didn't, and the policeman got mad because he had somebody pulled on the side of the road and then came and pulled me over.
Yeah, see,
and I said, yeah, you got to move. He said, I didn't even know that.
When it first came out, I was still with the power company. And,
so we need to teach it and drive it.
A buddy of mine got pulled over in one of them big bucket trucks because he didn't move over. Plus, he blew the trooper's hat off his head as he drove by. So
That's not good. Getting out. Look,
bit.
In all fairness, getting out on the side of the road is one of the most dangerous things you can do.
Oh, it's hard, and it's a good rule, but I don't want people to panic and think they have to jump.
Yeah, I wish they would move to an off ramp or somewhere else to deal with it.
No, it's very that's a dangerous thing.
My wife,
that's why they go on the outside of the car now.
Wisely.
My wife, which we call America's favorite co-pilot, my wife is like that, like with people coming for ramps and merging. And I don't know how many times I have to say this, honey.
35 minutes now past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. MyPillow.com/Bubba. Boy, what a time to save some money. I'm talking about speedy kind of specials. at mypillow.com/Bubba right now as they celebrate their 20th anniversary. If you're thinking about it, you could go right now. They got My Coffee, which is 100% Arabica grade. They've got My Coffee right now, 50% off. And you can even pick up a Go Anywhere version of the My Pillow, the classic. And the My Pillow, the limited edition My Pillow, is on sale right now for $19.98 for the Queen. The King's only $10 more. Either way, you're saving $50. Also, they've launched some new kitchen towels. If you haven't seen these, they're really, really good. Introductory offer right now, 25% off. So if you'd like to find out more, go to mypillow.com/Bubba. That's mypillow.com/Bubba. They've got some great savings there during the 20th anniversary sale, so take advantage of that right now. Bubba, this weekend, I know all eyes are now on Colorado. Did they ever think that they would be such a sought-after a football school? It's been a long time. Now, back when they won, they won a share of the national championship.
Oh, yeah, they were
time.
good there
Bill
for a
McCartney and all those years there.
Bieniemy.
But anyway, but it's been a while. It's been a drought. They won one game last year, and now they've got Coach Sanders, prime time, and he is. Let me tell you when you know the kind of hype that he's bringing to Colorado. I mean, when you look at like I was scanning around last night, I thought, well, I want to watch the NFL get started. I like to see the hype of a full stadium and everybody getting all into it and all this. And I thought, well, I'll see what's going on. And as I was scanning, I see footage of Coach Primetime giving one of his speeches. Okay,
Yeah.
And I think, what is this? And I realize it's Fox News, and like Jesse Waters is playing a Deion Sanders clip, using it as some sort of part of the story. And I thought, and then their merchandise is selling through the roof. Their tickets have never been worth more money. And so it's that hire for them, and I know we're going to have to see if it has any long lasting.
Yeah.
But I'm just talking about if you stopped right now,
he's hot as a pistol. Right now.
He is. I'm talking about this hire for Colorado was just brilliant.
And you know what stands out to me more than anything was the fact that we all know how hard it is to get a group of people together and create a good team atmosphere year one. He went out and got 25, 30 guys from the portal. Okay?
Yeah.
Think about that.
Yeah.
And they were mistake-free the other day. No penalties, no silly mistakes.
Yeah.
How in the world? That tells me you got a great coaching staff.
Yeah.
If that's going on.
Well, he basically says that we're going to do things a certain – and all the great coaches before him did the same thing.
Yeah.
Now, a lot of them have, if they started coaching like him today and tried to implement that, they couldn't get away with it.
No.
He's able to get away with it, but those same principles have always worked.
Absolutely.
It's just he's in a unique situation where he can get away with it now.
Yeah.
Well,
but it's still the same old things that have produced championship teams over and over again. And
There's
he's
so much discipline with that
Yes,
group
and
in
without
such
that-
a short period of time.
Yeah.
The principles are there, and you can duplicate that, but the charisma is not.
No, exactly. And that goes right with it.
You can put another coach there. He could do the exact same things. He wouldn't have the attention. And in this era of the transfer portal, all these kids being treated like, they're some superstar when they're in
Right.
10th grade on.
Right.
You got to have somebody that they are drawn to.
Right.
And Deion has what it takes right now.
Yeah.
And you can't coach that. You either got it or you don't. And he's got it off the scale compared to a lot of the coaches right now.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens now. Game 2, Nebraska, and I know Nebraska is not Nebraska of old, but they're not a homecoming game either.
Matt Rule, right?
So see, Rick, I get up.
And Matt Rule's a great coach, and he's going to get that turned around.
Yes, he might. He might this weekend.
You get up early. I normally would not care what Colorado was doing. I will be looking for that game. I want to see them play Nebraska and see how they are welcomed back home after that victory.
You were talking about tickets. Ticket prices for this home opener are more than NFL tickets for most games, they said. It's insane. And the kid that goes both ways for them, defense and offense, played over 100 snaps. it was released this weekend that he's been offered over $1.5 million to enter the transfer portal, but he stayed.
Can I tell you what's funny was that footage everybody's
Which
got?
is tampering, by the way.
Yeah, it is, but can't do that.
I mean, what in the world?
But the footage people are putting out of the TCU fans dogging him, when the TCU fans are dogging him and then they show us highlights from the game and they're telling me he's overrated and he ain't going to do nothing today, and he is just, it's interception after interception after interception, and then offensive catch after offensive catch, and basically you look up and they're all sitting there going, okay, well, so you are really good.
Yeah, he's a real deal.
And Rick, you are really good.
You didn't see the game, and I don't know. Some people might have caught it, some didn't. But right before the kickoff, he goes over and he's hugging Dion, and they're having a conversation like, this is what we want to get to. This is where we've come. This is where we want to be playing. And you could tell they had, almost a little spiritual moment there, and then they broke and ran on the field. So he's the real deal, man. He was worthy of the high rating coming out of high school.
And everything. I mean, the money he's bringing to the program. I mean, and all that with Dion being there with him and all that. So anyway, that's a big game this weekend. Trump's going to go to Iowa State this weekend. Ole Miss, Tulane. Let's see another matchup. Texas A&M, Miami. Cincinnati, Pitt, Alabama, Texas. That's a big one.
Oh yeah.
Number 3 with against number 11.
Yep, that's game day will be there in Tuscaloosa.
Yeah,
that will be nuts.
That'll be a big one. Looking to see any others that let's see. Oh no. It's the Beth Mowins game.
Here we go.
What poor group of fans have been assigned
Good night.
Beth Mowins.
Speaking of rough patch,
It looks like as if the Florida fans have not been through enough after that season opener. 6:30 p.m. Central Time, ESPNU, meaning no one who has Spectrum will see it. It looks like Mowins has been given her game. Beth Mowins going to be down there with the Gators, headed down there to the swamp. I'll be on hand. Mom will be ready to go. It's the Gators against the McNeese State Cowboys.
The who?
The McNeese State Cowboys.
Didn't realize they were Cowboys.
Cowboy!
No, McNeese is the one that has the cannon, right? That they fire at their home field.
You're talking about McNeese. McNeese. Will they be able to produce any yards? They're going to need to pick up yards against the Gators, a swamp, chopping. Chomp. Didn't look very chompy week 1.
Chompy?
Didn't look not very chompy.
It looked like they had dentures and left them in the glass.
Mama was watching, even though I was down in Auburn where there's a freeze warning.
Rick.
Taking on the Minutemen last week. Gators, Cowboys, Helmsley. Helmsley, you still having a good time up there coaching the Cocks?
Okay. Hey.
JSU.
Yeah.
Jacksonville. The Alabama version, not Florida. Alabama, Jacksonville, Helmsley. Coaching tennis. Gamecocks. Stay cocky. Eating from the robot.
You know what? I thought about that robot the other night. The only thing would make it better, Rick, is if they put a rooster head on it and a tail.
Put a little rooster khaki head on and that way it would be a cock pot.
You were out of
Not a
control.
robot.
You were out of control right now.
That'd be the name of it. It's a rooster.
Check his water.
Fighting roosters.
Well, how's the rooster? What does it say?
Rooster cock-a-doodle-doo. Touchdown, Cocks. Cock-a-doodle-doo. So I'll be sending it down to the sidelines and get an update from down there. Pandemonium in the swamp.
See, Florida, this is how you get punished when you lose.
Yeah.
Mama will be there. You're taking on McNeese. Cowboys. I love a cowboy. I might even save a horse. We'll be back. 15 minutes to the top of the hour. Sorry, Florida.
So she's back.
Yep, she's back. Sorry, Florida.
Better get it together, Gators. You might get her again.
Yeah. Gators. More Rick and Bubba coming up. 15 minutes to the top of the hour. Thanks for being with us.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can only move over to the other lane. Is this because that's why they stretch it out so we can all find time to merge? Now you're not supposed to stop.
You're right. Same type thing.
And Sherry goes, "You got to get over." I said, "Honey, I can't get over until there's nobody over there."
Right. A lot of times they can't move over because there's somebody on the outside of them.
I can't ram this other car to make room for this merging person.
Yeah.
We're going to all ride together for a little bit, and then we're going to work it out. I don't need to make a drastic move from my lane to the other lane because there's another car.
It's
over
just
there.
to give them a running start. It doesn't mean to have access, but it's better than starting from a dead stop.
Right, but the people in the left lane going slow, and this is why it's called the road rage. And this happened to me.
It's happened to all of us.
A couple weeks ago, maybe it's 2 weeks now. And my wife, that's why I love her. She's the voice of reason so many times. She heard me utter under my breath, "I'm ramming him," and she goes, "Rick, you can't just ram somebody and knock them out of the way." I said, "I think I'm pushing him out of the way. I'm pushing. I think if I get up on the corner, I've seen police cars do this. I think I can spin him." And she goes, "Do you hear what you're saying in the car? Do you hear yourself? You're not serious about this." I said, "I really think I can do it." And she said, "I know you might, but you shouldn't try that."
Well, we do it with go-karts, but on the highway, it's not a good idea.
It is. And I didn't do it because of
Speedy did it to me when we raced last time.
Yeah, my wife's voice of reason said that you cannot spin the person out in front of you. We're not at Talladega.
Probably not a good idea.
But
you know what I have
just because
done?
you saw the policeman do it on cops, I don't think you know.
But you know what I have done, Rick? I have pretended in my mind that I have Sidewinder missiles on my vehicle,
Yes.
and I use a bug spot for the sight on the windshield, and I'll line it up and act like I'm firing.
Yeah, it's pretty.
I've done that a lot.
I know. I have to. that helps. It's therapy.
Yeah.
Can I say this again? I understand that we've talked about this before.
Splash one.
And I think that it's okay for this show to not stop talking about something until it's resolved. And maybe this is it. But I have to say, I just can't. And maybe, have we ever had a slow left lane person call and say, "I can explain this, guys"?
Well, we had one either in the golden ticket seats or a guy called in and he said, "My wife does that." Do you remember that? He called in. He said, "My wife does that, and she's not going to get out of the way." And we tried to figure it out, and we couldn't.
All right, so here's me.
I don't understand it. I see your little eyes looking at me, too.
Look, we've all done it. Now, if it's on the interstate, if you're doing it to me, you're going 100.
That's my point.
Yeah. Okay, but anyway, so I've been out. You have to go 100 to even put me in that situation. Okay, all right. So I'm sitting
who
there,
wins there?
and then I look up and I see in my rear view, oh my goodness, and I move.
Yeah.
So when you look up, you've caught yourself out there and say you're doing 40 in a 70. Okay, maybe
You ought to get a ticket already.
45,
right
something like that. You see us. I know you see us.
Mm-hmm.
Why aren't you moving? Why don't you just simply move over? It's okay to say, "I like 45. I didn't see y'all."
They did not.
He's what he said. They had it backwards.
Did not.
He said they had it. He's what he said.
Rick.
Now, here's a great picture. Who he runs with.
Hey, when did he talk to AOC?
That's a good point.
Hey, anybody who thinks that
He
needs
lived
to
on the
have
south side.
Hey, they need to have the license pulled today.
Bubba, remember, though, he used to live on the south side, down there with all the AOCs of the world. There's people on the south side of Birmingham that would vote for her if she was in their district.
Yes, true. I wish there was a couple things. I wish there was an arm that would come out of the sky and pick and just pick the car
Like
up and move it
Godzilla.
over. No. I wish that, and I was also wish that there was like something you could push on your radio, and all of a sudden you can communicate with them. Like, hey man, I'm behind you. What are you doing?
You're killing
You
us.
know, just give it. Let them.
First of all,
let 'em tell me.
I would just, hey, I'm right behind you. See me? Yeah, Ram 1500.
Yeah.
Hey, do you think this is the slow lane? Because Adler said that's a possibility.
Right.
No, I know it's not. Okay. So tell us what's going on here. Is this do you get some joy out of this? Do you like being the center of attention? Because right now, in my mind, if King Kong could take your car and throw it up into those mountains, I would wish for it. Okay, so could you please move over? It would be great.
See, that was
just
in the
picture
old
the
CV
hand
days,
grabbing it
Rick.
and
You
just
could
throw
talk
it.
to him.
Right.
You know, everybody had a CV.
You're
you
right.
could talk to him.
Hey, Sneaky Pete back here. Hey, all right, let's go to. We have a police officer that knows we've got some energy because our state is going to start ticketing these people, and he wants to be sure we completely understand it. Austin, welcome to the program.
Hey, it's Officer Summerlin.
Hey, what's going on, buddy?
Change.
The law, we understand that, hey, you might not be safe to move over. You can't move over at that point in time. But the law states that if you can't safely move over, that you have to slow down 15 miles.
10 minutes to the top of the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Catch Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, this weekend, wherever you get podcasts. All right, so we've updated you on some of the college football coming up this weekend. We've warned the Beth Mowens fans. Sorry about that. That went poorly. That sounded like Bubba's truck trying to this morning. But anyway, so we talked about all of that. We've covered a number of things. We talked about Bubba. The rough patch continues today.
Wow.
We think we have a game plan and action for that. One of the things we mentioned, I think it was off the air, I mentioned yesterday in passing, that I watched, Sherry and I watched this documentary on Netflix. And I don't know how old it is, how long it's been out, if it's new or old or whatever, I never know. But anyway, it's called Live to 100, The Secret of the Blue Zones. And so what this guy, for 20 years, he's been studying this, and he's kind of taking on, there's no doubt that for the first time, really in many, many years, our life expectancy in the United States has actually dropped off a little bit.
Yeah.
And not a lot, but I mean it dropped, but it's not continuing to go up. And
it's better than it used to be a long time ago.
Sure,
but it's
sure,
still
sure.
Not. I think we can do better.
We were climbing, and then it kind of started. Now, I will say this before I get into the years, and I'm not speaking on anybody's behalf but my own. With the biblical worldview and the studying of scriptures, I personally don't think that there's anything that anybody can do to add a second to their life.
Right.
Okay. When it comes to scripture, but one way to look at this is important, and it's the way I've had to look at my own life is. But we can do a lot to talk about the quality of our life, not the length. Now he's going to deal with the length, but really what I applied it to was the quality of life, of being energetic, able to do things when I'm old, versus I made the number, but I'm really of no use to anyone. Okay. And that's really what he's talking about. Now, he would disagree. He thinks that you can extend the years of your life, and I'm okay with us saying it that way. I personally don't believe that. I believe that the decisions we make talk about the effectiveness and the quality of our life, and, of course, our witness, if you're a follower of Christ and all that. But as far as the length, I've studied Scripture pretty good. We can't do anything to add a second to our life. That was written down in the book. That's the analogy used in Scripture. By God, the day we were born, He knew the number of our days before we ever lived one.
I would say back when the earth was created.
Job says a man can't do anything to add a second to his life, all that. But again, some of you don't have a word. This still is an interesting documentary because it's talking about the quality of life, your health. Yeah. So he started. I just wanted to give you my personal view of it, but and with a nickel, you might can get coffee today on that. But what he said is I noticed that there are parts of the world where people who lived to be 100 were in large numbers compared to the rest of the world, and he called them blue zones. And so he spent 20 years going to these blue zones and studying those. The documentary is called "Live to Be to 100 Secrets of the Blue Zones." And what he did is he puts together this circle, and he says every time he goes somewhere, he puts these things he discovered, and at the end of the 4 episodes, you have a circle with all the things in it that seems to be what these communities did.
Right.
And some of it honestly wouldn't really surprise you. It's kind of like, somebody emailed me the other day, and they said, "What have you done to lose weight and get healthier?" And I sent back and I said, the things I've known I should have done a long time ago, I just wouldn't do them. There's nothing I've done that surprises me, or there's nothing I've done that I didn't know about. Yeah. I just wasn't willing to do it. And so some of these things won't really surprise us. But it is interesting that one of the things that you notice is the worst thing that somebody can do to lose their quality of life is to retire. That's another thing. It's not a biblical concept to retire. Now, you may not do the same vocation you've always done. You may retire from a vocation, but you need to keep doing something. Because in what these people did, most of them lived in places where they never stopped gardening. They never stopped doing their yard work. They never stopped, taking care of something.
Mind is always active.
Yeah, mind is always active. They didn't isolate themselves.
Right.
They stayed in community. Yeah. They socialized with people. There was no concept in any of these communities of a retirement home where all the old people were put away to sit and watch TV all day. The older people stayed with their families. They stayed around their families. They were always doing things. And
remaining active, because a lot of times when folks would isolate themselves, it would create depression.
Correct. He said he found in these blue zones a tiny percentage of Alzheimer's, dementia. I mean, there was some heart disease was almost non-existent. High cholesterol, that kind of stuff, and most of that also revolved around they ate what they all would grow. And most of where they lived, the things they grew had the kind of things that all the supplements are trying to give you. Their food just had all that.
Right. Mm-hmm.
And he said also that working seemed to physically do more for them than any gym membership could do. They just kept active. They kept working. They're shoveling. They're building fences. They're cutting their grass. They're
being a cowboy.
Yeah. The 100-year-old cowboy. This guy was so energetic and in such good health, even his skin wasn't wrinkled to much degree that they thought he was lying about his age. They went into the records at the country. I think he was in Costa Rica. They went into the records of births and had to substantiate his claim of being 100 years old, and he was. And he was still riding a horse and still herding cows. It's unbelievable. I could not believe it. At 100.
Wow.
And so it's an interesting look, but the things that we can, take away is they did not eat foods that were created in factories. They ate foods that grow or animals that were alive, and they.
But you make a good point. They were not vegetarians.
Yeah, they did not eat much meat, but they did eat meat.
Mm-hmm.
And but here's the other thing. This is interesting. He said, sadly, how you say it? Is it Okinawa? What's in Japan?
Okinawa.
Okinawa was one of them.
Yeah,
was one of the places. But he said, sadly, after the 20 years,
Konnichiwa.
He said, I left, and some of these places that were blue zones began to have fast food restaurants, begin to have all these things as they begin to modernize. And he said, and then the health went down. They turned into being just like everybody else.
Yeah.
They ceased to be a blue zone when they were eating all that stuff and that we all consume on and they started living more of the kind of life that does not produce the quality of life. And so and then he came back, which I didn't know, and I was watching. We may have covered this because we were on the air and all the major networks were covering it. He found a town, because he said, I want the United States of America to put this, and a town let him come in, and they all agreed to implement all the things he had studied over the 20 years. And those people got healthier, and their life expectancy increased by 3 full years.
Let me ask you this,
and I can't remember the name of the town. Lake something.
I'm looking at the lessons learned from Blue Zones list here.
Yeah.
How did they show you in the documentary about alcohol?
There was only one group. Because they drank like a glass of wine every day. There was no
at 5 o'clock.
Yeah, they did not overdrink.
Yeah.
They didn't have any alcohol problems.
But they were regular on their consumption. And so my mom would say the study's no good.
Yeah, right. Yeah, they were saying it was they would drink like one glass of wine a day, a kind of a red wine, and of course that came from their own grapes and
their own vineyard. They probably worked it during the day, so they'd already had a good exercise.
He couldn't find anybody who was drinking Boone's Farm or Thunderbird
or vodka.
Right.
It's interesting though.
Right. Yeah, it was very interesting, and they drank coffee.
A lot of it looks to be very common.
It's on Netflix too.
Yeah, but the part about staying active and keep moving was in all the communities.
I like this one group here. They were talking about the relaxation they do. One group takes a nap every afternoon.
Mm-hmm.
I like that group.
He does. After he worked his butt off all morning.
Rick and Bubba.
Slower than the posted speed limit.
Okay, so
now you're talking about when you have a police officer on the side of the road. We're talking about the move over law.
So if your hat blows off, we broke the law whether we could get over or not.
Okay.
Right.
I didn't know that. Didn't know that, by the way.
Didn't know that. That's a good adjustment right there, and that explains Big Love's ticket.
It does.
It's just not for police officers too. It's for
anybody
people pulled over in emergency situations or record drivers as well.
Well, sadly, in our area, we had almost an entire family lose their life because they were trying to change a tire on the side of the road. So the law is important for you and also anybody civilian that would be doing the same thing. So I appreciate that clarification because I did not know that.
Austin, what about the move over law? How you feel about it?
Yeah, tell us about this one, the left lane law.
The move over law, it's the left lane law. It's been in effect for a long time.
There's another version of it.
Right. They're updating the version of it. To me, you know what I'm saying? If you're not driving the speed limit, you need to be in the middle lane
or the right
or
lane.
the far right lane.
Or the right lane. Would y'all please? I don't think people are getting it, and I know y'all got a lot to do, and you got a lot on your plate.
You know how we have click it or ticket? Let's have a campaign for move it or lose it.
Yeah, right. That's good.
That's what we need to call it.
Move it or lose it. And I'll be honest with you, and I know y'all are having a lot of times. There's so many things against y'all that are not fair, and I hope you hear us standing up for you. But I would allow a caning for that. I mean, if y'all got somebody out of the left lane, took them off to the side of the road, and caned them, I'd be good.
If you
with
did that on the side of the road, you'd have more people move over,
and that'd be the end of it. Yeah. First time somebody's rear end was all caned up, that'd be the end of that.
But the far left lane law, if you know what I'm saying, if you're not actively passing somebody,
you got to get over.
The law states you're supposed to get over.
Yeah.
Well, y'all help us out. Write a few tickets for that.
Please. For the love. How about let's see if we can break a record this month on writing tickets for those people.
You know, and if you think about it, if you got somebody traveling the minimum speed limit in the far left lane, and somebody's coming 70 up right behind them, it's going to be like somebody hitting a brick wall.
No, you're right. It's very dangerous.
I really do
kidding
think
aside, it really is.
The road rage situation, and it becomes dangerous because after a point in time, you start taking chances trying to get around them.
No doubt.
There's no need to do that.
And everybody backs up, everybody gets heated. That's why it's called a road rage.
People's up your bumper, and you're caught in the middle. It's unnerving.
Hey, thank you for the service to the communities. I really do appreciate you. And be careful out there for the love of all that's good and kind.
And move it or lose it.
I know this is a dumb question.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go.
Because the time of the day that I drive, so I actually see this. So it says left lane. If you're not in passing, if there's nobody else out there but you, and there's 3 lanes, and you're in the left lane, you're going below the speed limit, or are you breaking the law?
No, it's
yes.
if you're impeding
to me,
people
you are.
from moving.
To me, you are.
Because you never know.
I want you out of that lane completely.
Well,
I don't want you
here's
over there
the problem
ever.
too. Sometimes the right lane is it's tore up more than the other lanes.
I like to hang out middle.
No, I stay in the left.
I'm talking about on the empty highway.
I drive
the empty highway.
I drive the left lane everywhere I go.
No, see,
nonstop. And
you're
I'm
not
never.
passing.
And trust me, I'm never an issue.
You're not passing.
Old Kid Cortez. She has suggested the IRS should do your taxes for you.
Rick, it's funny to hear. I mean, it's the amount of quotes she puts out. Seriously, I think she's outdoing Trump right now every day.
She's right there with him.
And you gotta. I mean, you gotta work to do that. Usually with the president, you hear something every 2 or 3 days. I mean, but it's every day.
She's definitely
4 or 5 things a day. She was quoting a publication, Rick, and I don't know if it's here or up here. I read a couple of different stories on it where she basically said that it was just ridiculous that the IRS did not do our tax returns for us.
So they just
they just send you a bill and tell you how much you owe. And I thought, I can hardly get it done. I bet they can't get it done.
Yeah,
evidently that's who's doing mine this year.
That girl is crazy.
That's an inside joke for all of us.
But once again, though, you have to know her mentality. This is in line. She believes the government should just handle everything.
Yeah.
Why are we having to do anything? The government. Now, she has no concept what that would cost.
Well, again, if the government wants to handle
sure
things,
they got time on their hands.
They need to show us that they do an excellent job at what they already have. And I just
I just don't do that.
We've said it before. If I rolled up in your office, you say, no, we're looking to fill this slot. We need to put somebody in charge of, say, healthcare. So tell me about your resume. Pretty much garbage everywhere I've been. I've screwed everything up. I complicate things.
Deadlines mean nothing.
I overpay. I underperform. But you should give me this responsibility. Maybe this time I'll get it right.
Well, see, and this is what she's referring to also. The companies that help you do your taxes that's a big business.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, the H&R Blocks,
Sure.
the online tax things. I mean, you got all this.
Soon enough, Amazon probably.
Well, those companies, those companies lobby Congress to keep the tax system like it is. They don't want the government doing it because they make a profit off of it. And honestly, the Congress doesn't either, so they can play politics with it. We all know that, or they'd have changed it a long time ago. But, if you're in that business, you lobby the government to keep it like it is. I understand that. That's how they redress the government. I don't. Look, I don't want them bribing the government, but I don't mind them making their case to the government. You see what I'm saying?
Difference.
So it's and she, what's really funny about it, the chairman of the Ways and Means Committee, Richard Neal, who is a Democrat, has received.
It is 6 minutes past. No Name Studio, living out on the bleeding edge of technology from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. Thank you for being with us today. The wonderful wheel of canned meat will spin this hour. We'll let some of our golden ticket seat guests have a shot at that. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler all here. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you, and thank you for being part of the Rick and Bubba experience.
Bubba, a bit of a shameless plug out of Birmingham, Alabama. Sherry and I are members of a church, Valleydale Church, and you and I showed you the video in here the other day. They've been playing it, that you and I were on the air when they moved from one location to another one and built where they are now. And they're showing that because it is the 50th anniversary of this church. And so they did want me to remind, if you're out there in Rick and Bubba land and you at some time in the 50 years were part of Valleydale Church in Birmingham, they're having a big celebration this weekend. Saturday night at 6, they'll do a 50th anniversary celebration, showing a lot of old footage and be a lot of fun for some of you. And then, of course, on Sunday, there's one service at 10, which will feature some of that as well. So they just want me to let you know, if you're out there and you're like, really, I didn't realize it was, I remember when we were at Valleydale, it was 50 years, or maybe you worked there or you were part of it or whatever, and you want to be part of that. That's this weekend at Valleydale, Saturday night, and then one service on Sunday. Bubba, as we get into this hour, you were telling me, we were wondering about this Joe Burrow deal.
Yep.
Would it get done, and will he go to be the highest paid player? And the deal is not official, but people are leaking it anyway, right?
Yeah, it looks like they have reached an agreement on a 5-year, $275 million extension with the team that will include a $219 million guarantee.
Yeah, let's just give the man a clap. There's that guaranteed money.
That will make him the highest paid NFL player in history.
The whole package,
yeah.
does.
The contract will average $55 million a year.
Come on.
Wow. And Bubba, you know who won on this one? The one that wins every time? The U.S. government.
That's right. Congratulations.
They'll take half.
Yep, they'll get their cut.
They'll take half.
Now, the guaranteed money is the second most guaranteed in NFL history. The winner of that still belongs to Deshaun Watson at $230 million, which is hard to figure out.
I don't understand. Greg, are you going to be okay?
For a while there, Mahomes was
sense.
the highest paid guy, and now he's fallen down the list.
Don't you worry. Don't you worry. Yeah. If he keeps playing like he's playing, he'll be just fine. Because his agent will say, well, how can we be sitting down here below Burrow?
If I was him, I would say keep some players around me too.
Yeah. So
because it's no fun by yourself. Just I guess you saw the Lions beat them last night.
Yeah, I saw a little bit of the game. He played really well from what I saw.
Yeah, he did.
A lot of drop passes
as an individual, but
that's the point.
I tell you what, I underrate him.
Get me my boys back around me.
I tell you, and his main offensive weapon was hurt. So, but you
see this in a lot of sports, baseball too. They get these big guys, pay them unreal money, usually historic money, and then the quality of the players around them that make it happen seem like it doesn't.
Well, because they're all looking to get deals too, and they do.
In other places.
Yeah, they get deals too. But I don't. I tell you the thing that you take away from that game last night is if you're a Detroit Lions fan, you got a pretty good football team.
Many people have picked them to win that division.
Yeah.
And Goff's playing good. I don't think he's thrown an
Yeah.
interception like 400 passes.
And
So, of course, I just jinxed him. He'll throw
got a
one next
great-
week.
Yeah.
They got a good offensive line, and
Which
that's
is most
the key.
important.
And
Yeah.
last night when the game was on the line, and they had the ball, and they had to keep it away from Mahomes because they only won like 21-20. They needed a first down. They needed to run the clock out, and they just moved them off that ball.
Well,
They
let me
got
tell
that
you-
first down on the ground and muscled it out, which showed they could do it.
Whether
And they needed Chris Jones.
I don't know.
Yeah.
If Chris.
with
I don't-
Kansas City knowing what they were going to do.
I don't know that Chris Collinsworth could be guilty of what all sports guys are, and that's embellishment and hyperbole.
Yeah.
But he said that the Detroit Lions offensive line could be the best one in the league.
I've heard that from other people,
and,
too.
And if you've
so.
got that,
Yeah.
and they got a great running game,
Yep.
and the rookie from Alabama, he looked great.
Yep.
And then they brought an old wily veteran over from the Bears, Montgomery, I think's his name.
Yep.
He's solid as a rock and has some good receivers, 14 special. Goff's playing well.
Well, the
their
fact
their
Goff-
defense is pretty good.
Yeah,
Not
Goff
bad.
could get in the pocket and had time.
Yeah,
and that makes all the difference in the world.
But the Chiefs are all right. I mean, they're
They're gonna be fine.
They're great. They got to get. Is it Kelsey's? That's his name.
Yeah.
They got to get him
Yeah.
back.
Get him healthy.
Yeah.
Get this
And-
defensive guy signed that
Yeah,
everybody's
get
all
him
crazy
signed.
about. and
But
he'll be
Greg, I
fine.
have to go back to Deshaun Watson again.
Deshaun Watson's,
How in the world is the guy with the most guaranteed money in the league Deshaun Watson? How is that
He's
even
been
possible?
suspended more than he's played.
Yeah. I know.
You're right. Even forget the weirdness off the field. How does his play on the field? How do you warrant that kind of money?
This is the kind of
I'm not
stuff the
saying he's a
Cleveland
bust,
Browns
but
do.
he's-
guys. I mean, that's why they're the
Yeah.
Browns.
That's true.
I mean, I don't get
Hurts.
it.
Yeah.
How did
What
the
has he
Vikings
done
miss
as
out
a
on
pro
that?
to
Yeah.
make him
Yeah.
be worth that money?
Do you think, even though it was close and the Chiefs could have won the game as easy as they lost it, do you think, definitely if you're the big defensive lineman who was there, by the way, watching the game in the stands, that's a big night for him. For
It
him,
was.
he really needed
His
them.
value went up,
Yeah.
especially on that last drive
Yeah.
where they couldn't stop him.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. But he
Boy,
just
his
set up-
agent was happy.
Oh, that was a night. I mean, you hate to take an L,
I know.
but that
Yeah.
agent was pulling for them
Yes, he
lines.
was.
Yeah.
He was pulling for
Yeah.
them lines. All he could think about was 15%.
That's it.
He couldn't wait to make that phone call after the game.
Do you think he made it before the game was over?
Probably.
You know, I hate to use
Seconds
this
on the clock.
comparison.
Boy, they're driving.
But you know the shock factor and the fact they were on the road
Mm-hmm.
and the fact that they were playing a team that won the championship last year, not just played in it. It had a little bit of Colorado feel to it. You know, you could tell they just came out and they were not intimidated, and they were a totally different team than what you used to see in the Lions.
Well, and also, I don't know why these kind of things matter.
And they get a win or two against Minnesota either way when they're even bad.
There he
So
goes.
they'll really do
You knew
good
he'd
now.
have to bash Minnesota before he got out of this
I
conversation.
think they're next Thursday night, Bubba. That's the Thursday night game.
But the thing that got
Won't
me
stay up for that one.
on the weird things that we talk about that people think don't matter, but we think do, I do think it was wise for the Detroit Lions to come out in a uniform that I've never really seen them in that much. It was a cool road uniform. It
all
made
white.
you feel like,
Yeah, I like that
the losing associated with the Lions. It's almost made you forget it just a little bit.
Yeah.
because they looked fresh. They
It's a good
looked
look.
like, They looked like they were ready to play.
It's like Colorado too.
Yeah.
They went with all white. I like that on the road. It looks
Well,
good.
you really want to compare
Well, there's
the two.
there's
Everything
a whole
goes back
bunch
to
of
Colorado.
everything.
Everything.
Well, in this game, it did.
It did.
I mean, I can check a lot of boxes.
Well, let me tell you, if you're a Lions fan, which you love too,
Both
now-
of them are getting paid a lot of money.
Yeah, and you could also be despised, but you like the fact that the coach realizes the Lions, the first year, the Lions won 9 games last year, and they turned it around late in the season and made a run toward the end. They finished strong.
Knocked the Packers out from being in the playoffs.
They did, and so, but then when he goes for it on 4th down, deep in his own territory.
Yeah.
To keep because he realized, we're having opportunities here. We can't keep giving it back to the Chiefs, and then they drive down and score. Are you
talking about the fake punt?
Hey, they faked the punt on their own 15, 20-yard line.
Gutsy.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Right at the beginning of the game.
And got it, and then scored.
Yeah.
So it was.
That's one of those things where you look like a genius or an idiot.
Yeah.
You know what
in
it
this
looked like
case,
in
you look like a
Colorado?
genius.
Yeah,
Well,
it did.
reminded me of Colorado.
Yeah.
Bubba, the Vikings open up at Tampa Bay, just so you know, and then next Thursday night they have the Eagles. So
No,
after two
That'll
weeks,
be 0-2 right quick.
So I was going to
No,
ask you.
come on,
I was going to
Bubba.
ask you about that.
I'd like to see you change your attitude.
Yeah.
No, I like their coach. I think they got a good coach.
I think you'll be 1-1. I think you're gonna beat the Buccaneers and get beat by the Eagles.
Yeah. I don't know.
Where are they
Rick.
playing the Eagles at?
At home. No, they're at Philadelphia.
There's a loss.
Well, you never know.
They host Tampa Bay, but they're at Philadelphia.
Yeah, still a toss-up on that first one.
Yeah, we'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Over $16,000 from these companies in the last election cycle.
Hello.
So, it goes both ways.
She'll just say anything.
Yeah. Oh,
I
yeah.
mean,
yeah. What was the other thing? She was.
She's been on Twitter Wars.
Oh, yeah.
Really, if you think about it, she's a lot like Trump, just on the other side when she's out there because she's going to war with a war veteran. Sounds familiar.
Mm-hmm.
But this is, Representative Dan Crenshaw. He's the one with the patch.
Right.
The Republican out of Texas.
Former Navy SEAL, right?
Former Navy SEAL. And now she's getting on him because he was critical of, we have a Muslim that is serving right now in Congress.
Yeah.
We have a Muslim. And, I mean, people keep.
Several.
I saw Omar is the one I'm talking about. They produced a video of her the other day when she was on some. Looked like she was on, what is the Al Jazeera's?
Yeah.
I don't know if that's what it was. I'm saying that's what it looked like. She was being interviewed by another Muslim, and she was on there laughing about how afraid Americans are every time you mention the word Al Qaeda. She did they respond, and they laughing and cutting up and all that. So now
she's been on record for speaking to terrorist groups, just so you know. But somehow we just elected her.
Yeah, well,
we got folks that went to the ballot box and.
Well, her
name.
district, and this is what is concerning. Her district supports her views.
Yeah, right.
That's all you can assume by that.
But he was criticizing Representative Omar.
So he was criticizing
over this comment that she made here when she was speaking just the other day. Take a listen.
Founded after 9/11 because they recognized that and that all of us were starting to lose access to our civil liberties.
She was referring to 9/11, and instead of saying terrorists attacked our country, she said some people. And
some people did something.
Some people did something, and he criticized.
So Crenshaw tweeted out this: first member of Congress to ever describe terrorists who killed thousands of Americans on 9/11 as, in quotes, some people who did something.
Exactly.
And then he put unbelievable.
Right.
Well, Ocasio-Cortez did not like him going after her sister.
No, she came to her defense.
And then she got a little.
Do you have her quote?
No, it's on Twitter. She said you refuse to. She talked about the 9/11 Victims Compensation Fund, but this is what got her in trouble. In 2018, right-wing extremists were behind almost all U.S. domestic terrorist killings. Why don't you do something about that? In response to what he said about what Omar said. And, of course, that blew up the Twitter sphere.
Well, Ocasio-Cortez.
She got a lot of
Look, I'm for stopping all terrorists no matter what their motivation is.
Yes. Who's not?
Ocasio-Cortez is probably, not able to comprehend that it's likely that if Crenshaw were talking about any domestic terrorist killings that happened in 2018, he would call those people domestic terrorists.
Right.
But so if you want, so if he I would make the deal right now. Do we want to call terrorists every time we say terrorists? Okay. Well, we'll call domestic terrorists, and then we'll call terrorists from all over the world when they attack us or when Muslims attack us. We'll call them terrorists.
Right.
I don't care if they're fascist, Nazis, or Muslim terrorists. They're still terrorists, all of them.
Why don't we just call terrorists?
Yep.
Yeah, that'd be fine. Are y'all good with that?
But it gives you kind of another vision of her mindset of things, how warped she is about stuff, and how she sees the world, and that's a scary, scary thing for me. I would say our Congress now has more extremists in it than we've ever had.
No doubt.
As a whole.
No doubt.
As a whole.
No doubt about that. I mean, and they're not afraid to say things, as you said on yesterday's show.
Yeah, they used to hide it.
That you would, I mean, people would be in trouble for saying that. I mean, we would be done with them.
Oh yeah, yeah.
But now,
you look. If you said the things that they're saying now when I was a kid, they would come get you in a white jacket.
So keep in mind that Ocasio-Cortez, when a veteran says who was fighting the war that came after 9/11 and was injured in combat, lost one of his eyes, when he says, I'm offended that Omar, a Muslim, would refer to as the 9/11 terrorist as some people who did something.
Right.
And then Ocasio-Cortez can't comprehend why that would be offensive to him, and then doesn't even have the wherewithal to say, I probably shouldn't say to a war veteran of the war after 9/11, won't you go worry about something else? I probably shouldn't do that. That's not very smart. But as Bubba just said, they don't. "20 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. Much to do, things you need to be aware of if you're in Birmingham, Alabama today. And boy, Hendrick's been a big player in today's program. Greg will be at Hendrick Hoover Auto Mall. That's the Birmingham location for Hendrick. And he'll be there today 11 to 1. He'll have pizza and be hanging out with some great deals. Matter of fact, the Hendrick guys are here right now, and they brought Bubba a truck, and they're going to try to help get his truck taken care of. So go see Greg today. Tomorrow, Lawrenceburg, Kentucky. I'll be there tomorrow night for Man Church at Sand Spring Baptist Church. And then be there for the 2 services on Sunday morning. So looking forward to seeing all of you from themanchurch.com. Also Sunday night, the 10th, Brian Gunn will be in Ozark, Alabama at Ozark Baptist Church. They'll be kicking off the men's discipleship strategy. If your church does not have any men's ministry that is vibrant and healthy to speak of, or you're having a hard time sustaining something, man, we have got a discipleship strategy that is working great all over the country right now, and we'll help you any way that we can. Bubba standing by. I noticed that I see Greg moving over there to the drums, and I think Adler's got his axe out, so that must mean here we go. Here we go.
Come on, give it a try.
It is the wonderful will of meat. The lights have been illuminated. Now, Bubba, it's the wonderful will of canned meat. So if you could land on Spam. Of course, that's everyone's favorite canned meat. Or you could just land on meat, which that means Bubba goes into a drawer. Lately, Speedy's been grabbing it out of there, but it is just kind of a random canned meat that will go to you. But there's all kinds of stuff on the wheel from the Rick and Bubba store. You can access our store at rickandbubba, spell out the word and.com. Also, Moultrie Mobile, the Edge cellular camera, here comes hunting season. It is on the wheel as well. And we also have a BuzzBox. I'm sorry, not BuzzBox. We have a Blaze TV subscription for you if you aren't already a subscriber to Blaze TV. And we have members of the Golden Ticket seats. They will spin the wheel on you, America, on your behalf. Cole Cronin is ready to go first. He's got his Rick and Bubba Common Sense T-shirt on.
Love it.
And he's looking sharp. He'll be spinning on behalf of Robert out of Spartanburg, South Carolina. Robert, what do you say to Cole to get him to spin that wheel for you?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let it rip. Here we go.
A big spin.
Here comes Cole. Cole's letting it rip. Let's see, Robert, if something can happen. Robert. Yeah! Rick and Bubba! Rick and Bubba! Robert, here's good news. You can go to the Rick and Bubba store. If it's in stock, you can pick whatever you would like from the Rick and Bubba store. Greg, how about a go for Robert? Go! Go! Go, 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 go! So, Robert, let me put you on hold, and Helmsley will take care of you. Tell him what you want out of the Rick and Bubba store, and he will grab that for you. And we'll ship it out to you. So we continue. Up next, Bubba, from the Golden Ticket seats, Mikhail Blanton. Look at Mikhail ready. Mikhail, no.
He just practicing, Rick.
Mikhail.
He's getting a practice.
Come on, a little practice. You have to wait for the person to say, wow, what a wheel. By the way, he's got a shirt on that says, I ain't never been nowhere. I love that so much. All right, Mikhail, hold up.
Hang on just
a second. You're going to be spinning on behalf of Brian out of Muscle Shoals, Alabama, listening to us on WLAY. Okay, Mikhail, wait. Brian, what do you say to Mikhail? And trust us, he's ready to get him to spin that wheel for you.
Wow, what a wheel.
Let it rip, son. There you go. There he is. Now he's spinning a big spin. Ain't never been nowhere.
He didn't know.
They ain't never been nowhere.
All right, let's see. Yeah. Blaze TV. Blaze TV. So, Brian, are you currently subscribing to Blaze TV?
I am not.
No, well, you are now. Mikhail got you a subscription. We'll put you on hold. You can watch all the incredible programming on Blaze TV, including an hour of the Rick and Bubba Show every day, okay? Let me put you on hold. All right, Brian, there you go. All right, up next, out of the golden ticket seats, David Hagan is here. David is going to be spinning for Kristen out of Sweet Home, Alabama. Christian, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show.
Hello, hello.
Hello, Christian.
Wow, what a wheel.
All right, you ready, David? She said it. Yeah! You just did it. God! He's just funny like there's no tomorrow.
He looks like Hurricane Lee.
He's
spinning so hard.
The wheel. All right,
That's a Cat 5 spin right there.
I'm telling you, buddy.
No need to oil it now.
I'm telling you. I've seen a
All the
hurricane
rust is gone.
with less force.
Okay.
Mug, drink it. You've got the Rick and Bubba coffee mug. It's got the studio logo on it, just like you like it, Christian. You'll be sipping that morning coffee with the Rick and Bubba logo blazing. Greg, how about a go? Go! Go! Go, 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 go! So, Christian, enjoy that mug, okay? And thanks for listening to Rick and Bubba. And,
Thank you.
And there she goes. All right, up next out of the golden ticket seats, where's Lila Jones? There's like she says.
Ready.
Lila Jones says that she is the biggest Rick and Bubba fan the planet has ever known.
Oh, wow.
Thank you, Lila. I got her own custom-made Rick and Bubba shirt on. A slight copyright infraction, but let me tell you something. She can have that shirt, and she can wear it proudly because she's not selling them for profit. All right, so and Lila will be will be spinning for Allison out of Clark County, USA. Allison, what do you say to Lila to get her to spin that wheel for you?
Wow, what a wheel.
Wow, there's two of those like that. Is there something going
Did
on?
I fill up the phone line here this
Lila,
morning?
let it go. Here we go. That's funny, by the way. All right, Lila.
The jump spin.
Let's see here. Okay, it's not her. Didn't think about that.
Henry the horse. He's in the back 40. He'll have to trot in.
Henry
It'll
the horse.
take him a minute.
Lila, you done spun Henry.
Yeah. There he comes.
Here comes Henry the horse.
Henry.
What's up, guys?
How are you, buddy?
Bubba, I heard about your truck.
Oh, man.
I heard you put regular gas in your diesel, buddy. I'm so sorry.
It looks like that might be the case.
Hey, if you need a ride, let me know. You know, because I'm a horse.
Yeah. Look, I'm
And,
just glad it's my truck broke down, not you.
Yeah. And don't feel bad. I feel like a jackass every day.
Oh, Henry. Everything is. Come on, Henry. Come on, Henry. Everybody say. Ta-da. Everybody say. Da-da, 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 da-da. We got one more. One more. Let's go to Rob in Trussville, Alabama. Rob, what do you say to Preston Cronin to get him to spin that wheel for you? Where's it? Here we go. All right, go ahead. Go ahead, Rob. What are you standing? And you standing over a car? Where's he standing?
he sounds like he's in the shower.
Oh, my goodness. What? Now he just went away. How about we just lost him?
He'll call back.
Yeah! Oh, it's spam!
Give me spam. It's fuel for the brain. Make it fried. Cause it eases stomach pain. Or on the grill. Served with candied yams.
Oh, there it is. Yep.
I don't care what else you give me. Give me spam. Give me spam.
What a way to end it.
Oh, what a way to end it. We lost. He sounded like he was unstable, but we'll try to get his can of spam. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, Greg. Okay, Greg. Bubba's. Here we go. Bubba's going through a rough patch right now. He's got some regular gas right now. Bubba feels like a jackass right now. Go, Greg! Yeah, Greg! Welcome to Rock and Roll City, where all of our gas pumps are clearly labeled diesel or unleaded. We label them all. It's very clear. That's how we do it in Rock and Roll City.
I don't think they're concerned about
No,
being
not at all.
That's and then so
I'm like you. Just keep talking. Just keep talking.
Yeah.
This may be the first time the Republicans spend money buying commercials and put her on them. Just let her talk.
Yeah.
Well, keep in mind, this is the current state of the far left. We wish that Donald Trump would be more civil, just like we are. 16 minutes past. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, it's time again, Bubba, as we take another student and we say goodbye to another student at Rick and Bubba University, now clutching his degree in common sense to send him out in the world. Goodbye, intern Drooby Dooby Doo. Drooby Dooby Doo, we'll miss you. You were a big help to Adler. All right, so Drooby, so what's the next plan for the Droobster?
Well, 2 weeks, April the 27th, I'll be graduating from UAB.
Bring it.
Oh, I'm a college
Blazers.
graduate. Blazers.
So looking forward to that, and I've been applying to some different places and just waiting to hear back on that. Hopefully I can get me a job as soon as possible. Start making the real money.
Well, and I quote your parents here, so did they. Yeah. So tell us about your experience at Rick and Bubba University.
Well, my experience here has been it's been great from day one. I couldn't ask for a better place to do my internship.
Peter Brady.
I mean, where else can you go and just sit back and you're going to come in every day, you're going to laugh, you're going to have fun. It's just real laid back, and I've enjoyed it since day one.
You really became kind of a Rick and Bubba TV specialist, working mainly there, mainly with Adler. What was that experience like, working with Adler?
I mean, Adler's one of a kind. He's he's got a great personality. He's great to work with. I mean, he really he taught me everything. And
your daddy,
Greg, don't ruin this moment.
He once he really taught me everything. He kind of just let me have the reins, and he let me kind of go at it full speed. And if I made mistakes, he really didn't jump on me that much.
So he's not a hothead like his brother said he was when he worked here?
No.
So have you settled
I've
a little
matured
bit?
a little bit, guys. Yeah, trying to keep it professional as much as possible. Although there was one time where I was definitely unprofessional with Drooby Dooby Drew. I made him definitely uncomfortable. Didn't realize it until it was already happening.
Is that when you had your man bun up?
Yes. I'm actually. He's covering for me one day. I'm in Italy. I'm in Italy.
I travel.
And so because I travel.
Right.
And it's the day that I have to show him on FaceTime how to do something. Oh God! Well, I was in Italy with my wife, and
getting that wine.
I didn't have a shirt on while we're FaceTiming. It was just bad timing, and I looked him on his face, and I was just like, okay, I'm making this intern very uncomfortable. This is my bad. So
that makes sense because Drew kept saying that you loved him. I mean, I love you.
I never said I
I love you, man.
Well, that doesn't make any sense.
I love you. You know what? I'm
in Italy. I love
Can I tell you this? The complaint he filed to our human resources makes sense now.
That's it.
Because at first he said something about Adler exposed himself to me, and I was like, oh no. So it was on FaceTime.
It was just FaceTime. I'm so sorry about that.
What did you see, Drew?
Well, first Adler, like you said, didn't have a shirt on, and I guess he had just got out of bed because he looked extremely tired, and
he looks that way.
It did make me pretty uncomfortable. I've actually woke up screaming in the night a couple times. But yeah, other than that, it was pretty smooth.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry about that, man. You know,
it's fine.
Italy, wife, trip.
Hey, it's
Hey, buddy.
It's
How it
understand-
goes, guys. I mean, yeah.
Hey.
Anybody know what I'm talking about? Right, guys? We're back 35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show. Thank you for being with us. Well, I know that, we've had so many great sponsors that have been with us on the show for a long time, and Helix Sleep.com/Bubba is a great one. Bubba, we were talking about, it's always funny to hear this show talk about health tips, and we get that, but one of the things we have heard over the years, that the foundation of all of our health really rests, pun intended, on whether you can get a good night's sleep or not. Getting sleep is crucially important to the body. And a lot of times if you toss and turn, you don't sleep well. It may be because you're not on a mattress that is designed for the way you sleep. It may be worn out. It may be old. Greg, you and Lisa have had a HelixSleep.com/Bubba mattress. How long now? Good gracious. A couple years.
Couple years. And when you bought it, you went there and they said, hey, fill out all this information. We'll get you a mattress. And they want to know how you sleep. Is it on your back, your side, your stomach, your back, your side, your stomach? Are you a toss and turner? Is it a combo of the two? Do you like a firm mattress, soft mattress, something in between? Are you a big fella? Are you big and tall? They've got mattresses for that. Is this just for a child?
Yeah.
You can take care of that.
And the survey takes 2 minutes.
2 minutes, Greg?
Quick.
Okay, it's quick. And then they send it to you, and you got 100 nights to sleep on the mattress to make sure that you like it, and they've got some great ones to choose from.
Guarantee.
And if you go to HelixSleep.com/Bubba, they'll ship it right to the door. We'll save you 20%, and you can get a truly amazing night of sleep. HelixSleep.com/Bubba. Why not have a mattress that was designed for you? Bubba, we've had this. I ran into a little bit of a dilemma the other day, and a lot of times we catch ourselves in a dilemma. Does everybody remember years and years ago when my middle kids were very young, and unfortunately, we were at a restaurant that featured booths where you sit in a booth, and the way I had them positioned across from me, they could see the door of the restaurant. I could not. And if you recall, they had all seen Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. And unfortunately, being children and not knowing better, they began to scream loud enough, talk loud enough with their veins, just in their necks. That's how loud they wanted it, because they wanted their daddy to know that Oompa Loompas had entered the restaurant.
What?
And you remember the story?
Yeah, I do. That's where it came from.
And so my back began to, like it was set on fire, because I knew what I was going to see when I turned around. Yep. And I noticed that these were little people, and I apologized.
How old were they then?
Probably 6 and 4, 7 and 5, somewhere in there.
Right.
And so I began to tell them that we don't say that those don't exist. They're not real. Mm-hmm. And then it became a code word between me and the boys about when they would say things they shouldn't say. I would say Oompa Loompa.
Keep it down.
And, things like, hey, Mom, Dad, let us have ice cream. Dad, Oompa Loompa.
Yeah.
And I would like,
I need to know information.
Right. Dad said French fries were nutritious. Oompa Loompa. And so, Dad, let us drive. And so
good stuff.
So that became our deal. Okay, and so I didn't know that would. I think I messed up badly the other day. So this thing of me doing a little bit better now, my wife and I actually will work out together sometimes. Okay. Now, Sherry does Pilates, too, and all that, and so sometimes she'll come and say, I'm going to do this workout with you, and it's designed that we would do it together every time, but we do it together some of the time.
You need to do that Pilates.
Yeah, no. But what I've noticed, even though I love working out with my wife and us doing this together, when trainer Sean has a workout,
lined up, Sherry will tattle. She'll say things like, he'll say, I noticed that y'all didn't get all your food turned in. If you need help with me helping you with your food. And she'll go, well, the other night, we were, in Oompa Loompa. And all of a sudden it just came out. And she looked at me, she said, what is that? And I said, Oompa Loompa. And she was like, what are you saying Oompa Loompa at me for? And it was just came off instinct. But I realized she doesn't need to know that phrase because we use it against her. And I said, I just don't want you to tell Sean about what we have for dessert. And she goes, well, why are you saying Oompa Loompa? And I catch myself, and I'm like, I don't know what to do now. I'm trapped because
act like you're choked.
Yeah, I'm now bringing her into something with Trainer Sean.
Yep.
And now she's like, well, what? And then also you can see her mind going, I remember you shouting that with the boys. Mm-hmm. And I was like, yeah, it's just something. Hey, let's just get back to it. Hey, Sean, I said we split a piece of cake, and I didn't put that in the journal. You're right, I didn't. And wow, tattletale. So anyway, so now, but Sherry would do things like this. I mean, I've been working really hard for my age. Okay,
Yeah.
Sean's not displeased with me, but Sherry, when she comes to the workouts now, it happened the other day we were doing something and there were push-ups involved in it, and you would push up and then you do this and you do that, and all of a sudden I was tired. So when I got to the push-up, when I would come down, I'd stay on the floor for just a minute and rest just a second, and then finish it. Hey, is he supposed to do that? Should he be stopping, Sean? I'm like, what are you?
It's the raised hand. Rick, it's the raised hand push-up.
I'm like I can pause. She goes, isn't he supposed to be doing that continuous? And then Sean said, well, yeah, I mean, really, you shouldn't be stopping like that. And I just thought,
She's a rep counter?
I thought we're together on this. And then I told you she keeps doing this. I'll finish. He didn't do 10. There's no way he did 10. I'm just on 8. I'm bigger than you. Is it possible that I got through it quicker than you did? There's no way that was 10. Sean, did you count? No, I'll get over here. Miss Sherry, I'll start counting, Rick. I'm like, you are kidding. This is like, we ain't doing this anymore. How about this? Should he be doing that? He seems to kind of be stopping. Who are you? Oompa Loompa. And so now Sherry knows Oompa Loompa. So does that mean it's over? I can't use it anymore. I can't use it anymore.
You just got to change your word. Yeah. Like you should with your computer. Change your password.
That's a great point.
And I would never be dishonest about a direct question. I said, but you don't tell Trainer Sean things that he's not asking.
Right.
Okay. If he asks a specific question, if he asks a specific question, and I noticed you didn't put dinner on the food journal yesterday. Was dinner okay? Is there anything you're concerned about? You didn't want to put in? Oh no, we were just busy. So and then but did y'all stay within what we should be eating? Then that's a direct question. Then you go, well, we did have. Well, that's fine. You can do that every now and then. That's fine. But don't. And he is right. This is right. He said, I can't really help you with information you won't give me.
Mm-hmm.
So if you want me to help, then you have to give me the information, good, bad, ugly. I got to have all of it. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, right, but I just couldn't do it. No. And I couldn't enter it. And so I just didn't enter anything. Right. But that's I thought Sherry and I worked together. I have never been on a sports team. I've never been involved in anything where somebody was trying to kill us that we didn't all work together. And I've got a workout partner that isn't working with me. And a little bit of a tattletale. And I mean, it's.
Did you find anything you could tattle back on to get the point across?
How can she count your reps if she's counting yours?
Well, she's one of these people that all this has always come easy to her, and she thinks it's fun, and when she says things like this, it really bothers me that I got to get my foot well so I can run again. See, I would never say that. Mm-hmm. I'd be like, I can't run. My foot's missing.
That would be your.
We're gonna have to come up with something else. Like she desires to get back to running. I'm trying to avoid running, that kind of thing. But I don't know what to do because I think I've killed Oompa Loompa now.
Yeah. You have to come up with something else.
Yeah, I don't know what it'll be. But
well, let's think about it.
It just came off the spine. Well, Sean, that Oompa Loompa, and it just came out. And then I had to kind of explain it, and I was kind of. You know how you do? You kind of shuck and jive. I tried not. She couldn't quite pin me down. I started talking about it. Hey, we got that kettlebell over there. And then she made, "What you mention a kettlebell? That don't even make sense." I said, "Well, it's over there in case we need it. In case we need to Oompa Loompa it." I was trying to give it another meaning. So if I shout it now, she'll why is he bringing up kettlebells?
All right, so we got to come up with something else.
I know.
Oompa Loompa is so fun to scream.
Well, it's out. There's nothing new about it now. It's
Yeah.
out there. I think she knows what it means.
What about-
I can see her mind working, remembering.
Yeah, I think you should just make up a sound now, not a real word.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That means we're lost in a crowd. then.
Yeah.
What about
your phone calls to wrap up the hour and anything we miss right after this?
Rick and Bubba.
Happens.
So were you familiar with the show before you started working here?
Yes, I actually grew up. Me and my dad, when he used to take me to school when I was younger, we used to listen all the time. So.
Get a lot of that. So you were raised right.
Yes, sir.
I like it.
Well, you can tell.
Raised on common sense.
So when you got here, was it like what you thought it would be from a kid listening? Does it pretty much seem behind the scenes the way you thought it would be listening to the show as it broadcast?
Yes, I've told everybody that's talked to me about interning here, I tell them that y'all are off the air. Y'all are the same on the air as y'all are off the air.
By the way, don't always assume that's a compliment.
Yeah.
Some people are like, well, that's what I was afraid of.
Well, I'm not going in there.
I was so hoping they were acting. Did your time with Greg, you learn anything from Greg?
Oh yeah, I learned how not to take any crap from people from Greg.
That's right.
There you go.
That's
Greg.
the one that'll get you through life.
Yeah,
my friend.
Greg.
He liked this puffy jacket. He liked to wear it every day. I brought it.
Greg.
Up.
Greg loves the puffy jacket.
Yeah.
Every day
He loves
because he would wear it in here. He wouldn't take it off when he got in here.
Did he rip you every day you wore it?
Yes, every day. Every day I walked in and be like, Puffy! What's up, Puffy?
Puffy?
Every day.
And so you're done. You're going into the real world.
The real world. Yeah.
And obviously you focus more on the TV side. Is that what you wanted to get into?
Yes,
Like just similar to what you were doing here?
Right. Well, my ultimate goal is to actually be like on air, do broadcasting, but obviously you got to start somewhere. So right now I'm kind of learning the production side of it and everything else. So just trying to start there and just kind of work my way up.
Mm-hmm.
Rick, you know what? And I don't say this about all the interns. That one right there is ready for the real world.
Oh yeah, we
You know
can
what I mean?
we can say
I mean,
that about more than one.
Yeah.
but we can't say that about all of them.
No, but that one right there is ready.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Now, we've never been able to put an intern in charge of TV.
I agree.
When
100%.
Adler's out.
Yeah.
And so that's a
Well,
compliment to you guys.
That's what I told my parents, that was a pretty big honor to me, that he trusted me enough and knew that I could get the job done.
He don't trust me enough.
Yeah,
So that's a huge
So
honor.
that was pretty cool.
Yeah,
that was a big deal for
You
me.
did such a good job that remember you and I had a conversation, and then sadly you wanted more money than we actually pay Adler. So so
you were trying to work an undercut deal.
Yeah, I just kind of said, well, Drew, we wish you the best out there.
Yeah,
good luck to you. 10 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. We're back, 866 We Be Big. Thank you for being with us today. We'll get to your phone calls to wrap up the hour if you want to join us. Let's say hello to the Golden Ticket Seats. Here they are in the Golden Ticket Seats today. Hello, Lila Jones. She's here today. Tiffany Ash is also here today. Mikhail Blanton, Kristen Blanton, Kenan Whitman, Brady Whitman, Cole Cronin, Riley Cronin, Wendy Cronin, all here today. Preston Cronin, David and Dana Hagan, all here in the Golden Ticket Seats today. We've got ourselves a $50 American Express gift card from our friends at Dr. Dudney. And, Bubba, we're looking today for a number between 1 and 12. Can you give us a number between 1 and 12?
12. We usually don't get to go that high. So what about number 11?
Number 11, Lila Jones. Lila Jones. Lila Jones. $50 American Express gift card goes to Lila. And it looks like lunch is on Lila today. So thank you, Dr. Dudney. Here you go, Speedy.
All right.
And congratulations to Lila for getting $50. And thanks for all of you for being here today. And thank you from our pastors from the UK. I mean, missionaries. They brought us some Cadbury chocolate and goodies out of the UK today. Those of you who didn't bring anything for us, don't feel guilty. That's not a requirement. It does make us joyful. But you being here is all we needed. You never feel obligated to bring us anything. You guys have been great today. Thank you so much for always encouraging us. To the phones we go.
Rick, quick note. We were watching Hurricane Lee.
Yep.
It is still out in the Atlantic. Not sure where it will end up next week, but it is now a strong Category 5. 160 mile an hour sustained winds and a very defined eye.
Jordan, Bubba, we got one.
All right, Jordan, fire it.
One of our Jordans are out
we
there.
won't even be able to enjoy the beauty of that thing out in the ocean because all the global warming people are going to claim that it's because of that.
Okay.
You know?
Well, maybe global warming will keep it out away from people. It won't be dangerous. Jordan, welcome to the show. Go ahead.
Hey, guys, can y'all hear me good? I'm on my Raycons.
We can hear you loud and clear.
All righty. I said a question for Rick, but I got a question for Speedy.
Okay.
A little story about secondhand embarrassment. I used to work at FedEx and I was delivering to a store, and this lady comes in. I have my headphones in, and the lady comes in and asks for the manager. And instead of answering her, I started giving sign language like I couldn't speak, and she just walks off and says, "Okay, I'm sorry."
Oh, Jordan, that sounds like something my friends and I would have done. That's awful.
That's brutal.
That's brutal. We continue. Frank in Alabama. Frankie, welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thank you, Rick Bubba. Hey, I moved down here to Red Level from Detroit.
Okay.
And found your guys' station. We love you guys, man. You're fantastic.
Thank you.
And I just couldn't find a better station to listen to. We're on the same base with Biden and everything. We agree 100% with you, man.
Well, thank
and we
you.
just keep putting the good word out there, brothers.
Well, how did you feel about the Lions last night? I thought they looked pretty good.
Yeah, I was kind of busy down here. I'm working on the house. So I didn't get to pay attention to much of anything last night, but I will, and I'll be able to call back and talk or even stop up at the radio station and say hello in person.
Well, Frank, it's a pleasure to have you down south, and I'm glad you found the show, and we're thankful you enjoy it.
Rick, I have to say, in the 30 years we've been doing the show, I don't think we've ever had a segment where we bragged on how good the Detroit Lions look.
No, never.
Never.
Yeah, because we weren't doing much during the Sanders years, were we? We continue, 866 We Be Big. Let's go to Chief Dothan, News Talk 1039. Go ahead, Chief.
I'm going to see if I can stir up the conspiracy theorist a little bit about NCAA football.
Oh, boy.
You know it's a business. And what team or what coach is a prime candidate for increasing the interest in college football? Who's a prime example of that right now?
Prime time.
Matt Rule.
That's exactly right. No, prime. Deion Sanders in Colorado.
Yes.
So throw back to last weekend now. Who did Colorado beat?
TCU.
All right. Now, who did the NCAA allow to go into the championship game last year?
I feel like I'm being given a cognitive
I know.
test.
What's
Is
up?
this how the president feels when people keep asking him questions?
All right, so TCU got into the championship game last year, so what they had to do was now this year they had to go to the altar and give their sacrifice. So they let Colorado beat them.
Oh my goodness, Chief!
So, you said that they let
Chief.
TCU go to the championship. They had to earn that.
Yes, TCU was. I mean, come on.
There's not a. I don't think
Chief.
there's a team-wide conspiracy.
Come
That'd be a hard
Chief.
one to sell, wouldn't it?
Come on, Chief. Come on.
Look, it's obviously you need a good hobby.
Yes, come on, come on, buddy. We continue. Connor in Alabama. Connor, go ahead.
Good morning, Rick. First off, I want to tell you roll tide.
Roll tide.
And so I'm about to enter a big episode of life here soon. And I know that you have multiple kids yourself.
Yeah, we all do.
I'm soon to have a boy in December. And I'm kind of curious. What exactly are the best things to do in the very beginning so you're not in the doghouse as a man?
What do you mean? You keeping your wife happy? Is that what you're talking about? Or are you talking about just being a father in general?
Let's go with both sides of it.
Well, you definitely want to be present. You definitely want to be helpful as best you can. And going forward, I think most of the things that we haven't done everything right, but discipline needs to be consistent and swift and severe to where the child realizes that there's boundaries when he gets old enough.
And explain it.
Yeah, and explain that to him. You need to be devout, follower of Christ. You need to know the Word of God forward and backward, and not farm out being the spiritual leader of the home to your wife and then live the rest of your life telling him, I don't know, go ask your mama when it comes to the things that are most important. And, let that child see that his daddy loves his mama and there's no chance that his daddy would ever leave his mama, and that child will sleep peaceful every night.
Well, I appreciate all that, and I definitely can say I've noticed that, especially from my middle brother's family. They actually they go to Shays Mountain in Vestavia.
Yeah.
I think you might have gone there at some point
I did
too.
for 20 years.
I don't know if you know who Tori Harris might be, but she's married to my middle brother, and they've had they just adopted a son, and I've noticed a lot of good qualities within them as parents. But
and keep in mind, some of the things we're telling you, it's all trial and error. It doesn't mean we've always done all that right, but I found all those principles to be correct. Thanks for the call and good luck and congratulations. Let's go to Sean in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Sean, go ahead.
Hey, Rick Bubba. Hey, guys. How y'all doing this
Good.
morning?
We're great.
We're great.
Couple things real quick. Yesterday's segment, when y'all had people call in on whether they would vote for Trump or Biden, I'm just going to let you know, I'm amazed at the answers that was given and the way people are thinking these days. I don't know what's going on in this world, but it's gotten crazier and crazier. But on the fun note, Prime won one game at Colorado, and now TV shows are already putting him as head coach of the Dallas Cowboys and going to the Super Bowl.
Well, it's it's definitely a long season, but I think the thing when it comes to Coach Sanders is this first game does show that he is headed in the right direction.
He's won at two places already.
Yeah.
Now, it's a long season.
Yeah, sure.
I don't think you ought to put him in the national championship game
of course
yet.
not.
But you got to admit, that is a big change from 1-11, and I think you'll see a big change on the field, too.
Yep. Thanks for being with us. Top of the hour. If this wraps it up for you, enjoy the weekend. Lawrenceburg, Kentucky, Sand Spring Baptist Church. Lord willing, I'll see you guys tomorrow night and then on Sunday. Hope you have a great weekend, and Lord willing, we'll all be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.